intended for Green. And Virginia Tech will have their first ever victory over Miami.
Covington has time. There's a man open. Dropped by Tony Gator alone at the goal line. Covington to the end zone. Intercepted. Keon Carpenter. Intercepted.
It may be a two-point conversion, all right.
The race to New Orleans heats up as the BCS rankings start to separate contenders from pretenders. The Hokies know they must do a little extra to impress the computers.
Hey, can you smell what's that?
Will a victory over the Canes be enough to boost Tech's title hopes? Undefeated Kansas State tries to make its case with a win over hard-hitting Nebraska. The Bulldogs are at Bama for an SEC West showdown, while Wisconsin's Great Dane nears the end of his historic run. And we'll go back in time with the greatest team you probably never heard of. College Game Day live from Hokie Country next.
Right foot in, right foot out. Welcome to world headquarters for the Hokey Pokey. The first warning shots are fired in a warm, sunny day in the Virginia Hills. But they await nightfall, the biggest game in the 110-year history of this program. Incomingly, the old days in the War of 1812. So it was the biggest moment for this conference since Nova Georgetown, the '85 championship game. Last time we were here at Cannon, they almost ran out of ammo. They had to go to the backup gunpowder at Syracuse.
Yeah, but you know what? Offense sells tickets. The defense wins the game. That's why they're tough here.
It's a great day for defense. Maybe the best in a long time. Who's got the best team? Virginia Tech, Mississippi State, or Nebraska's defense? All of them will have their say. Now, defensive dominance in this conference wrestled away from Miami by the Hokies. A gray September day right here 4 years ago. The balance of power began. Since then, the Hokies have beaten the Canes 4 straight times. That sickens Miami players a lot more than losing to Florida State. Unlikely rivalry. A pricey private school in the tropics versus a Polytechnic Institute engineering school in the Virginia Hills. It's a good rivalry. Miami is battle tested. They played maybe the nation's toughest schedule. The Hokies off a huge scare. They're a little relieved. They're determined. They're a little angry because that BCS math has been a hot topic here all week. Hokies and Gators stayed put despite Penn State's loss because Tennessee's 24-point win over Notre Dame bumped the balls from 5-2. At the moment, Tech 0.33 out of second. That's a very slim margin, but it doesn't sit well with Hokies sackmaster Corey Moore, a Tennessee native and one-time Vols fan.
Thinking about a couple different scenarios, I can't deny that, but I haven't been thinking about the daggone computer because the computer don't mean anything to me. I just obviously think if we take care of our own business and Florida State went out, obviously we got to play Florida State no matter what the computer says.
The two best teams are going to play when it's all said and done, and you play the whole schedule. I absolutely believe the two best teams in this country are going to play for the national championship.
Tennessee can stop crying. I mean, they had a chance to control their own destiny. I thought they tried to run the score up on an average Notre Dame team this past week, but I'm not going to stoop to their level and cry.
Well, outweighing Tech's edge in both polls, a big deficit in schedule strength, but more importantly, a huge flip-flop in the average computer ranking made up of 8 different power ratings. Computers love Tech until that 2-point win over 3-5 West Virginia. Tennessee's big jump really shows how volatile these things are. You're trying to predict and project. That's sketchy at best. A lot of loose talk in the BCS standings, and Tony Barnhart joins us from Tuscaloosa. A lot can happen. By the way, do you have another postcard, long distance for the Hokie fans here, Tony?
Well, good morning, Chris. I tell you what, Now look, I know the folks up there in Blacksburg are concerned, but the way you got to look at this thing is like the seeding process for the NCAA tournament. Tennessee has played the 6th toughest schedule in the nation, only 1 loss on the road to Florida. Virginia Tech has played the 60th toughest schedule and almost lost to a bad West Virginia team. So Tennessee was rewarded for playing a tough schedule well, and that's the way it should be. But look, I think if Virginia Tech takes care of business tonight and in November, they will be in the Sugar Bowl. But if they're not, Kirk, all you can say is sorry, Hokies. Because when you play teams like 1AA James Madison, you only have yourself to blame.
But I don't think they heard you there. You said as long as you play James Madison, you have you're just yourself to blame, right? That's what you said. I want to make sure they heard you there. There was a delayed reaction there. Take your point a little bit further, Tony. People need to understand it's not the BCS standings that are causing the confusion. It's more the computer ratings. Look at Tennessee last week with their 24-point victory over Notre Dame. They gained nearly 4 points in the computers alone, while Virginia Tech needed a last-second field goal to beat West Virginia. That's the thing that's driving people crazy, the computers. It'll fluctuate every single week, and it's based on how good your opponent is and how badly you beat them. And I know it goes against every coaching fraternity rule there is, but if you have a chance to run up the score, you have to take it.
You know, Kirk, speaking of the computers, you know, before the BCS, it used to be very important when one team could beat the other team head-to-head. But now, with the computers, I'm not so sure. Let's take a look at this situation. 4 of the top BCS 15 teams have beaten the team ahead of them in the rankings. Yo, that doesn't seem like it's fair. Michigan State beat Michigan. Alabama beat Florida. Texas beat Nebraska. And Florida beat Tennessee. Chris, you don't think at the end of the year, if 2 teams have the exact same record, the old BCS would give the shot to the team that beat the other team?
Well, make it more complicated. I think that'll sort itself out. One team we haven't talked about is Kansas State. The margin is not really as big as it looks. If they beat Nebraska today, if they finish 12-0, they're going to come up in the computers. Don't worry about that. They're going to come up in schedule strength just naturally. What about the polls, Tony? You're a pollster. If they continue to win, are you going to rank them below teams with a loss?
Well, Chris, I think that's a fair question. And right now, as a poll voter, I've got Kansas State rated behind Florida and Tennessee because, quite frankly, to this point, I think they've been better. But if Kansas State can win at Nebraska today, I think a lot of us are going to have to say maybe we misjudge them. In fact, Kirk, if the Wildcats can get it done today at Lincoln, I'll probably have them in my top 3 come the next poll because, frankly, at 10-0, they deserve to be in the national championship mix.
Well, you won't have to worry about that after today. A lot of talk about Kansas State this week, and deservingly so. They deserve it. They're undefeated. Let's not forget about the team on the other side of the ball, the Nebraska Cornhuskers. If Nebraska is able to win today against Kansas State and go on and continue to play and get to the Big 12 championship game and beat a top 10 team in Texas, where does that put the Cornhuskers in the BCS standings? If you're a Cornhusker fan, you have to look at it like this. They have to beat Kansas State, hope for an upset here in Blacksburg with Miami beating Virginia Tech, and it gets them back into the Sugar Bowl picture. With all these what-ifs, there's a team down in Tallahassee, your boys. Yeah. Florida State just sitting back laughing, waiting for next week.
Oh, Florida State is winning and they're number 1 for a couple of reasons. Number 1, they have the best talent in the country and they have more players than anybody. And Mel Kiper of ESPN tells me that 2 of the top 4 picks for the National Football League could be Peter Warrick and Corey Simon. But my secret weapon for the National Football League is place kicker Sebastian Janikowski. Sebastian has scored 97 points this year. That's the top point scorer in all of college football. Sebastian is ready for the National Football League. I think he leaves. And by the way, Florida State destroys Maryland on Parents' Weekend. By the way,
freshman Latrez Harrison, true freshman, making his first career start at quarterback for the Terps. Indo Campbell.
Ooh.
He's 1 for 13 with 3 picks in his career.
Okay. Not good.
No, that's not good. Wow. Defenses certainly appear ready to dominate that Big 12 North showdown in Lincoln there. Speedy, aggressive, well-schooled, and both offenses have been erratic. Frank Murphy, not 100% for the Wildcats. Jonathan Beasley, trouble getting the ball downfield. So K-State's defense has to reverse this recent trend. Look at these numbers, 56, 49, 45, and 38. Nebraska scores the last 4 meetings in Lincoln. It's senior day for a class that is 27 strong. That, plus payback, could make it real loud. Steve Cyphers. Can you hear me? I guess it's not that loud yet, Steve. Kickoff's a couple hours away. How you doing?
I'm doing great, and it's not that loud yet, but sometimes the band's working on it, I tell you that. Say, Chris, remember a year ago the Wildcats were hearing one number, 29. 29 years since it had beaten Nebraska. That while competing for an BCS championship berth and deflecting those nonstop soft schedule questions. It was a stressful time 364 days ago. But on that unusually warm November day, just like today, Kansas State pulled it off.
After the game, what happened, it's obvious what it was for the school and for the team and the players, but this year's this year.
And this year, they're again unbeaten, hoping for a shot at a Sugar Bowl berth, playing a team they haven't beaten in Lincoln since 1968. But this time around, the stress level is down. Insiders say this team is just as focused, but more relaxed than the 98 Cats.
I can't tell you that, that we've learned anything that perhaps we didn't know. Maybe some of what we knew at that time didn't sink in as well as perhaps it does at this particular point in time.
Last year, I think guys may have got caught off in the polls and things like that, but, this year I think guys are just more focused on Nebraska, and Missouri after that, but, this week, our mind is all on Nebraska.
Now, when it comes to the BCS picture, K-State is again outside looking in, but this time there's not much talk about that among the players and coaches, kind of a been there, done that, what's the use in worrying mentality. But Chris, there is one difference. At the conclusion of last season, Bill Snyder converted. Once opposed to the idea, he now believes there should be a playoff.
Well, a lot of coaches change their tune once they think about getting snubbed there. Talk about the Huskers defense later on. What about the punt return? David Allen, would he love to break the record he shares with Johnny Rodgers right there in Lincoln with another punt return for a touchdown? And Bobby Newcombe, he would lead the country, except he doesn't have enough returns. Got to get him back here. He's blocking too much back there.
Position will be
a lot more coming up from Hokie Land. Are they the unrespected national title contender? Yeah, Rodney and the computers seem to agree. Corey Moore and that defense will meet them later on in game day. Mississippi State, a major test at Alabama. We'll talk about that SEC West showdown. And on Ron Dane's run for the record, he needs 99 against lowly Iowa. That's all I had.
BarnesandNoble.com delivers books and music right to you. But we're always looking for a way to bring people more.
You ordered this book yesterday?
Yeah.
I'm going to cook every one of these recipes for you. Bam! Right now. Give me the book. You know how to bam? Bam! Come on, chop, chop. Ah, essence. Bam!
Bam.
Bam! That's some bananas. Bam! Bam! And we're going to add some onion. Bam! 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 Woo! Bam! 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 Bam!
BarnesandNoble.com. We bring writers home.
Folks, why settle for some teeny-weeny chicken sandwich made by Burger Boys? Take a big old bite of Colonel's new Triple Crunch. Not one, not two, but 3 crunchy white meat strips. Well, you almost need 3 hands to hold it. Try my new Triple Crunch sandwich. Right now, it's just $1.99. $1.99? I could do that. I'm the Colonel. My new Triple Crunch at KFC. It's just one of 5 new sandwiches.
Want to win a trip to Super Bowl 34? $1,000 from Visa towards ESPN stuff and free UPS shipping? Enter the ESPN Sunday Night Football Sweepstakes.
I'll send everyone I know an ESPN chip clip.
Tune in to Sunday's matchup between the Broncos and the Seahawks to find out the halftime score. Then call or log on for your chance to win a trip to the Super Bowl.
I haven't won anything since that spelling bee in the 4th grade. I spelled Isthmus.
It's the ESPN Sunday Night Football Sweepstakes presented by UPS, the official express delivery sponsor of the NFL and Visa. It's everywhere NFL fans want to be.
College Game Day is brought to you by Corona Extra. Change your whole latitude. By BarnesandNoble.com. If we don't have your book, nobody does. And by KFC, home of the new Triple Crunch Sandwich. At KFC, we do chicken right, in the bucket and on a bun.
Today, Ron Dane's long run to history is over in what's considered more of a coronation than a football contest. To take away the crown that Ricky Williams has worn for only 50 weeks, Dane needs only 99 yards against the 6th worst rushing defense in America. Iowa almost lost in Dane mania. The fact that Wisconsin would like to go back to the Rose Bowl. They'll know at kickoff if Penn State has lost, putting them in the driver's seat for Pasadena. For Dane, it's been just a great week. He had been feeling a lot more pressure than let on. But Tuesday, he was smiling. He brought his daughter Jada to the press conference fresh off her 2nd birthday. The whole family anticipating a happy ending to a career that hasn't always been a fairy tale.
As a freshman, Ron Dane exploded into the Big Ten with the impact of a freight train. 1,231 yards in the final 5 games of the season and 246 yards in his first bowl game. The future looked bright. But each season, Dane and the Badgers were manhandled by the Big Ten heavyweights. Sure, the yards continued to pile up for Dane, but questions about his durability and big game prowess lingered until the '99 Rose Bowl.
And on the way, it's Ron Dane. The big guy can travel. It's touchdown.
Look at that.
Look at that. Would you believe it?
Dane single-handedly whipped UCLA with 246 yards and 4 touchdowns. Instead of jumping to the NFL, Dane returned to complete his quest for college football's holy grail. But Dane's dream season had some nightmarish moments, a crucial fumble against Cincinnati, and 0 yards in the second half of another Michigan loss. Visions of the Heisman and a major bowl were shoved to the back burner.
I don't let that bother me because I know if the team is not doing good, then, they don't even look at you for the Heisman. So, you got to go out and perform each week.
The following week, Dane ran over Ohio State and followed that up with huge performances against Michigan State and Purdue, catapulting himself to the front of the Heisman race. With 1 game remaining, Dane stands 99 yards away from history.
Well, here's the chart. Heisman's already belonged to the others here. Dane will have played 2 fewer games than Williams, but now has 77 more career carries. Average per carry, 5.7 compared to Ricky's 6.2 in the career. Of course, we were talking ironic. After that great freshman year, he considered challenging that NFL draft rule, coming out along with Katzenmoyer after just 1 year.
And people forget how good a freshman year he had. But I think Ron Dane, this year, he's kind of the Sammy Sosa of the all-time rushing record. Last year with Ricky Williams, all the hoopla surrounding the chase of the record. This year, it's been rather ho-hum for Ron Dane, and probably the way the big fella prefers it with his laid-back style. The thing that I've liked about Dane this year is he has run hard all year. Very reminiscent of his freshman years because he's been healthy. He also has performed well in the big games. His team has been 3-1. He's averaged 171 yards against ranked teams with 8 touchdowns. He's gotten it done this year against those good teams.
Kirk, one important point, though. After Wisconsin lost to Cincinnati and Michigan, they put Brooks Bollinger in as their quarterback. And with that move, I think Ron Dane won the Heisman. I'll tell you why. Without Brooks in there, the defenses stymied Ron Dane. He only had 1 long run, 34 yards without Brooks. Now, with Brooks in there, as you can see, Brooks can run the football. Dane had 5 runs over 40 yards, including that run against Michigan. Now, here's a PS to it. Since Brooks and Ron have been in the starting backfield, Michigan's won 6 in a row, make it 7 in a row when they beat Iowa. And I think Ron Dane ought to give Brooks Bollinger the arm of that Heisman because he's been very important.
Well, yeah, but I think you don't give him enough credit. I mean, every running back, Ricky Williams should give part of it to Applewhite. It's a team award. The rest record may stand for a while, by the way. Ken Simonton is the underclassman. The best. He needs back-to-back 2,000-yard seasons.
No big deal. No problem.
That's all he needs. He's going to have that record for a while. We're going to talk about Virginia Tech's defense straight ahead here. The pit boss, John Engelberger and Corey Moore, good bookends. LeVar Arrington at Penn State, they say they'll bounce back from the heartbreaking loss.
When we redesigned Dodge Neon, we gave it a longer wheelbase and more total interior volume. Not to mention a 132-horse, 16-valve engine, 4-wheel independent suspension, theater-style lighting, 4 cup holders, a standard 6-speaker stereo, and tons of other good stuff. Dodge Neon. Different.
Do you have a loose diamond or gemstone? Is your setting worn out or simply out of date? Now you can choose from hundreds of mountings during our special one-day remount event at Hoover's Jewelers in Kearney. On Friday, November 19th, our experts will be available to help you choose a new setting for your precious gems. See your stones take on a new brilliance and watch as our jeweler reset your gems while you wait. This event is for one day only, Friday, November 19th. So call today to schedule your appointment at Hoover's Jewelers downtown Kearney Center.
On ESPN at 6 Sports Center, at 7 College Game Night, and at 7:30 College Football as Miami meets Virginia Tech. On ESPN2, a college football doubleheader as Auburn meets Georgia and Kentucky battles Vanderbilt. And on ESPN Classic at 6 Classics NHL and at 8:30 College Basketball Classics. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
In Happy Valley, kickoff about 40 minutes away on ABC. Off Joe Paterno's first loss on the final play ever. He says forget about his sidetrack quest for a third national title before he hangs it up. He's disappointed for his veterans, but he also believes they will bounce back today against Michigan. They were part of that meltdown 2 years ago, which started with Michigan's last visit to Happy Valley. The margin the last 2 years, 61-8 Wolverines. Total domination up front, and that Michigan offensive line beginning to get healthy. For Penn State, Kirk, we're going to see if that offense can get back to the big plays that just vanished last week against Minnesota.
Yeah, only 3 big plays last week offensively. If you look at Penn State's offense throughout this year, they've done a good job of mixing the run with the pass, and it's balanced offenses that have hurt the Wolverine defense there this year primarily because of their poor pass defense. Today, they've got to be able to put pressure and put Penn State in obvious passing downs. That means they have to stop the Lions from being able to run the football. Wolverine run defense will have to step up, play well. Expect a lot of 8-man fronts with number 41, Tommy Hendricks, coming up. They'll need the same effort today that they had in the second half against Ron Dane in Wisconsin, where they held him to no yards rushing. On paper, Penn State should win this football game and beat Michigan in their final home game. That's why they play the games in college football. Michigan will upset Penn State today in Happy Valley because the lingering effects and the hangover of last week's disappointing loss to Minnesota. I like Michigan to get it done.
And not so a fast Italian style, my friend. Joe Paterno's going to win this football game, and I'm going to tell you why. Number one, the defense is going to play great for defensive coordinator Jerry Sandusky. It's his last home game. He's been there 32 years. And now that they've lost, the pressure's off Penn State. They're going to open up their attack like they did against Arizona. I think they score big and a lot. I like Penn State big over Michigan.
The emotion of Jerry Sandusky's final game.
That's right.
Not so fast Italian and Polish and AARP style as well. Only one team has beaten Penn State 3 straight years. Alabama. Michigan can match that. Go back a little farther. A century ago, Sewanee, 5 straight shutouts, and we'll talk more about that Hokie defense.
Michelin would like to remind you, there's only one safety feature on the road that actually touches the road. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
How to speak Australian. Abstract art. Beer. Foster's, Australian for beer.
I'm the heavyweight champion of the world. I am the heavyweight champion of the world. I am the warrior. Warrior. I am the force to be reckoned with. I am ready. I am ready. I am the champion.
Holyfield versus Lewis for the heavyweight championship of the world. Live on pay-per-view. Contact your pay-per-view provider to order.
This is it. Let's do it.
Are you an athlete if you only play for bragging rights? What if your team is now your family? Are you an athlete if your toughest competition is yourself? Or if you inherit your uniform? What if you don't play sports at all anymore? Are you an athlete? Always. Russell Athletic for the long run.
America Online introduces new version 5.0.
The easiest just got easier. Email pictures.
All my friends are on AOL.
Instant messages.
We spent over $1 billion to create the largest high-speed network.
They just keep making it better and better.
AOL new 5.0. Sign up today.
Want to intimidate? Put on your game face. But when you take it off, put on your Remington face with the Remington Microscreen 3 and the power of 3 flexing microscreens to get close fast.
Just try and get closer.
Shaves incredibly close or your money back.
Get up, get down. Hang tight, hang loose.
It's been said that moderation is the key to happiness. We don't know who said it, but we know it wasn't someone from Australia.
Outback Steakhouse, no rules, just right.
Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
On Campus is presented by Outback Steakhouse, proud sponsor of the 2000 Outback Bowl.
Back to tonight's battle in Blacksburg, and since the last 4 games, the decisive plays have been made by Tech's defense. We'll give the Hokies the first words in this day that we've been devoted to the defensive teams. They're a nasty bunch led by lethal bookends, destructive linebackers, and a front 7 featuring 6 seniors. Coached by Bud Foster, fueled by the energy of a wild-eyed, motor-mouthed, lightly recruited, undersized, overachieving guy who's closing in the Big East career sack leader. But there's much more than Mr. Moore to this hungry Gobblers defense. Just ask him.
Hi, I'm Corey Moore of the Virginia Tech Hokies. I'd like to introduce the rest of my running mates. Corey Bird, Anthony Medjie, Mike Charles, Nick Sorensen, Ben Taylor, Michael Hawks, Jamel Smith, John Engelberger, Chris Cyrus, Carl Bradley, Nathaniel Williams.
Moore's bookend, John Engelberger, walked on the team as a 218-pound tight end. 4 years later, the now 269-pound Engelberger is making teams think twice about double-teaming Moore.
They try to double team me, then he will dominate and take over a ball game as he's shown so far this season. I think he's the best defensive lineman in the country, hands down.
Berger's the real deal. Can play defensive end, defensive tackle, plays on all of our special teams. Is a blue chip football player.
Some people get out there and they just run around. Well, John Engelberger runs around with a purpose.
Senior defensive tackles Carl Bradley and Nathaniel Williams won't be distracted from their purpose to play football.
I don't talk. I don't get into all that talking. I just go out and play.
They're the key to our whole defense, I think, especially to our defensive front.
Carl runs a 4.6 and Nate runs like a 4.8, and it's rare that you have defensive tackles that run that fast.
The Hokie linebacking core is anchored by Jamel Smith and Michael Hawks. The Vocals Smith leads the team with 67 tackles.
Is the closest thing I think that we have is a complete linebacker as far as, good in all facets of the game. Good in pass coverage, a great tackler, great leader for us.
While the quieter Hawks leads the team with 6 pass breakups.
Michael Hawks is probably the hardest working guy I've seen. No matter when you ask him for the play, he does a great job of checking the defenses and making sure everyone knows what, they're lined up in and what their tendencies are. Together we form one of the best defenses in the nation.
Now, number 3 in total defense, number 9 in rushing defense, number 2 in scoring defense. If there's a weakness, number 75 in pass yards allowed.
Good point, Chris. I saw in person Virginia Tech's defense against Clemson and Syracuse, and now after watching the tapes, I think Virginia Tech's defense is now playing not to lose, not attacking to win. And if they don't attack these guys from the Hurricanes, they're not going to beat Miami tonight. You got that?
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to get that.
Forget about it.
Well, I think it's a defense that's going to obviously play much better when they come into the Terradome tonight. I think it is a defense built around speed and aggression. The thing that I like is what Bud Foster has done. He's instilled the fundamentals of a sound defense, and his players have as much savvy and instinct as any defense in the country, and when they play here, especially at night, they play at a different level.
It could make a difference. Beamer and Foster swear they have not been vanilla, that they have been aggressive. But I know he told his team after practice last night, Beamer said, all the pressure's on Miami. He's trying to spin it, get his team back to playing that. I think you're right, guys. I think it comes down to naked aggression. Who can be tougher, more aggressive tonight? We're going back to Lane Stadium. We're also going to hit the rails in the amazing tale of a team that played 5 big games in 6 days.
This incredible journey almost never got started.
They had the jerseys and they had the pants, but they forgot the shoes.
On Campus is presented by Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
Today's Sports Century Classic Moment is brought to you by Burger King.
Before their game against top-ranked FSU, number 2 Notre Dame is disrespected.
Florida State walks on the field with green baseball hats with a gold FSU and a little shamrock in the back, and I said to my friends, goodbye. You never make Notre Dame mad.
November 13th, 1993.
Okay, one more time. Pikachu evolves into Raichu. Charizard has more attack power than Charmeleon. Then I traded Lickitung. Weedle has a poison sting for Jinx. And finally became a Pokemon Master. Got it?
Don't get it? Get the Burger King Big Kids meal with more food for bigger kids, like a tasty double cheeseburger or 6-piece chicken tenders. Now we've got Pokemon. In each Burger King Big Kids meal is one of 57 Pokemon toys and one of 151 trading cards. This is a what?
One more time.
Pokemon, now at Burger King.
Oh, this story is for all the football players out there who consider themselves rough, tough, and resilient. An incredible journey at the turn of the last century of the sturdy men of Sewanee, the University of the South there. You talk about taking one for the team coffer. Now, Tony Barnhart rejoined us from Tuscaloosa, 3 miles away. Sewanee takes on Stillman College. Tony, is that the only game on the schedule this week?
Well, I tell you what, Chris, as you said, Sewanee's no longer a national college football power. But 100 years ago this week, they had the best team in the land, winning 5 games in 6 days, all on the road and all by shutouts. It was a feat that will never again be equaled. And while many people say that the Sewanee Tigers of 1899 were college football's original Iron Men. Nestled on a mountaintop and surrounded by 10,000 acres of southeast Tennessee pine, the pastoral Sewanee campus is more than a location on a map. For many, it is a place in the heart.
The university itself is designed after Oxford of England, and all the architecture up there, you think you were in an English countryside.
It's like something out of Norman Rockwell, I guess, the best I could compare it to. It's just like you would, think it should be. On November 7th, 1899, 21 players, a coach, a manager, and a trainer rode the Mountain Goat train down to the valley town of Cowan, where they began the 31-hour trip to Austin. By the time it returned, the Sewanee football team had traveled 2,500 miles and beaten 5 college football powers by a combined score of 91-0.
They played their first game against Texas and won that game. Then they traveled on to Houston, where they played Texas A&M. The next day, they played that game and won.
Took the train to New Orleans and beat Tulane 23-0. They took a day off, I think, had a little fun in New Orleans. Nothing wrong with that. And then they went to Baton Rouge the next day and beat LSU 34-0.
And they went to Memphis and played Ole Miss on Monday, and then came home to Sewanee. I think they actually got home Tuesday night.
It's incomprehensible to think that you could play 5 games in 6 days, much less win all of them.
The entire trip was orchestrated by Luke Lee, the shrewd 20-year-old team manager who would go on to become a United States Senator at the age of 32. Lee was a man truly ahead of his time.
Well, apparently the student managers back then were, virtually the athletic director. It wasn't just Daddy at Sewanee. It was, I think, pretty all over that they had a say in hiring the coach, in recruiting players, and in making the schedule.
He had to be sort of a genius in terms of negotiating. I don't know how anybody could convince 5 big schools to play us in 6 days on a train trip and us get half the receipts to boot.
After the final game, a 12-0 win over Ole Miss, Sewanee's Iron Men wearily returned home to a hero's welcome and their place in college football history.
The whole mountain showed up, about 400 people, all the students and all the people that lived up there, and greeted them when the train arrived. And they had a big flat car that they put the team on. Instead of using horses to pull the flat car up to the top of the university, the students pulled the whole team up to the quadrangle in the university And they celebrated for about 2 days.
To me, it was the most outstanding accomplishment in football ever. And talk about your stars of today, but none of them could compete with that.
It was a fabulous trip, and it was something that the Iron Man could always be proud of.
They only used 15 players. Meanwhile, the sturdy T. Martin and the Vols, should they be an upset alert today? And the Bulldogs invade Bama. Can they continue the best season in school history? We'll see.
With the AT&T one-rate 7-cent plan, calls are just 7 cents a minute all day, every day.
What about Canada?
What?
Canada.
Yeah, same thing. With the international plan, it's 7 cents a minute always.
What about all the other countries in the world? Japan, Mexico, Liechtenstein.
Liechtenstein.
All right. Every country has its own low rate.
What about France? France.
Same low rate as France.
Great. I'm going to go call France.
Which is right near France.
7 cents to Canada and great rates around the world. Call 1-800-4-1-RATE to enroll.
Are you crazy? No, Johnny, don't.
I got safe.
No, Johnny! Johnny, I'm telling your mother. This isn't funny. Hey, sweetie, and you? Johnny!
I got him.
Oh, thank goodness. Johnny? Can I have yours?
Mom, Dad, a 37-year-old that lives at home should pay rent.
It's great, Mar.
But I want airline miles or points.
I don't understand.
My rent would earn me airline miles, and with points I could upgrade to, like, grandma's rooms.
Like a rewards program.
Whatever.
Yeah, what does this look like, a Holiday Inn?
More ways to collect and redeem points than any other hotel program. That's today's Holiday Inn.
Hello, welcome to Home Depot. I am the Professor Roland. Home Depot University is a whole series of classes. It's different from our clinics. We'll have painting, electrical, plumbing.
Everything I tell you here is on the level.
Confidence really comes from hands-on.
And I'm loving it.
They get a full-blown diploma and they get a badge.
Congratulations. Let's hear it for the Home Depot University.
See you next week.
8 hours to kick off, and Blacksburg already off the hook. We do love coming here. Mechanical engineering students putting that degree to creative work right there. Well, today the Cardiac Canines of Mississippi State visit the equally clutch Crimson Tide. Great rivalry. Campus is separated by 90 miles. Bulldogs have won 3 straight. Once again, this is huge in the SEC West. DuBose gives the size and strength edge to State. Bama's also very green on defense. 5 starters won't be in there. The Bulldogs' D is stifling. 8 of the last 9 regular season opponents held to 1 or fewer touchdowns. The athletes are quick, the scheme is quirky, and the coordinator, sockless Joe Lee Dunn, is a genuine character. In the office by 4:30, microwave popcorn already popping. Extra butter, please. Now, Joe Lee might use his cabinets to store cans of soup and sardines, but the defensive cupboard is never bare in Starkville's Dog Pound.
To dominate. To dominate.
This defensive team is made up of players that have maturity, but it's made up of players that really enjoy playing, and it really doesn't make any difference who starts. They all know that they're going to play, and they all know they're going to make plays.
It's more like brothers out there, you know. There's no quote-unquote superstar out there. You know, everybody's playing their own game, and we respect each other. We know what our job is on the field, and that's what we try to do.
On our defense, we have a saying that don't wait for somebody else to make the play, you make the play.
I kind of, want to be basically the quarterback of the defense is what it amounts to, and let me call the plays, which is the defenses, and
hope that they work.
The way Coach Dunn do it, he doesn't play an ordinary defense. We got some linebackers who go down and play in a little bit. We play with 5 defensive backs, and that allows us, to keep from getting a lot of mismatches with running backs on our linebackers. We come with so many different looks. You never know who's coming. You never know what coverage we in. The corner's constantly moving. You never know what we in. A lot of times we may be blitzing or playing like an outside linebacker. It really just depends what formation the offense is in.
Our guys really have done a really good job this year of hustling to the football, getting a lot of folks around the ball.
Coach Dunn, he takes guys, may not be the biggest or, the strongest, anything like that, but, they're fastest, the smartest, and, basically we just try to use our speed and use what we have to our advantage.
Everybody on the defense loves to live on the edge, and we like to have fun. And when you get guys like that on the team, it makes everything a lot easier.
Every game we go out there wanting to earn our respect. We don't like being given respect. We want to go out there each week and prove that we are the best defense in the nation. One goal: to dominate. And if you haven't heard of us, by now, you will.
You better fasten the chin strap when you face that bunch. They have enough depth on the defensive line. It's a great luxury to rotate the front 5 every series. Tony, I can't wait to watch that game you're going to witness up close down there in Tuscaloosa.
Okay, Chris, there's no questioning the talent and the depth of the Mississippi State defense, but I don't think they've seen a quarterback this year like Alabama's Andrew Zal. The key to attacking Dunn's defense is to have a quarterback that can escape the pressure, and Zal can do that and make big plays. In fact, Kirk, if Zal's ankle holds up all day, I really like Alabama in this one.
Well, Tony, even if his ankle does not, going to be up to that offensive line. You look at Mississippi State, the defense is based on confusion and pressure. They're going to be all over Alabama. It'll be up to Chris Samuels and the big offensive line of Alabama to hold them out and allow them to throw the ball. That'll be the key. Bama's success throwing. I think Freddie Millins will be a guy to keep an eye on. Look for the Bulldog defense to keep them close, but it'll be the Bama defense that wins the game for Alabama. They end the undefeated season of Mississippi State and beat the Bulldogs.
I agree with you, Kirk. I'm going to give you 3 good reasons why Alabama's going to win this ball game. Number 1, they're playing great pass defense. They've intercepted 6 passes in the last 2 ball games. The quarterback play of Andrew Zal and Tyler Watts will get enough touchdowns because Alabama's playing at home. Roll Tide home. Ooh,
it's a big boo.
6.
Little Dewey's Barbecue in Starkville, a big boo. You guys might not be invited back for the Egg Bowl. Nothing can be settled in that division today, regardless of who wins that game. Michael Vick, trial by fire last week. He survived his first big test. And back to Nebraska. We'll talk about that defensive war in Lincoln.
You can't accept less from life, because then you'll accept less from your work, then you'll accept less from your weekends, and the next thing you know, you'll accept less from your beer. And you just can't accept less from your beer, because then you'll start accepting less from guys who install satellite dishes, and you might lose reception during an important football game. And hey, that's just wrong. Ice brewed so there's never any watered down taste. Ice House. Enjoy.
The toy store favored by families for generations has inspired KBKids.com with thousands of toys, from hard-to-find learning toys to the hot toys kids just gotta have.
Look at that. Cool.
KBKids.com. We get toys as well as any grown-ups can.
Cool.
KBKids.com. We get toys. Order now and you'll get shipping absolutely free.
We're the Firestorm Cordless Combo Pack. We're the toughest tag team in the history of tools. I'm the Firestorm Drill. I've got a 2-speed gearbox for higher torque, so I pack a bigger punch.
I'm the Firestorm Saw. I'm the only cordless saw with a sightline window, so I stay online as I cut wood to pieces.
That's right, folks. If you're hungry for power, chow down. Because we're the Firestorm Cordless Combo Pack. We are built by Black & Decker.
Well, Lane Stadium, Worsham Field will be the loudest place in America tonight. We can count on that. Today it might be just as loud in Lincoln. On a day for the defense, it's the black shirts' turn. Nebraska's defense realizes it's just a missed tackle or 2 away from being right there in the BCS hunt. They have been fueled by that bitter disappointment down in Texas ever since. Steve Cipher is back from Memorial Stadium, bracing for the Big 12's version of a great defensive. I want to be there. I want to be everywhere today, Steve. That's going to be a great ball game.
Oh, you've got it, Chris. Statistically, both of these defenses rank near the national leaders in terms of all 4 defensive categories. But the fact that the Wildcats actually lead Nebraska in 2 of those categories just galls the Huskers.
That's something we take personally. I mean, you know, that's a slap in the face to us that a team come in and saying that they're a better defense than us. So this week we're going to go out and prove that we are the best defense in the Big 12 and hopefully the nation.
That's what we play for every week, is to say that, you know, we came out there and we conquered and destroyed and said that our defense came and we played today and that we were the best defense on the field.
It's been that way from the beginning of the season, when Iowa scored its only points not on the defense but on a blocked punt. And when Nebraska's offense had trouble scoring early in the year, the defense did not, getting 4 touchdowns and a safety in the first 6 games. 28 times this season, the Blackshirts have given the offense the ball in opponents' territory.
The offense was going through some struggles early in the season, and we took it upon ourselves to, really play well so they can get the momentum going and get their timing down.
By last week, in a 37-0 pasting of Texas A&M, both sides were in sync, but the defense was breathtaking, holding the Aggies to 2 yards rushing, picking off 4 passes, blocking 2 field goals, getting 8 sacks.
Did we play as well as we can? I don't know. That's hard to say.
If they didn't play as well as they can, it could mean trouble for K-State, especially on the ground, if Nebraska has its way.
The one thing that we'll have to do is to stop the run, because if they're able to run the ball effectively and really run it the way they want to run it, then that kind of opens up the rest of their game.
To do that, they'll have to stop a unique trio of tailbacks.
Joe Hall. Big, powerful. You have to bring a lot of people to him to bring him down.
Frank Murphy.
Fast, real fast. It's kind of slasher.
David Allen.
A water bug, just moving all over the place.
Any one of those guys can pretty much function in what they're doing offensively.
Nebraska tried to find scout team players who could simulate the different styles this week at practice. But when it comes to Hall, there is no substitute.
Unless I get back there and play running back, there's nobody that can get back there and kind of emulate him. He's a big guy.
Well, for the record, Warren weighs 302. He's down 20 pounds because of an off-season program, a kickboxing program. Also helped his quickness. He's having his best season by far, Chris. He's one of 27 seniors saying goodbye to Lincoln today. Lee?
Steve, against Colorado, Kansas State's defense last week was unbelievable. You're not going to believe this. Colorado had 53 plays, and on 51 plays, they averaged 1.5 per play. That's my yo of the week. That is sensational. 2 keys to State's defense: penetration and pursuit. Now, Kansas State's defense is ranked number 2 in the nation on total defense. Their reckless abandon is what helps them. They've helped force 14 turnovers in the last 4 games. My upset special of the week: Kansas State by a field goal over your Nebraska team.
You and I have been waiting for this game all year, almost as bad as we're waiting for the game next week in Gainesville. Kansas State, second in the nation in scoring offense, although they're coming off their worst offensive output of the entire year last week against Colorado. Now it's going to be tough for them to get back on track against the best defense they're going to face all year in Nebraska. Nebraska's playing much better this year because they're stronger up the middle, thanks to Steve Warren, 6'2", 305 pounds, 3 sacks last week. Now has 7 on the year and 11 tackles for a loss. Extremely quick for his size. Very simple. If Kansas State can't run the football, they're done. Nebraska will be dominating today with defense, forcing 3 and outs, creating turnovers, getting their offense the short field to work with. Nebraska stays in the Sugar Bowl hunt with a big win over Kansas State in Lincoln.
Big.
This one's personal between you two guys.
Me and him.
I tell you what, third down, both offenses are going to struggle. You see anything longer than 3rd and 3, you're going to see a lot of punts. Coming up, the drive, the scramble, the field goal. The folks in these parts will never forget the emotional rescue of Tech's title hosts. Next.
Celebrating over 50 years in Kearney. It's Payne Larson's anniversary sale with store-wide savings and no interest terms for 1 full year. Save on a fabulous selection of Lazy Boy furnishings, from beautiful sofas, sleep sofas, and reclining sofas to rocking recliners and classic chairs of every description. Payne Larson has a great selection at low prices, plus free delivery and 1 year no interest terms. So, even if you have trouble remembering your wedding day, this is one anniversary you'll never forget. Right now at Payne Larson Furniture, downtown Kearney.
You're always welcome to our Holiday Inn.
That's your personal invitation from Paul Eunice, owner of our Kearney Holiday Inn.
You're always welcome at our Holiday Inn.
And from Lori Roach, General Manager.
You're always welcome in our Holiday Inn.
And from Craig Link, Director of Sales. And the truth is, you're always welcome to enjoy the comfort of Kearney's finest lodging, the superb menu of the Captain's Table, the pure fun of the holiday water world, plus the hometown hospitality everyone appreciates.
You're always welcome in our Kearney Holiday Inn. Tries integrating real-life experiences into his curriculum. So now, when his students write about a blitzing defense, they'll use stronger words like hemorrhage.
The most dominant player on the ice finds a moment to take over. When Jaromir Jagr comes into Buffalo, that moment could last the whole game. Sabres Penguins, Tuesday at 8, only on ESPN. This is The Game.
To number one. Everyone's dream to join our team, know how they like to play. Make every single Saturday football holiday. BCS the bus up on the guest we must hit it out of town. Fade left, go right to the party coming down. America's biggest road show. Come down to New Orleans. And the Nokia Super Bowl on ABC.
Yeah! Woo! We're on the road to the Nokia Sugar Bowl! And nothing's gonna stop us! Look out!
Now what?
There's an easier way to the national championship. Nokia's Road to #1 sweepstakes. Just buy any Nokia model phone in a specially marked box and you can win trips to the Nokia Sugar Bowl or thousands of other great prizes.
Looks like you finally found yourself a date for the game.
Nokia. Connecting people.
College football season goes by so quick. Often it's just a play or two, a blink of an eye that scripts a team's legacy. For Virginia Tech, it came after a near self-destruction at West Virginia. They hadn't trailed in 8 games. Suddenly, they're down. Minute 15 to go on their 15-yard line with no timeouts. And if not for Mike Vick and a monster kick, the Hokies would have thrown away an unexpected gift that arrived just before kickoff in Morgantown.
And the kick is up. And the kick is good. And Penn State is absolutely devastated.
When we heard Penn State had lost, it was just like, you know, we have to win. We have to win. We have to get to that #2 spot.
Out of the power I formation on first down. There's the handoff to Stiff, and he sprints into the end zone. Touchdown, Tech.
Feeling great. The way that game was going.
You know, we thought we was home free, and then
Chiron has it. Gets belted hard. Loose football. West Virginia has it.
a guy hit me. His helmet hit the ball straight up in the air. And right there, I just saw my life go between, just go gone. I was like, oh man, I'm about to get killed.
It was like, no, this can't be happening. This can't be happening. We just had to stay focused because, you know, we had another chance on defense to go out there to try and stop them.
He looks, he fires, has Ivy. He's in for the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Corey Ivy! West Virginia's taken a 20-19 lead with 1 minute and 15 seconds to play.
I was feeling sick. I was so scared. I was like, nah, we can't go out like this. It just don't work too hard. Got too much to lose.
When they scored, I turned around and went straight to the kicking net.
You know, I was just over there looking at my 2-minute wristband and saying, you know, this is it. This is something that I've been waiting for a long time, you know.
Corey Moore asked me on the sidelines, where do we need to get the ball to? And I said, get the ball to the 40-yard line and, you know, we'll have a chance.
I was telling, you know, Engelberg, I was like, if Michael Vick's advertised, you know, what he's supposed to be, then he's going to make something special happen.
You know, some people like those situations, some people don't. But I really believe this Michael Vick likes that situation.
Rolling to his right, still rolling. Michael looking downfield, going to hightail it out of bounds down the sidelines. He didn't step out of bounds just yet.
I was thinking that I was going to go out of bounds until he turned his head and went to the ground. And after that, I had about a half a yard on the sideline, you know, that I can, you know, scoot past him, you know, get upfield. You know, that's what I did. Luckily, I didn't step out of bounds. Man, is he a redshirt freshman?
Just amazing. It's an amazing play.
Mike Vick's on my team, and I'm happy for that.
I think I had like maybe 2 minor heart attacks.
I remember during the timeout, I missed the game-winning field goal last year. And we won in overtime, but I missed the kick.
That's a lot of pressure. You're better than him than me.
44-yarder at the goalpost. 2 hours left for Shane Graham.
We was just praying, holding on tight. Everybody got down on their knees, holding hands.
I was on the sideline with my head down, laying down with my head in the turf.
Daggone right, when we got ready to kick that ball, wind started coming back at us. And I said, geez, is this just one of those things that's not meant to be? But
I told people, like, if I had to bet my life on it, I would have bet my life on it.
There's the snap. Ball down. Shane swings the leg through. This air. It is good. It is good. Shane Graham wins it for Virginia Tech.
Sometimes you just think, wouldn't it be cool to be carried off the field? And, you know, I never expected it was going to happen.
I want to thank Shane Graham for that, for that field goal.
Definitely the best moment of my college career.
When Shane kicked that field goal, I'm like, yes, this might be our year.
this is a special football team, and I think it is in a lot of ways. And they've achieved a lot, and you got to win games like this if you're going to have something big happen.
Credit Ricky Bussell, the coordinator, right after the fumble. He got Vic on the sidelines, got him on the headset, said, don't watch the defense, try to stop them, assume we're down, get ready for the final drive. Problem is, Vic could not find his wristband that had the 2-minute drill play, hadn't needed it all year.
You know, Chris, if Tech gets a chance to play for the national title, and if they get a chance to win a national title, the big thing is the winning field goal against West Virginia could go down as the greatest play in the history of Tech football. But to kick a field goal, you need 3 things. Protection, the center snap, a hold, and the kick to make it work. Let's analyze what happened. Number 1, the senior center, number 68, Cliff Anders, snaps a perfect snap. The holder, number 91, Caleb Hurd, watch this, he turns the laces perfect for Shane Graham. The reason I'm talking about Shane Graham in this ball game is because this game, my friend, could get down to the same exact play. The Miami Hurricanes are that good.
Well, you know what? You got to give Michael Vick a lot of credit for the 26-yard scramble to set up that field goal. Let's look at Miami. Last year, their wide receivers, Reggie Wayne and Santana Moss, combined for 9 catches, 245 yards and 3 touchdowns. And I talked yesterday with Bud Foster, the Tech defensive coordinator. He said the Canes are better this year offensively, more versatile than they were a year ago. A lot of that has to do with Kenny Kelly. Their cornerbacks for Virginia Tech will have to step up and play well. Because of his size and ability, Ike Charlton at 6 foot, 205 pounds, will be asked to do a lot today. He'll be covering both wide receivers and also the tight end, Bubba Franks. And also, you want to watch Anthony Midget, nursing a groin pull. When he is healthy, he is extremely quick. That will be the key to the game in my mind, the health of Anthony Midget. Will he be able to stay in this game? Because when he has gone down, Tech has proved to be mortal defensively. Roniel Whitaker, the redshirt freshman, might have to be ready to go.
In kicking and punting, at Virginia Tech, 6 of the last 7 meetings, they have blocked a kick. Predictions still coming up.
PlanetOutdoors.com. Our search for the lost tribe of civilization, a people who live cut off from the outside world, has led us here to the island of Manhattan. Curious locals gather as the team ascends the slick tar-covered riverbank. An alpha male approaches bearing a primitive animal hide satchel. David demonstrates the advantages of a lightweight day pack. PlanetOutdoors.com. Get on, you're up, get out.
How to speak Australian. Mistletoe. Beer. Foster's, Australian for beer.
Select road. Validating tires.
With BF Goodrich Tires, it's any road you choose. BF Goodrich Tires, take control.
Used to be, if I want something done right, I called me. It worked, until I tried to quit smoking. I needed more than me. I got Nicorette. Nicorette helped me 2 ways. I used it on a regular schedule to help prevent my cravings, and for unexpected cravings, I was ready with an extra piece. I used to be a slave to cigarettes. Nicorette helped me hang on, helped me win. Now that I'm nicotine-free, I gotta tell you, it feels good to win.
Commit to quit for the Great American Smokeout on November 18th. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
The Wolfpack Summer Herb takes on Tasha Pointer of Rutgers. Then, Tamisha Jackson of Louisiana Tech battles the Lady Vols' Tamika Catchings. NC NC State Rutgers at 1 on ESPN2. Louisiana Tech, Tennessee at 3:30 on ESPN. The State Farm Tip-Off Classic, tomorrow.
College Game Day is brought to you by Inspired Technology with a human touch. Nokia, connecting people. By Outback Steakhouse, no rules, just right. And by PlanetOutdoors.com. Get on, gear up, get out.
College Football Game Day is a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Proud to be celebrating our 20th anniversary. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com.
That's a great scene. Should be mild weather tonight. We're right back here to get predictions on Miami and Virginia Tech, but now...
You on the West Coast are just joining us because you did not have that game. Gary Danielson and Jack Arute, I'm Brent Musburger. Penn State leading Michigan by 3. Wolverines with 1 timeout are driving here, coming down toward 2:05 left, and the field goal kicker Epstein awaits if they need him. But Michigan chewing up large chunks here against this Penn State defense. And Brady gets terrific. Throws it, get it, touchdown, Knight again. Marcus Knight. They won't need the field goal kicker. An 11-yard touchdown pass as Tom Brady leads the Wolverines back.
Circled him before the play. Tom Brady had to see it the same way I did. A strong safety matched up against a wide receiver. He's already beat him once. This time man-to-man coverage to the outside. You run the flag route. Fox is simply not capable of covering Knight on that route.
Epstein for the extra point. Good. So Marcus Knight, 5 catches for 79 yards, 2 of them on this drive, and 2 touchdowns today.
Eric Fox, more of a safety than a corner, put in a very tough position by the defensive call to cover a wide receiver. A perfect throw on the play. Tom Brady leads him back. He knew he needed 3. He got him 7.
1:46. Penn State with all 3 of its timeouts remaining. And Marcus Knight makes the big play against Joe Paterno's team, which lost a heartbreaker last week to Minnesota on the last play. Well, we've got a time. Let's announce the Chevrolet players of this game. No surprise, LeVar Arrington, the great linebacker from Penn State. Tom Brady, who's led Michigan back in a recognition of this effort. Chevrolet makes a $1,000 contribution to each university's general scholarship fund. Beginning this year, Chevrolet will also donate $1,000 to 2 high schools. So congratulations to LeVar Arrington and Tom Brady as the Nittany Lions now need a return.
That's 2 straight weeks. Penn State's defense, the defense that had them ranked number 1 preseason, number 2 all year, has not been able to stop a team from putting points on the board when they needed 1 more stop to win the football game. What a great throw by Tom Brady.
Watson will come out on the 20-yard line at 1:46, and it was a miracle pass by Minnesota, which led to Joe Paterno's first defeat ever on the last play of the game, the field goal. This was the play, the miracle deflection, and the rest is history. On 4th down, the Golden Gophers shock Penn State. And now today, Tom Brady puts Michigan in position for a comeback victory, hitting Marcus Knight. And now, Kevin Thompson, he had a big play against Fields, near side, incomplete on that far sideline, and Howard defending Fields. Fields, the hero against Miami earlier this year, 2nd down and 10.
Be very surprised, though, if the Michigan defense gives Shafi Fields one-on-one coverage to allow 1 throw, 1 fade to put 7 points on the board.
You can see how Thompson has thrown 16 of 30, better than 100, but he'll need something here now. 1:40 to go. The Nittany Lions 80 yards away. Thompson, time, fires, complete. Drummond spins, first down, clock stops.
Michigan went with a three-man rush that time, Brent.
19 more yards. And remember the score, 31-27. Penn State must go the distance. This is a 4-point football game after the touchdown pass. Thompson coming back now, far side, incomplete. His receiver, Eric McCoo, didn't keep going. Didn't keep going down the sideline. And when Thompson fired over there, he expected to see a dark blue jersey, and McCoo simply quit on the pattern. Now the play comes in. Frank Gander sends it back in.
Kevin Thompson has looked at a three-man rush the last two plays. No pressure on him. Let's see if Jimmy Herman sticks with the three-man rush.
1:26. Thompson fires, got Drummond and overthrew him. Had him in a soft spot in that zone and overthrew him a little bit.
Michigan is taking safeties back. They're going to force Thompson to throw the ball over the middle. So far, every pass has been to the wide side, outside the numbers on the field. They need to attack the middle of the Michigan defense. 2 downs, plenty of downs to pick up a first down. Right in here. That's where they have to throw the ball.
Thompson. They come underneath, short of the first down, but the clock is stopped as Corey Jones is out of bounds. But they'll need 3 yards here on 4th down.
It looks like Joe Paterno is going to let Fran Gander call this one. He has not walked over. Fran's got the 2-minute drill. He said to us in the past that Kevin Thompson is the guy he want running the 2-minute drill.
First down marker is close to midfield. Thompson got time, got his man, wide open, Drummond. First down, clock is stopped inside the 35-yard line. Nittany Lions are alive on that 20-yard gain with 1:08 to go.
Drummond was not open right away, but Kevin Thompson showed great patience. He looked to his left, he looked at the back, and then he came back to Drummond.
Thompson, high, deflected, incomplete. Second down and 10. Pass deflected by James Whitley.
Still a minute to go in the game. Plenty of time if you're a quarterback. Still have all 3 timeouts. You can throw the ball short. You don't have to pick up first downs.
Bryant Johnson, talented freshman receiver from Baltimore, Maryland, on the field. 59 seconds. All 3 timeouts remain. Penn State needs a touchdown. Thompson in trouble. Knocked out of his hand. Ball comes loose. Michigan wins it. Michigan wins it. Matter now running out 53 seconds as linebacker Ian Gould comes through and punches the ball away from Kevin Thompson.
Jimmy Herman dialed it. He brought the safety. Ian Gould is the guy who's been blitzing all game. This time the ball is on the ground. Larry Foote gets it. Watch this. The blitz comes from the outside. Finally a 5-man rush by Michigan coming from the outside. And Michigan now has 53 seconds. Penn State has all 3 timeouts. They should win the football game.
So Penn State looks like they're going to lose for the 2nd consecutive week. So they're out of the hunt for the national championship. However, Kansas State still very much alive. They're facing Nebraska. Kansas State unbeaten, haven't won there since 1968. Back after 37 seconds.
All I do is dream. on and dream of you. You're every thought, you're everything, you're every song I ever sing.
For those who must design trucks to compete with Dodge Ram, there is no rest.
All I do is dream of you.
Serving Kennesaw, we're Nebraska Television and TV.
All right, welcome back once again. We'll see you at halftime. Right now, out to the game between Kansas State and Nebraska. Kansas State needs some help in the BCS standings. Let's join Brad Nessler and Bob Greasy.
One play in this game, and a problem that's cropped up for Frank Solich Cornhuskers this year. A fumble by Dan Alexander on the first play, recovered by Lamar. Chapman in Kansas State has got it first down at the 28-yard line. They go off the right side with David Allen, and Kyle Vanden Bosch makes the tackle. The Big 12 North is at stake here today. With a win, Kansas State would win the North and be assured of a spot in San Antonio for the Big 12 championship and a hunt in the BCS. For Nebraska, a win today would give them the head-to-head competition advantage over Kansas State, and if they could beat Colorado on Thanksgiving weekend, they would be the Northern representative for the conference crown. 2nd down and 8. Here's Allen again. Hit quickly, got about 3. It'll bring up 3rd down and 5. Deion Booker from the secondary made the stop. This was the first play of the football game offensively. Nebraska from its own 20, Bob.
And this is what Kansas State does so well, and that is create turnovers. In fact, coming into the game, they lead the nation in takeaways and in turnover margin.
3rd down and 5. Opening possession for the Kansas State offense, trying to take advantage of that turnover we just showed you. And here's where Beasley's going to have trouble. The crowd is deafening. He's trying to change the play and drops to throw on 3rd down. Fires way over the head of his intended receiver. Incomplete. And so Kansas State's going to have to settle for a field goal attempt. So on 4th down, out comes Jamie Rheem. And 15 straight field goals is a school record. This would tie the Big 12 record if he hits it from 40 yards. Field goal blocked by Nebraska. So we've had one series of football. A Nebraska fumble gave Kansas State an opening shot at scoring first. But Vanden Bosch, who got 2 a week ago, just stuffed those plans as he blocks the field goal.
Well, as advertised, 2 of the top 5 defenses in the nation have taken control of this game in the first series for each team.
15 straight field goals, but then you've got the Nebraska block team and the guy that comes over the top, Kyle Vanden Bosch, number 83, the junior. He's a kick blocking machine. 2 a week ago, 1 today, and it gives it back to the Nebraska offense at its own 23. They don't get much from Coral Buckhalter out to the 25-yard line. With Bob Greasy and Lynn Swan, I'm Brad Nessler. This is the number 5 and number 6 teams in the country in front of a record crowd on a midsummer-like day. 84 degrees and sunshine, if you can believe it, on November 13th in Lincoln, Nebraska. And as Bob said, we have been here when the snow's been flying in the booth, the rain's been going sideways. This one, you want to take a picnic to the game. 2nd down and 8.
Top coats and top hats and gloves and scarves.
Here's the option. Crouch is going to keep it. There, it's got the first down. Knocked out of bounds at the 38-yard line, but it's first down, Nebraska. For those of you just joining us, having seen the Michigan-Penn State game, here's what's at stake in the Big 12. Kansas State with a win will win the North Division and be assured of a spot in the conference championship game in San Antonio the first week of December. But Nebraska, if they can win and then take care of Colorado on Thanksgiving weekend, they would win the North, and they'd be heading to Texas for the conference crown. We're just underway, and we've already had a block kick and a fumble. And Nebraska's got a first down to work with. Buckhalter is stopped for no gain. In fact, he lost about 2 yards. Here's the chilly starting lineup for Nebraska. Julch and Volk are the tackles. Sherman and Hochstein are the guards. Raiola, the center, probably their best offensive lineman. Davison, the wide receiver. Newcombe will play wing back and wide out. Wistrom's the tight end. And joining Eric Crouch in the backfield, we've already seen Alexander, who fumbled, and now Buckhalter, who's been in there. And the lead man will be Willie Miller, the fullback, who's in the eye right now. Crouch will keep. And Semino's got him wrapped up, but not before he picks up about 3 yards. Mark Semino, the All-American candidate for the Kansas State defense that looks like this. Darren Howard leads them in tackles for loss. He'll move inside and outside. Fatafehi, Holloman, and Beisel round out the front four. Semino, who just made that tackle, is a Butkus finalist with Lieber and Litton. The secondary has been strong in the last few years for Kansas State. Really not a difference today. Lamar Chapman has already recovered a fumble. He and Cooper are the captains of the defense with Semino, and Butler and Carter play the corners. That's Phil Bennett, the first-year defensive coordinator for Kansas State. Much traveled around both the Big 8 and then the Big 12, other places as well, including the Big 10. But he's got this team playing great football again. They're 4th in the country in scoring defense, and Nebraska comes in 3rd in the country in scoring defense. So as Bob and I talked about earlier, a battle of heavyweights. And we talked about Holyfield and Lewis tonight. They've got nothing on this one, Bob.
Well, normally I like to get behind the offense being a quarterback, but this one is dominated by the defenses to the top 5 in the country. Kansas State needs the turnovers from their defense to help their offense. Exactly what they got on the first possession. They just didn't convert the field goal.
Fatafehi was the guy that was shaken up for Kansas State. They help him off the field. Nebraska has a 3rd down and 6. Kansas State thinking blitz. They're going to bring it. Crouch. He'll keep it. And he lost the ball on a late pitch, knowing he needed about another yard. The ball goes out of bounds at the 49. If they spot it there, it's a first down.
I don't think they'll allow that, though, because the ball was fumbled ahead of time. He's going to take it back to where he had possession of it.
That's what Bill Snyder and Mark Semino are saying to the linesman. Wait a minute now. That was basically a forward lateral, and the coaches are steamed. We get another look at it.
That's exactly what they're talking about. Crouch comes down the line, does a nice job, knows he doesn't have the first down, and then tosses it, and the ball goes out of bounds.
Buckhalter did get a hand on it, but he never had possession of it. And so now John Laurie will tell us eventually, our referee. They're saying first down Nebraska, I guess. Well, Kansas State leads the country
in taking the ball away, and the Nebraska offense is the worst in the nation in losing fumbles. 16, that includes the one they had on the first possession.
That's a bad combination.
Yeah, and it's good for Bill Snyder defensively, but it's not good for Nebraska.
They have given Nebraska the first down at the 49 of Kansas State. I guess the booing that was going on was for Bill Snyder arguing the call. I think he's got a great argument myself. At any rate, Nebraska is in Kansas State territory. Nice play fake by Crouch. Crossing pattern's got his man. It's his tight end, Wistrom. And it's a first down, Nebraska, at the 35-yard line of Kansas State as we send it to New York and John Saunders. John?
Brad here on the Burger King update. Remember last year, Arkansas almost got Tennessee. Here, Clint Sterner, late in the fourth quarter, 23 yards to Anthony Lucas. Great catch for the touchdown. There's under 4 minutes remaining, and Arkansas has a 4-point lead on number 2 in the BCS standings. Brad.
Wow, does that shake up the SEC if that holds?
That's another playoff game for Tennessee. They lose, they're out.
Fullback Willie Miller goes off the left side for a couple. And Mark Semino involved on another tackle.
You know, Brad, all the conversation, all the people interested in college football saying we need a playoff, we want a playoff. If they just wait, till the season's over with and the championship games have been played, normally it's going to take care of itself.
Last year it did with UCLA and Miami, and also the Kansas State Big 12 championship game with Texas A&M. It all sorted itself out.
Yep.
Everybody gets anxious. Second down and 8. Late pitch, Buckhalter, nice open field tackle out there. Dyshot Carter made the stop, and it's going to bring up 3rd down and long for Nebraska.
And it's good. The conversation, you say everybody gets anxious. It's good for college football. It would not be good if it didn't work itself out. But this system that we have today is much better than the coalition and the alliance. Every step along the way over the last 7-8 years have gotten better and better, and we're finally getting the 1 and 2 team on the field at the end of the year.
Tell you what, every time I walk in my little local pub, somebody's arguing about something. It's 3rd down and 7. Crouch with some time, going long. Davison got his fingers on it, couldn't hold it. Couldn't have been put in really a better spot, but Davison had a tough time drawing a bead on it over his shoulder.
Good play all the way around. Carter was there. Davison ran under the ball. The throw was where it had to be. Looking back, Davison just goes off of his tips of his fingers, and the coverage was there.
And Bob, that pass, although it was in the perfect place, was a little bit of a duck. It kind of wobbled, and we've got a pretty good wind up here blowing from right to left. That wind just hung it up. Hard for a receiver to make the judgment and make that kind of catch.
So it's Hayden fell in to punt. Just going to try to get one out of bounds. I think he got way too much on this one. He did. So that'll bring it out to the 20. Not much of a net gain there for Nebraska and Kansas State on offense when we come back.
Long ago, an inventor came up with the assembly line, allowing a few people to make a lot of something. It was the model for efficiency. At Chili's, we pride ourselves for our inefficiency, because we make each of the Big Mouth burgers by hand, grilled one at a time by a person. And when you taste for yourself how good they are, you'll appreciate all the time we've wasted. Chili's fresh grilled Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
Now there's a better way to keep your baby from freezing. Use Xerex Antifreeze. Its patented formula is backed by a 5-year, 100,000-mile money-back guarantee. The temperature never drops below Xerex.
The rugged Montana from Pontiac. With not one, but 2 sliding doors. Something handy for whoever's passing through. Life is more exciting in Montana.
Did you remember the milk?
Select road. Validating tires.
With BF Goodrich tires, it's any road you choose. BF Goodrich tires. Take control.
ABC Wednesday, Drew makes history.
The first ever simultaneous television internet webcast.
Go to abc.com for all the details. The Drew Camp episode. See you Wednesday on ABC.
With Lynn Swan, Bob Greasy, I'm Brad Nessler. Welcome back. Memorial Stadium. Perfect day for football. Not a perfect start for either one of these teams.
Well, it's not going to be pretty. The defenses are going to dominate. That's not to say that there won't be some points scored. They'll generate the points and give good field position for the field goal kickers and the offenses.
Here's a second possession for the Wildcats, and it's Allen who goes for 3 or 4 off the right side. As we take a look at the Chili starting lineup for Kansas State, McIntosh and Barnett at the tackles, Moses and Robertson the guards. Cummins is their most dependable. He's the man calling the shots at the center spot. Lockett and Morgan are some big play receivers when they can get it out to him. Shad Meyer, the tight end, and joining Jonathan Beasley, the quarterback in the backfield, David Allen and Joe Hall. And right now, Joe Hall, the single setback in a 3-wide receiver group. He'll get the call, and the big fella takes it across the 25 to about the 26. Ball is loose. Nebraska's got it. Heading for the end zone. Let's see if they're going to bring it back. It's Tony Ortiz, the linebacker.
You got an umpire there with his hand straight up in the air. I think he blew it dead.
So instead of Kansas State disaster, it's going to be 3rd down and 4 for the Wildcats. Here's Hall's first carry. Boy, I tell you what, I guess he was down.
He really couldn't tell from he was down a long time before the ball came free.
3rd down and 4. Now it's Hall and Allen in a dual backfield and both wideouts. to the top of your screen. And Jonathan Beasley takes a timeout, and that's going to bring 77,000 to make even more noise. We'll take a timeout with him with 9:10 remaining first quarter, no score.
Where will you be when the millennium turns? Your dreams change. So have we. Now Dean Witter and Morgan Stanley have joined to provide a world of investment advice on a personal level. The world will change, but at Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, we will always measure success one investor at a time.
The world can be a pretty tough place. Now there's one exciting car designed to take it. Grand Am. With solid form design, it's the most solid Grand Am ever built.
Now get 2.9% APR financing or $500 cash back on any 2000 Grand Am. And see your dealer for details on great lease offers. See your local Pontiac dealer today.
The Burger King Big Kids Meal. It has more of the great tasting food your kids love. Not to mention a little something else your kids may enjoy.
Pokemon.
Now inside every Burger King Big Kids Meal you buy, your kids not only get more of the great tasting food they love, they get Pokemon toys and limited edition trading cards from Pokemon the first movie. Pokemon in the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
In Lincoln, Nebraska, this stadium, this crowd can get absolutely unruly when it comes to the noise. Bill Snyder has talked to the officials. It is going to be one of the critical areas of this ball game that Kansas State has to control. I have 2 earpieces to control mine.
Jonathan Beasley wishes his wide out and his tackles did. Here he is on the keeper, and down he goes. And now you'll hear some noise. Vanden Bosch and Wills, the 2 defensive ends, drop him for a loss.
Sideways on either one of these defenses. They're just so much speed laterally. You want to run right at them.
Mike Ronsick to punt, and the dual return men you saw there are Joe Walker and Bobby Newcombe. The punting game has not been a good one for Kansas State this year. It's been a sore spot for Bill Snyder, and Nebraska knows it. End over end kick. Takes a bounce in front of Newcombe. He'll take it on the hop. Flags down as Newcombe is on his way. Bobby Newcombe to midfield and then some. And again, a penalty marker down at the 20-yard line.
At the 20-yard line, the original line of scrimmage.
See if somebody left early. Motion against Kansas State, and that's a declinable penalty, isn't it? So Nebraska gets the punt return from Newcombe, and they're in business. Let's take a look at the Dell Game Solutions, Bob.
Yeah, for Nebraska offensively, hold on to the football. They've already put it on the ground once. And for Kansas State defensively, they got to create field position with takeaways to help their offense. They've already done that. It's going to be key throughout this ball game.
So far, they've both done what you talked about, one in a negative way, one in a positive way. But Bobby Newcomb's 28-yard punt returns put Nebraska in K-State territory again. Crouch to throw, Wistrom. Oh, man, he almost made a one-handed catch. Couldn't quite hold on to it. And Jared Cooper was back there with him. That's a good-looking tight end. He makes those kind of catches sometimes look routine.
Well, this is one of the things they wanted to try to do, is get Wistrom on the strong safety Cooper. Cooper is an excellent defensive back, but he's better against the run than he is against the pass. That ball was right on the money. Just good coverage.
What a pretty picture of a great attempt by the tight end. They've tried only 3 passes so far today. They've aimed 2 of them at Wistrom. 2nd down and 10. Crouch, quarterback draw. Eric inside the 40, broke a tackle, cuts outside, got to the 35, about a yard short of a first down. He's quick.
He is, and that is one of the real dangers of playing Nebraska is Crouch, not only on an option, but on a quarterback draw or a busted play, his ability to run. One of the fastest guys on the team. This is a design quarterback draw.
Buckhalter got a nice block on Lieber, the linebacker, to help free him up a little bit.
And he had a huge hole to run through, didn't he? The offensive line just moved out the defensive line.
Kansas State's only allowed 1 third down conversion in the last 17 attempts by their opponents. Here's a 3rd and short, and Crouch has got it. Now to the 30-yard line. Last week, Kansas State did not allow a 3rd down conversion to Colorado. 0 for 13. So you go all the way back to the Baylor game. 15 straight times they've held the opposition without picking up a first on a 3rd down situation. But now Nebraska's got a couple here already.
Yeah, the flip side of that last week, Kansas State only made offensively 1 of 14 on 3rd down. So there was a lot of punting.
Absolutely.
Not many long drives on that in that game.
6:35 remaining in the first quarter. Nebraska at the 30-yard line of Kansas State, trying to get on the board first. Crouch from a shotgun, and then takes off behind his blockers inside the 20. Eric Crouch, touchdown, Cornhuskers. It opened up like the Red Sea. And before the waves could get back to him, he took it 30 yards for the touchdown.
This is just a quarterback sweep. The 2 guards are going to pull. Crouch takes a counter step to time it up. The receiver on that side took his man deep. It was bump and run coverage. He never saw him coming.
Josh Brown in for the point after. And it's up and good. The Cornhuskers on the board first, courtesy of number 7. They lead by 7.
I dropped my melon, and there was Bud. Wow. He's got this cute little mustache that curls up. Bud, Bud, Bud. We went square dancing. Everybody goes whoop-de-doo and load the boat. I call him Bud the teacher. He even taught me to do online trading. I have an Ameritrade account. Costs only $8 a trade. I had a stock split. Use the Coaster, sweetheart.
Ameritrade. Call now. When it comes to traditional luxury, it's anything but more of the same. Introducing the all-new 2000 Bonneville. When supercharged, it's one of the world's most powerful sports sedans. More luxury. More attitude. The all-new 2000 Bonneville by Pontiac.
We're on the road to #1. America's biggest road show. National championship on ABC. The Nokia Super Bowl on ABC.
Yeah! Woo! We're on the road to the Nokia Sugar Bowl. And nothing's gonna stop us. Look out!
Now what? There's an easier way to the national championship. Nokia's Road to #1 sweepstakes. Just buy any Nokia model phone in a specially marked box and you can win trips to the Nokia Sugar Bowl or thousands of other great prizes.
Looks like you finally found yourself a date for the game.
Nokia. Connecting people.
The man in the middle got the touchdown from 30 yards to cap a 44-yard scoring drive in just 90 seconds. And, of course, Bobby Newcombe's punt return was a big help in that of 28 yards to set it up. Kansas State, Terrence Newman, one of 3 return men. He's the deep man waiting on Hayden Felt's kick. And a little bit of wind that Swanee talked about will make Hayden Felt re-tee it. Some of the starters on defense, like Ralph Brown, on this kick team is Joe Walker as well. Brown, one of the seniors that were introduced today. Now we've got it going. At the 1 is Terrence Newman. And it's Brown at the 20. Down the sideline. Brown to the 1. We just talked about him being one of the senior leaders, and he's just led Nebraska to the Kansas State goal line.
He's a starting corner on the defensive team. The ball bounces right to him. And he's saying, hey, Kansas State, we can take it away also. That's just good tackling, good physical tackling by Nebraska. And they get the ball on the 2-yard line.
First and goal, Cornhuskers. Buckhalter breaks a tackle. He's close. Not quite. Fada Fahey on the bottom of that pile, big number 75. They're still all tangled up. It'll be second down to goal.
I think the thing that's jumped out at me right off the bat here, Brad.
Wait a minute.
A fumble.
You talk about a late call on a fumble. I did not see the ball come loose. I didn't see the signal either.
But it's as long as Kansas State defensively can get on the field, even though if it's the 1.5-yard line, they've got a chance to take it away. Look at this. That's Chapman. Look, it looks like Chapman is going for it. And there it is.
Bob, what happened? The ball came loose in that pile. The officials didn't even see it. And then when they finally looked in there, they had to get confirmation that it was actually a fumble.
It did come loose.
Allen hit by Mike Brown, stood up after he got about 1.5 yards out to the 3. So Nebraska has fumbled twice in this game already, but they lead 7-0. They have lost more than half of their fumbles today.
And that by far leads the nation in lost fumbles. And Frank Solich says, I don't know. I says, I've talked everything about it. I don't know what else to do about it other than just not say anything, so they're not talking about it anymore.
They'll be talking about it in town tonight. Beasley, play action from his own end zone. Pumps. They had a hold of him. He got rid of the ball, and it was almost completed to his tight end, Meyer, out near the 20-yard line. Boy, 18 hung in there, 6 yards deep in his own end zone, and finally got rid of it.
With the black shirts, that's what the defense for Nebraska are called. Good pressure there by Kaiser, 91. Vanden Bosch, 83. And a late hit there by Johnson. It looked number 27. Beasley did a nice job to avoid the safety and 2 points.
Don't you know Beasley is thinking about it here again now on a 3rd and 9.
Well, that's the quarterback in your own end zone. Don't take a safety.
He's going to roll to throw this time.
Good call.
And had to throw it into the Nebraska bench. And now the punting unit of Kansas State, which has been a sore spot for Bill Snyder all year, is going to have one of their kickers backed up to that chalk line. They don't have much room to work. Ronsick comes out.
Well, their special teams have been good the last few years, and they're good this year. But as you mentioned, it's the kicking team, the punting team especially, that's ranked 88th in the nation. That's way above what they normally are.
Here they come, and it's blocked out of the end zone.
Well, Frank Solich says their punter is a little slow getting it off. And if you're ever going to try and block one, this is the spot where you try and block it. Comes from the right side, right up the middle. It looks like Stella, number 34. He's a freshman, a linebacker that doesn't get to play much. But you want to get rid of that ball as quickly as you can if you're the punter in your own end zone. It's a great effort.
Stella with a punt block. Nebraska dominating here early.
When it comes to traditional luxury, it's anything but more of the same. Introducing the all-new 2000 Bonneville. When supercharged, it's one of the world's most powerful sports sedans. More luxury. More attitude. The all-new 2000 Bonneville by Pontiac.
4:43 left in the first quarter. It's happening in a hurry here at Memorial Stadium. Nebraska with a safety on a block punt by Randy Stella. And the brain trust of Kansas State on the sideline saying, we got to slow this thing down a little bit. Well, Bosnick had the punt blocked and it went out of the back of the end zone for the 2.
As I said, you know, when defenses are this strong and dominate, it's not going to be pretty. It'll be exciting. And there'll be some points scored, but it won't be the conventional way.
And now on the free kick, Jamie Rheem will kick off. Many times a punter would kick this, but the punters are not that good for Kansas State, to be honest with you. The ball blows off the tee, in this instance going the other way as well. So Rheem, who does have an excellent leg, will kick this away. And Randy Stella and Joe Walker are the 2 guys waiting on it. Stella, who just made the big play. Ralph Brown had that fumble recovery that took it down to the 1, then a crazy play and a late fumble gave Kansas State the ball. That was the good news. The bad news is they got locked near their own end zone and then had the punt blocked. Rheem with a kick that's going to bounce at the 20. Stella will take it at the 15. Whew, did he get tattooed at about the 27-yard line. Nice hit on the special teams. ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by the all-new 2000 Pontiac Bonneville. Luxury with attitude. Burger King, have it your way. National Car Rental, so what are you waiting for? Let's go. And Ameritrade, believe in yourself. Right now, Nebraska is believing. So are their fans. Kansas State wondering a little bit about their start here in the first 10 minutes of this football game. Eric Crouch will line him up. Last time he touched it, he went 30 yards for a score. Drops back to throw on first down. Wistrom's wide open. Cooper knocks him out of bounds, but he's all the way to the 47-yard line of the Wildcats, a pickup of 26.
Well, what we were told was that on the left side of your screen, 87, Wistrom against Jared Cooper. They like that combination. Wistrom is a big tight end. He's only 225 pounds, so he's not a good, heavy blocking tight end, but he's a great receiving tight end. They like that matchup.
So right back on the Wildcat end of the field again are the Cornhuskers. The give off the left side, Diedrich. And he got to about the 43. Cooper made the tackle. Ron Diedrich, the 3rd high back in the setup for Nebraska. 4:13 left in the quarter. Tomorrow on ESPN, AFC West battle. The Broncos head to Seattle to take on the first place Seahawks. Then on ABC's Monday Night Football, Bill Parcells and the Jets looking to play spoiler. They'll take on Drew Bledsoe and the New England Patriots. 30th year anniversary party of ABC's Monday Night Football. Here's Crouch on an option. He broke 3 tackles and not the 4th. Chris Johnson finally puts him down as he didn't get much on that at all. No gain on the play. It'll bring up 3rd down and about 7. Eric Crouch has become the 50th player and the 7th Nebraska quarterback to rush in his career for over 1,000 yards. He did that with some style on a touchdown run today. He's got 70 yards on 7 carries.
And he's a pretty good thrower. He comes in ranked 1st in pass efficiency in the Big 12.
2 tight end set here. He'll throw off play action. On a crossing pattern, boy, they got Wistrom all day on that play. Lamar Chapman makes the stop at the big tight end. Tracy Wistrom's got another catch at a pickup of 14.
Good protection first off. Wistrom just a crossing route. Going to cross from our left to the right. Wistrom came in averaging over 32 yards per reception. He got 3 or 4 passes already here today.
Yeah, he's 3 for 54. And another first down at the 29 of Kansas State. Now Nebraska's in their double wing look for the first time today. And with it, they'll go to the fullback. About 3 yards for Willie Miller. Fadafehi made the tackle.
Fullback,
27.
It's like throwing a piece of meat to a dog that does all the work, you know. Billy Miller, the fullback, they've had some great fullbacks around here through the years.
They sure have.
And some of them have been pretty good runners, but most of the time they do the dirty work, all the blocking.
Second down and 8 with 2:17 left first quarter. 9-0 Nebraska on an Eric Crouch touchdown run and a safety on a block punt. Crouch on the pitch. Diedrich trying to get to the corner, and Semino won't let him get there. Nice job by the linebacker to knock him out after a pickup of 2. And let's check in with John in New York.
Brad, here's the Ron Dane watch against Iowa today. 1-yard touchdown run here, although he runs about 10 to get the 1. 10 carries for 37 yards, now needing just 62 yards to the record book. 13-0 Wisconsin. Brad.
All right, back here, 9-0 Nebraska.
Wisconsin's got to be kind of excited because with Penn State losing.
That's right, they can go to the Rose Bowl.
They win, they're going.
At the 25-yard line. Third down 6 on the option. Crouch, late pitch, Diedrich lost it, got it on a bounce. Dives. He's short of the first down, but he got awfully close. Down to the 20. Maybe close enough to make this a decision.
They're fumbling so many times this year, they're actually getting good at it. It's an option coming down the line.
This is their third fumble of the day, but this one they get back.
It's Beisel, number 44. Diedrich does a little bouncing, dribbling act and gets close to the first down.
Just looked like a 2-guard there. Picked it up on the dribble, and it's 4th down and 1. Power eye. They'll go, and Crouch has a first down on the sneak. Never a doubt for Nebraska. They just took it, and Crouch went off his center Raiola, and Hochstein the guard. Easy first down. Swanee?
Well, Brad, Nebraska comes into this game against a good Kansas State defense, but, you know, one of the things that Frank Solich told us is that his offense is going to test that defense to find out how good it really was. They weren't going to abandon their game plan to try and out-trick them. I think what they've discovered is they can move it. Now they're going to stick with their normal game plan and just go after them nose to nose.
That's what they did in the second half last week against A&M. Crouch on play action, wide open. Wistrom couldn't get there. Oh, man, he had 3 yards back there on Cooper, and Cooper's celebrating because Wistrom fell down.
You're exactly right. He was wide open, and his legs just wouldn't take him there fast enough. There he is here. They're just going to do a little corner route off of play action. Fake it to him. Look how wide open he is. When you've got a touchdown, my legs are, just keep taking me quick. The thing I'm impressed with Nebraska early is their offensive line. Moving him out on the running game and giving him plenty of time to throw.
Second down and 10 at the K-State 18. Crouch rolls left and throws. High, intended for Newcombe, who took a shot in the secondary. Dyshot Carter let him know he was there. And it brings up 3rd down and 10. Final 46 seconds of the quarter. Crouch with a touchdown run today. A safety by Nebraska, and they're knocking on the door again.
Crouch has thrown the ball 7 times. 5 have gone to Wistrom. He's caught 3 of them, and he could have had a touchdown a couple plays ago.
3 out of 7 for 54. He's done a better job with his legs than his arms so far. Let's see if he uses the arm again, though, on 3rd down and 10. Nope, it's going to take off. And he's got an opening at the 10. Touchdown, Eric Crouch. Yards, his second touchdown run of the day. We just said doing a better job with his legs than his arm, and he did it again. Second touchdown rushing, his 13th of the year on the ground. Josh Brown's extra point is good. Nebraska dominating Kansas State in the first quarter.
Quarterback that can run the football is so much more dangerous, either on a scramble or a design play. Watch here now. Some of these linemen are going to come over here, and as he drops back, there's going to be a huge opening to our left side. Comes through, and there's like a wall that he cuts back. And just a shoot into the end zone.
Diedrich got a nice block right there on Lieber. And then it was easy when you got his speed. You think this group's not fired up?
Oh, after winning 29 straight, going into Manhattan last year and losing 40-30. And now they said, we're going to lose this twice in a row. They're coming to our place.
Crouch caps the 73-yard drive in 4 minutes.
Of course, Brad, as you know, Kansas State is one of the big comeback teams of the year. Down 21 points twice this year and have come back to win. And that man right there is well aware of that fact.
They were down 21 to Iowa State and won. And Oklahoma State as well and won both those games, so they know they've got to come from behind now. There's David Allen. He's a guy that can change the complexion of a game the first time he touches it, if they let him touch it. Great punt return and kick return, man. 7 touchdowns on punt returns on his season, on his career rather, and he'll get a shot at this one from the 4. David Allen. Allen,
look out.
He might take it down the sideline. He runs out of real estate, but he's got it all the way out to the 47-yard line. As we said, in one play, number 32 can change a game.
And I did the Kansas State-Texas game a little bit earlier in the season, and they were down to Texas and not playing well. And David Allen took a punt and ran it back for a touchdown. And as Bill Snyder told us last night, he says that turned that ball game around. And one of the other ones, David Allen ran one back and turned him around. So he's trying to do his part to get him going.
That's his longest, the longest kick return allowed by Nebraska this year right there. 44 yards out to the 47-yard line. Best spot that K-State's had to have an offensive set since that opening march. And here's Beasley just keeping it, and he might have a first down. I think he does. Jonathan took it, ran out of bounds at the 42-yard line with a first down as we check the Dell Game Solutions for Kansas State, Bob.
Well, they need to produce some big plays. They're not going to take the offense down methodically, long plays and all that. They need one play, hit a wide receiver down the field, something, big plays. Defensively, they got to get after Beasley. Nebraska defensively, get after, pressure the quarterback, get to the heart of that offense and stop it.
That was the initial first down of the football game for Kansas State. It comes with 23 seconds left in the first quarter. And a timeout taken again by Beasley. The second one Kansas State has had to use here. And we still haven't expired the first 15 minutes. Timeout. Nebraska 16, Kansas State nothing.
Three years ago, my IT guys told me there'd be two kinds of businesses. Those with a vision to master the internet, and those without. And we didn't want to be the second kind. Then Dell came to see us. They showed us how to use the internet for direct relationships with our customers, suppliers, everyone who's a part of our business. With Dell's support, there's no limit to where I can take this company. We always knew we needed the internet. We just didn't know how badly.
Be direct. Dell. Dell servers use Intel Pentium 3 processors.
This is a real mom and pop hardware store. I think we have a nice family feel. A couple of months ago, we got a little bump in our car. Oh, we've been with our State Farm agent for 26 years. Because I think he puts his personal self into it. Just like we do at the hardware store, he actually listens to what your needs are. It makes me feel pretty important.
Get to know your State Farm agent.
You can't put a price on a good relationship.
If you're looking for a family adventure, National Car Rental knows the best place to go is the Walt Disney World Resort. You see, National gets you to all the exciting new rides and attractions fast. For a magical adventure your family will never forget. So, what are you waiting for? Let's go with National Car Rental, the official car rental company of the Walt Disney World Resort. Let's go.
23 seconds left in the first quarter. And a first down Kansas State. The Nebraska 42. Frank Murphy in motion out of the backfield. Straight ahead is Hall. And he's just going to take a couple guys with him, and the guys he's taking are pretty good size. Warren weighs about the same as Hall. They mix it up a little bit now. Steve Warren about 290. Joe Hall about maybe 285.
Steve Warren may be singing him a lullaby. He's sung at some weddings around town. He sung the national anthem, so you never know.
Right now they're singing the blues in Manhattan, Kansas. First quarters belong to the Cornhuskers. ABC Sports presentation of college football returns after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
With the blade set nearly, those first ice boats had a lot of speed, but not a whole lot of control. Oh, geez. Learn the hard way. Wider is better.
With its speed-sensitive steering technology, the Wide Track Grand Prix gives you precise cornering and control.
Better.
Wider is better. The Wide Track Grand Prix by Pontiac. Now you can lease the 2000 Grand Prix GT sedan for as low as $275 a month. Call for important lease details. See your Pontiac dealer today.
National Car Rental presents Drive for the National Championship. In 1976, the Pittsburgh Panthers met a powerful Notre Dame squad in a nationally televised showdown in South Bend. Led by Heisman winner Tony Dorsett, the Panthers dominated the Irish all afternoon and went on to an undefeated season and the national championship. This year's national champion will be crowned in the title game of the Bowl Championship Series.
Hey there, time for a holiday. So switch off your computers and take a national holiday with National Car Rental. Spend some time with National Heroes. Or visit a national treasure. Join the National Football League. Or take your kids to a national park. But wherever you go, National will get you there fast. Because with hundreds of locations nationwide, it's hard to find a place that's not a national city. Whoa! National Car Rental. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
Dodge Ram's payload and towing capabilities are the stuff of legend, but there's a load more. Ram introduced the world's first quad cab. Ram's available Magnum V10 is the largest and most powerful V10 in a full-size pickup. And Ram pickups are the longest-lasting full-size pickups on the road. We could go on, and on, and on. Now you can save $595 on a 5.9-liter Magnum V8 engine.
Serving Beaver City, we're Nebraska Television and TV.
Set to start the second quarter, Nebraska leading 16-0. Kansas State a 2nd and 4 at the Cornhusker 36-yard line. And now Beasley trying to change the play over the din of the crowd. Hall had to come way up near him to get the change, and that's Beasley to throw. Got a man open, overshot him. It was Lockett who was open at the 30-yard line. So far, all Nebraska in this game. Eric Crouch got things going in a hurry, capping a 44-yard drive with a 30-yard touchdown run. Randy Stella with Kansas State backed up in their own end zone blocks a punt for a safety, and then moments ago, Crouch got a great block and took it 18 yards for his second scoring run of the day to cap a 73-yard drive. And that's where we are, 16-0 Cornhuskers. 3rd down and 4. As Bob said, the Wildcats struggled big time on 3rd down conversions last week. They need this one to kind of get back in the hunt in this thing. Beasley deep drops, going to go long. Got a man out there. Morgan has it. 1st and goal, Kansas State at the 4-yard line.
That's what they've done all year long, is live by the big play.
32 yards to Quincy Morgan.
3rd and short yardage, and they go for the big play down the field. Morgan's right here. He's just going to break to the inside. Single coverage and nice protection. Look at the time he has to stand in the pocket. He almost hung this up too much. Morgan had to wait for it. If he hadn't waited for it, he could have scored a touchdown.
On the ground, Murphy got to about the 2. You know, they don't throw a lot, but Beasley, 2nd in the country in yards per completion, 2nd only to Michael Vick, almost 19 yards per completion.
Yeah, he's only completing 46% of his passes, which is last in the Big 12 in completion percentage. But he's great in distance throwing, and 9 of his 12 touchdown passes have been for greater than 32 yards.
Here they just like to jam it in the end zone. Hall and Murphy behind Beasley. Murphy. I don't know. Got close. He got in. Oh, the ball is loose. Nebraska says they have it.
Did he score before the ball came loose?
Boy, he was right at the goal line when that thing came out of there. Vanden Bosch is the guy holding the football, and what are the officials going to do with this one? They have marked it at about the 4-inch line, I think.
Well, we talk about fumbles going into the game and turnovers, and nobody can hang on to it. Here it is.
Ooh.
That's close.
Very.
That is very close. Looked like
Beasley hit. Got there. Touchdown. Boy, did he have to work for that 4 inches of turf. So Beasley puts Kansas State on the board for the first time today, and they're going to go for 2.
Well, I don't know. That was very close. The play before that, whether or not the ball was loose before his knee hits the ground. That's the key. Does his knee hit the ground and then the ball come out? Yeah, it looks like his knee may have hit the ground before the ball was out.
Going for 2 in an empty backfield. Beasley rolls to his right with the option to throw. Had it batted down. Steve Warren got a paw on it.
The way he threw it, he kind of threw it sidearm. Warren had to reach down to knock that one down.
But Kansas State does get a touchdown. They really had to struggle to get in there, and they trail now by 10.
The Burger King Big Kids Meal. It has more of the great tasting food your kids love. Not to mention a little something else your kids may enjoy.
Pokemon.
Now inside every Burger King Big Kids meal you buy, your kids not only get more of the great tasting food they love, they get Pokemon toys and limited edition trading cards from Pokemon the first movie. Pokemon in the Burger King Big Kids meal. Come and catch them all.
America's biggest road show.
Ohio State is headed to Michigan's Big House.
Michigan's gonna be hungry. They need this one bad.
Nothing measly about the touchdown by Beasley. I guess about a 6-inch dive caps a 53-yard scoring drive.
The impressive thing, though, was Kansas State goes down 16-0, and they immediately come back. I think that's a testament to Bill Snyder, and what a great job he's done at this school, bringing the tradition back. 6 straight years they've won 9 games or more. I think this is the 7th year. They've won 9 straight. There's a toughness, there's a mental toughness, and he just won't let them quit.
Randy Stella waiting back on the goal line. Kick taken by Joe Walker. And Walker broke a tackle. Hurdles another. And finally sandwiched at about the 38-yard line. Check our Aflac trivia question for this week. Kansas State last won in Lincoln in 1968. We talked about that earlier. In that year, which movie won the Academy Award for Best Picture? What was the #1 song? And how much were student season tickets? You get all of those. You're doing a good job. We were up here guessing the song and the movie earlier. Tickets, there aren't any to be had for this one, I'll tell you that much. fact, they expected a record crowd today, over 77,000. Miller, the fullback. And the ball came loose at the very end of that play, too, but he was blown dead already.
If you're going to run the option, you have to give it to the fullback. He has to be a threat up inside every now and then.
Wow, Arkansas has beaten Tennessee, so that shakes up the SEC. Florida had to struggle a little bit, but won. Alabama leading Mississippi State. Key games all in the SEC for the SEC championship in Atlanta at the Georgia Dome the first weekend of December. Michigan, if you didn't see it, a winner over Penn State. Wisconsin, if they can win that Iowa game in the Rose Bowl. That's all what's going on today. And here in Nebraska, they lead Kansas State. Bobby Newcombe, first time he's got his hands on it today, got out to the 44-yard line. Jeremetrius Butler made the tackle. And Frank Solich knows that he wants to get number 12 involved in this Nebraska offense.
You look at Bobby Newcombe, they're always aware of where he's at on the football field. Now, that doesn't mean you stop trying to get him the ball, and we'll continually try to do that. But we've been satisfied, I think, with the kind of plays that we've had in and some of the opportunities that he's had to get the ball. That doesn't mean they're all going to materialize to where the ball's in his hands, but we'll do the best we can on that.
On the double wing, they do the best they can, and Sean Applegate, a former walk-on, rips off 13 yards. First down, Nebraska at the 42-yard line. Second time today we've seen that double wing set.
Yeah, I think this is something they used a lot last week against Texas A&M. Double wing right here and here. The difference is right here is a fullback that can block, so they've got the option balanced up. They can go one side or the other. Before, they were tipping it a little bit, so they balance up, put the fullback in there, and they can run it either way.
First down inside the 42. Here's the option. Keeper by Crouch. Crouch dives inside the 35 to the 33. 8 or 9 more yards. He's on his way to a 100-yard day. He's got 99 on 10 carries.
Mark Semino on the tackle.
Last year, Eric Crouch almost had his head taken off with Nebraska trying to desperately come back in that game. And watch this play. The officials somehow missed that.
Oh.
Looked like Linda Blair in The Exorcist on this play, and there wasn't a call.
Oh, that still hurts me when I look at that. And I was there doing the game, and it was unbelievable that the referee didn't see it because that official, the referee, is just supposed to do nothing but watch the quarterback for late hits and personal fouls and intentional grounding.
Right, that was on a 4th and 16 as Nebraska was trying to come back in that game. And of course, then a late touchdown. Jeff Kelly on a fumble return was the final score, 40-30. But the folks in Lincoln and around Nebraska have not forgotten that play, that face mask that was not called. Eric Crouch said, "You think that thing didn't hurt? I couldn't even turn my neck in practice for about a week afterwards."
Yeah.
And today, he has turned the crowd on. His neck's been fine. He scored 2 touchdowns on the ground from 30 and 18 yards. And that, with a safety as well for Nebraska, has them the 10-point lead and right now with 11:19 left in the half. And there was a timeout on the field. Give us a chance to remind you, next Saturday at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific, ABC kicks off the college football doubleheader with a battle of Big Ten rivals as Michigan, fresh off their win today over Penn State, takes on Ohio State. And then Penn State and Michigan State will get together, UCLA and USC next Saturday on ABC Sports, home of the Bowl Championship Series. You can check out flashbacks of some of the best rivalries with abcsports.com and ESPN.com, part of the Go Network. Nebraska looking to go for about another yard here on second down. 2 tight ends set. Diedrich's got it as he gets to the 31-yard line. Lamar Chapman made the tackle.
You mentioned a little earlier the Tennessee loss, talking about the playoff in college football that we're having in November. Tennessee was ranked 2nd in the BCS poll. These 2 teams are 5th and 6th, so whoever wins this game, Tennessee was going to drop down. They're going to move up to at least 4.
Right.
Virginia Tech plays tonight against Miami, and they got their hands full. So this whole thing, one of these 2 teams could be there at the end.
Florida did win today. High backfield. Crouch drops back. The throw deep, overshot. Sean Applegate, it's what they like to do with that little option drop back game. And Applegate may have had a step back there against Ishod Carter, but the throw was long. The BCS standings as things started today. Florida State on top, but Tennessee, as Bob said, is going to slip now. Virginia Tech, a dangerous Miami game tonight. They've got in Blacksburg. Florida won, so they'll move up. Kansas State and Nebraska both have the opportunity to push forward. And Wisconsin might even end up there in that 6th spot if they can beat Iowa. Who knows? So a lot of football left.
For sure.
7th play of the Nebraska drive. Here's a shovel patch to Dietrich, and he's close to the first down. Got to the 22, needed to get inside the 21. I like that play.
It is. It's like an inside option or a shovel pass.
And Lamar Chapman.
The good thing about it is an option. This one you're throwing forward because if you drop the ball that way, it's an incomplete forward pass. If it's an option pitching it backward, obviously it's a fumble.
They really used that effectively, especially in the second half against the Aggies last week. Nebraska's 5 of 7 on their 3rd down conversions. Here's a power eye, 2 tight ends. Dietrich puts his head down. He's fighting for it. And the spot's going to be very, very close to another Nebraska first down. Speaking of Texas A&M, they win in a rout today, so credit R.C. Slocum for getting his troops back in gear after getting shut out by this Nebraska team last week. I think they're going to have to take a look at this one. I think he's got it by about 3 inches, but we're about 2 miles away in an absolutely gorgeous press box. I'll tell you that much. Our buddy Keith Jackson had some say in how they built this joint. Boy, did they do it right. Ooh, I got bad eyes.
3 inches short instead of made by 3. But we got a great announce booth. Keith Jackson came up here and showed them how to do the table and the baskets to hold the monitors. And the best thing he did,
if he hasn't left a big enough legacy in college football, he told them that you need a restroom in the booth.
And there's a sign right in back of us saying the Keith Jackson Memorial Biffy.
I've been in there twice already today, Keith, and I was yelling, "Whoa, Lily!" and nobody could hear me. It's soundproof. Here's a 4th down at inches. They converted a 4th and 1 earlier in this football game. Crouch does it again. So Nebraska keeps the drive going, leading by 10. An ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Ford F-Series. The best-selling trucks are built Ford tough. AT&T 1 rate 7 cent plan. 1 simple rate all day, every day. Budweiser, made with a freshness, all natural ingredients for brewery fresh taste. And Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit. There's a statue of the black shirts outside Memorial Stadium. The black shirts, the name given to their defense back in the 60s when Bob Devaney wanted to distinguish between his starters and his second-team people. There's another fumble. Bobby Newcombe on a pitch on a trailer will lose about 4 yards.
That's something new. Bobby Newcombe in as an I-back and getting the pitch from the quarterback. He's played every way. He's going to be the wide receiver, wing back, tailback, wherever.
There have been some fumble problems today, without a doubt. Like the first play of the ball game, it happened. That one scooped up by Chapman, and then down close. We didn't even see this one. It was at the bottom of a late pile, and Kansas State took over. And now another one that was harmless, but does present them with a 2nd down and 14. Crouch follows his blockers, got a nice stiff arm, got back to the original line of scrimmage at the 20-yard line.
That's the same play that they scored on. It's the quarterback sweep, just going the other way. Didn't get quite the results that they got the last time.
Frank Solich talked to us about all his fumble problems his team's had this year.
The thing that we have are backs that really battle for yards after contact, and you're more vulnerable with that, because once you get hit and once you're striving for the yards after contact, the second and third guy that comes in usually try to strip the ball. So we need to, once we get into that contact, make sure we're covering up really well on the ball.
And, of course, some of it is just being in the right place at the right time if you drop one. That's happened to him once today, but it hasn't over the course of the season. 3rd down, 11. Crouch pressured for the first time. He got hammered. He got the ball to Wistrom inside the 10. He's got a 1st and goal. Crouch got leveled as he let go of that ball, but on 3rd and 11, he finds Wistrom for 14. I don't know how he get rid of this football.
I don't either. I think the helmet incident last week may have helped him. Last year may have helped him. Crossing route here. Here's Wistrom. He's just going to go down and cross, and the ball's going to be right there. Crouch does a great job of just buying a little bit of time and then just throwing it to a safe area.
Kansas State looked like they had a turkey for Thanksgiving and each grabbed a wing, and he somehow got the ball there. It's 1st and goal, and now he rolls behind a convoy. Going to be brought down after a pickup of only 1. Chris Johnson is out there, draped all over him, the junior. And Nebraska in the red zone's had some trouble with those fumbles as well. They had a couple against Texas, but there's what they've done, 10 turnovers in the red zone this year.
And 36 of 49, only 27 touchdowns when you've been in there 49 times and all those turnovers. That is not good.
Yep. They had 2 inside the 15 against the Longhorns in their only loss, and they put 1 on the ground at about the Kansas 1-yard line, so they don't want to drop one here. Another opportunity to put a little space between themselves and the 5th-ranked team in the country. They lead by 10. 14th play of the drive so far, and Eric Crouch says, I think he'll talk this thing over on the sideline. Timeout, Nebraska.
You know, and a lot of these fumbles are not coming for an option team on the toss. Right. They're just guy carrying it and fumbling the football.
It's tough to put your finger on it. That's something that pushes some to press on and puts pride in their calluses. But when somebody's got this kind of drive, you'll know. Just look at their truck. Welcome to Ford Country. When you call this place home, you live in the land of the indestructibles. Land of tools that were born to work overtime. Bring on the gravel pits, pallets, and tandem axle trailers. Then bring on the weekend. Because when you're built Ford tough, you're out to take on anything. Just bring it on.
Why do I have Aflac insurance on top of my regular health insurance? Because he has his mother's eyes. Because I still have to teach him to whistle. And because Aflac helps cover what other insurance doesn't. If I'm injured, Aflac even provides cash to help pay bills. So why do I have Aflac? Did I mention he has his mother's eyes? Aflac supplemental insurance. Without it, no insurance is complete.
2nd and goal just outside the 4. Willie Miller, touchdown, Cornhuskers. Bob said earlier you got to throw him a bone once in a while, and Willie Miller, the fullback, doesn't carry it much, but he just carried it 4 yards for a Nebraska touchdown.
Well, there's quite a tradition around here of fullbacks. Willie Miller is one of the in the line of the long line of really good fullbacks here. Just a junior getting his first opportunity to play.
His 2nd touchdown rush of the year, and now Josh Brown for the point after. High snap. Oh, that's a 2-point conversion by Frankie London.
Nice call there. Nice call. Surprise. Good play. You got Frankie London in. You work on these plays in practice and you don't get an opportunity to run them, but it's a nice call by Frank Solich. You got to pull the trigger and go with it. And the players execute.
We will never, ever smoke up this house again. We are quitting with the patch.
Nicoderm CQ.
With the steps.
There's a lot to be said for steps.
Nicoderm CQ has 3 steps, so you can step down your dose gradually, the way doctors and pharmacists prefer.
Was this a great idea or what?
Commit to quit for the American Cancer Society's Great American Smokeout with Nicoderm CQ.
A pile of 100-year-old bricks might look like rubble to some. But I knew what they'd been through. Knew that you could hardly hurt them. bricks with a history like that was strong enough to stand again.
Ford F-Series Super Duty. Built Ford tough.
They're the largest creatures on Earth. They've adapted and evolved with strength and determination. The kind of strength that helps the Pacific Life family of companies manage more than $300 billion for its clients. And determination that has guided Pacific Life for 130 years. Size, strength, longevity, offering annuities, insurance and investments. Use the power of Pacific Life.
Promotional consideration provided by National Car Rental, the official car rental company of the Bowl Championship Series on ABC.
Let's go!
On that 62-yard scoring drive, Nebraska converted a 4th and 1 and a 3rd and 11, and Willie Miller took it 4 yards to score. They lead 24-6 following the 2-point lead by Frankie London for the conversion. Morgan and Allen waiting on the kick.
Nebraska has now scored on 3 of their last 4 possessions, all touchdowns.
Bill Schneider, his team a winner in this game a year ago, and now in a deep hole already before halftime. Hayden Feld's kick, good one. Allen won't have a shot at it. Out of the back of the end zone. Our Aflac trivia question earlier, Kansas State last one here in Lincoln in '68. What movie won the Academy Award for Best Picture? Oliver. Man, that must have been a bad year for movies. Student season tickets, 10 1/4, tossing and turning. Bobby Lewis. Oops, caught me. Bobby Lewis, tossing and turning. That was the #1 song. That's what Bill Snyder's going to be doing in bed tonight if his team doesn't get in gear. At the 20.
You look pretty good there,
hey,
partner.
thanks. Beasley on the give. Frank Murphy got about 2. 7:45 now remaining in the half. And Kansas State needs to come from out of a hole. Vanden Bosch got up limping a little bit. He's already blocked a field goal again today. That's what started all this. Nebraska fumbled on its first snap offensively and then held Kansas State to a field goal attempt. And a guy that had hit 15 straight had a field goal blocked by Vanden Bosch, and things just started running red after that. 2nd down and 8. On the ground again. Murphy. And he's going to be close to a first down on the run. Speaking of on the run, how's Ron Dane doing? Let's check in with John Saunders.
Brad, as you know, he started the day needing 99 yards. He starts this next play needing 23 yards. Here's Tim Brandt with the call.
Dane.
The big boy.
Look out. Ron Dane. He needs 23. He's across the 40. Open up the history books. Here comes Ron Dane. Ron Dane.
In Madison, Ron Dane, #1 all-time. Brad.
Congratulations as well. We've seen Big Ron Dane for 4 years and seen so many special moments. None more special than that to do it at Camp Randall Stadium. We had him for 220 plus against Purdue last week, and as I said, he just kind of smiled when I said, wouldn't it be nice to do it at home? And he said it would be kind of cool in front of the student body. Well, he got it, and our congratulations to Ron Dane, now the new king of the hill in the rushing record books in college football. Here, Kansas State fighting back. Outside the 47, they've got a first down. On a little quick open and draw, but nothing to open there. There's a nice play by Eric Johnson, the outside linebacker, drops Murphy for no gain.
What the Cats are doing with Frank Murphy, he's got a lot of speed. He's had some injuries with his ankle. They're running him straight up. The last 2 or 3 plays, he's just run inside. This time there was nothing there, but they want to run him inside because straight ahead is where he is not affected by that ankle sprain.
Well, they had that surgery on that ankle, and he put a pin in it, but I watched him in pregame warm-up. He looked extraordinarily sound, and I had a gut feeling that they would get him in this ball game because of his speed, his elusiveness, and his size, Bob.
He can make some plays.
They're going to need him, and then some. Beasley in trouble. Throws, safety valve is Murphy. Here he goes. Down to the 40-yard line. First down. Pickup of 13.
There's just tremendous presence of mind. Jonathan Beasley to hang in there. Looks downfield. He's got somebody at his feet.
Jason Lohr almost got to him.
There you see it from ground level. Coverage there. Keeps alive. Stays awake, knows where his receivers are, and then allows Murphy to get it upfield.
It's only the 6th reception of the year for Murphy, but it's a big one. Now it's David Allen. Allen only got about a yard. And it was Lohr who was putting on that pass rush that made the tackle. David Allen, all the speed and all the things we talk about his punt return capabilities, but he struggles a little bit in the backfield.
Yeah, he's not as dangerous from the line of scrimmage as he is kicking off on kickoff returns or punt returns. You get him in the broken field, an open field, and he's dangerous. You might throw him the football out of the backfield. That would get him in space.
Now they go to a 3 wide receiver set, change the play at the line of scrimmage. Beasley lines him up at the 39 of Nebraska. And they'll just give it inside. Only about a yard, as Nebraska's defense is not given much to Allen. Tomorrow on ABC, the ISU Grand Prix of figure skating continues. A dynamic pair of Americans, Kyoko Ina and John Zimmerman, skated their 2nd full season together. They'll battle the world's elite skaters in the National Car Rental Skate America. The road to gold continues tomorrow, 2 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Pacific on ABC Sports. We're skating right along in the 2nd quarter. Only 4 minutes left in the half. 24-6 Nebraska. A 3rd and 8. Beasley. Well, he had a lot on it, but nobody near it. Quincy Morgan, I guess the intended receiver. And Beasley's got to scrape himself off the turf.
And they'll punt it away here, or it looks like they're giving us the appearance that they're going to. He's still playing the field position game, and there is no quit in Bill Snyder. They've come from behind before.
His last punt was blocked, remember, but he was in his own end zone. Ronchik's got more room to work here. Joe Walker waiting on it at the 10-yard line. Bobby Newcombe is going to drop back there with him, try to keep this one out of the end zone, maybe get a play on a return. Oh, man, they got close again. Brown almost blocked it. Newcombe will take it at the 12, spins, and goes down at about the 17-yard line. Our game summary in this one. Eric Crouch from 30 yards out got Nebraska on the board first. And then Ronchik had the punt blocked by Stella for the safety. It was 9-0. Eric Crouch, an 18-yard run here for his 2nd score of the day, made it 16-0. Kansas State's Beasley, a 1-yard dive to keep him in the hunt, but then Willie Miller took it 4 yards right up the middle. That's where we are at 24-6. And Nebraska's got it back at its own 17-yard line with 3:44 left. They have only 1 timeout remaining here in the half. Eric Crouch's numbers pretty impressive, over 100 yards and 2 scores on the ground, and as we said, has become the 5th Nebraska quarterback with over 1,000 yards rushing, and here he goes for about 10 more. Got taken out on the sideline over there, and like he maybe took a coach with him. Cooper made the tackle. Might have taken the coach with him. Was it Frank that went down?
No, he got out of the way. He's been around those sidelines a long time. This is his 2nd year as a head coach, 19 years as an assistant.
He knows enough to get out of the way.
And he was a fullback here before that, so he knows those sidelines.
115 yards for Crouch and 2 touchdowns. Frank Solich, who likes to work out and stay in shape and still is, but his wife says he bought a set of weights. He hasn't used them all year. That's how much time he's put into this football team. Play action, Crouch from behind, down he goes. Darren Howard comes storming around the corner, and he's the guy that can really put some pressure on the outside for the Wildcats.
And he's used to sacking quarterbacks. He is the career sack leader at Kansas State. He now has 29 in his career. Number 49. That's unfair, having a back try to block a defensive end.
Yep.
He'll take that matchup any day.
He plays all over the place. Got a couple interceptions this year, too. Very rangy on the outside. They move him inside at times.
Yep. In fact, he returned one of those interceptions for a touchdown.
Senior out of St. Petersburg, Florida, has put Nebraska in a 2nd and long. Crouch will keep it anyway. Got to the 35-yard line. Picked up 9 more. Eric Crouch, who had over 100 yards on the ground last week and 22 carries for 108 yards in this game last year, and way past that already here in the first half. At halftime, it's a Valvoline halftime report. John Saunders and Terry Bodden will be along. Scores and highlights from across the country. Michigan's beaten Penn State. Arkansas, a winner over Tennessee. Florida survives. Virginia Tech plays tonight. Ron Dane's a new record holder. There's all kinds of cool stuff going on today.
Things are changing at the top.
Crouch with time and ran out of it. Is the ball loose? They're going to blow it dead at the 30-yard line. Howard again came storming around that corner. And Crouch is saying, I was throwing it, and the officials are agreeing, but it's still a punting situation. So Howard had a great defensive series there.
He did, and he wasn't working on jolts. He was working on the back again. I think it was Willie Miller. Gameday, the tight end, was over there too.
So Hayden felt to punt. David Allen says, just give me a chance. They'll try to keep it out of his hands, obviously. Only guy in history to return punts for touchdowns in 3 straight games. He might have a chance, but it's a great kick. Nope, he's got to let it go. Well, he just played the averages. That thing was going to go inside the 10, and he didn't want to hear it from Bill Snyder on the sideline. A 65-yard punt. And Kansas State will work now from their own 20-yard line. They trailed 24-6 here at Memorial Stadium in front of what might be indeed a record crowd today, the 233rd straight sellout. Eric Crouch, a couple of touchdowns, a safety on a block punt, and Willie Miller, the fullback, for a score. The only touchdown so far for Kansas State is Jonathan Beasley, their quarterback, sneaking it in from less than a yard out. Kansas State has 1 timeout remaining before the break. Here's Murphy trying a cutback run. He ran right back into the same guy that hit him the first time. Vanden Bosch tried to Bosch him in the backfield and then stuck with it and made the tackle.
That's just, if you stay alive and be alert, maybe the guy will come back your way, and that's what he did.
Vanden Bosch, I remember the first time I saw him, we said to Charlie McBride, this kid looks like he's going to be good. And Charlie just kind of raised his eyebrows and said, he's going to be really good. And he has been. Now a junior, 270-pounder. Drops Murphy for only a 1-yard gain. It's 2nd down and 9. Nebraska shows blitz, backs out of it. Now they come with some heat, and Beasley trying to get it out to Lockett. Couldn't. Lockett single coverage out there with Keogh Craver on a crossing pattern.
Yeah, well, they had what they wanted, and that is single coverage in the secondary. They just couldn't find him. Nebraska had some pressure on Beasley.
And the pressure has made him struggle statistically.
Beasley only 2 of 8 passing. As we mentioned, he's not a big percentage guy as far as completions are concerned.
Remember, that one completion was the long one down to Quincy Morgan that got him close to the end zone. Murphy will be the single setback. 3 wideouts as George Williams joins Morgan and Lockett. And they're going to keep it on the ground, and Murphy spins in that backfield, broke a tackle, and as Swanee said, he looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Pickup of 11. Wisconsin looks like they're on their way to the Rose Bowl. Still a half a football to go there, but they lead 27-3.
Bill Snyder likes to keep his practices closed. He doesn't like to give out a lot of injury reports, but this guy looks like he's pretty healthy. He doesn't have any knee and ankle problems.
Not a 4-2 speed guy, and he showed some of it there, and they tried to get it out to him in a pass pattern, and he got hammered by Julius Jackson in coverage. Georgia Tech survives Clemson, 45-42. Joe Hamilton had a big day, 5 touchdowns and 88 yards on the ground, so he's not going to just hand that Heisman Trophy to Ron Dane, I don't guess.
That's for sure.
Be interesting. The votes from where they come, and the Midwest, you would think, would be Dane heavy. Joe Hamilton probably in the South.
I would think, though, with Dane surpassing all those other guys and those other 4 guys having won the Heisman, that will influence a lot of the voters.
No doubt about it. 2nd down and 10. We got a minute and a second remaining in the half. Beasley from the shotgun. And did they take too much time?
Yeah.
The noise was getting to them a little bit. They were trying to get set, change things up. And now instead of 2nd and 10, it's going to be 2nd down and 15. That's the first penalty of the game against Kansas Kansas State. They had the one decline penalty earlier on the punt situation. Kansas State had almost 100 yards in penalties last week, and that was something that was irking Bill Snyder.
And they're the most penalized team in the Big 12 this year. It just you just can't stop yourself, especially on offense. If some of those penalties come on defense and they're aggressive, you can put up with that, but not offensively. Stops your drives.
They'll work from the gun again. 2nd and 15. Slip, screen, got it on the run to Quincy Morgan. Morgan across midfield, one man to beat. They're going to drag him down, but not before he got to the 18-yard line. Deion Booker saved a touchdown. Morgan gets those wheels turning, and it's hard to stop him. Averaging over 22 yards a catch, and he got 55 on this one.
Yeah, they call this the jailbreak screen, and this was Charlie McBride, defensive coordinator, saying yesterday they didn't like this one.
And intended on a slant for Quincy Morgan. Way high and deep from Beasley.
And there aren't many defensive coordinators that do like that play. Right. And the reason is because the offensive lineman can go downfield and throw their blocks, and the guy, you can throw a pass, a forward pass. It just has to be behind the line of scrimmage.
If they had that rule in the National Football League, there'd be 100 of those thrown a day.
Oh boy, would there ever.
Yeah. Only 43 seconds left. Timeout situation. Kansas State has one.
This would be a big score if the Cats can get in here.
Would it ever? And 2nd and 10. Beasley drops, wants to throw back to the right. Now he's got some heat and trying to throw it away. Almost intercepted by Ralph Brown.
It was a bad decision by Beasley. His first, second, and third choices were covered, and he just turned and threw it to the corner and didn't even look.
Almost found number 22 as his intended receiver, but it was a wrong color jersey.
A red jersey, exactly. He rolls to this side. He wants to throw back. It was the design play to throw back, and then before he threw it this way, he didn't even look.
That's a blind toss there. 3rd down and 10 at the 18. They want something out of this drive before halftime. Lockett in motion. They're going to throw it, try to do the same thing to Morgan. He dropped the ball.
They tried the same jailbreak screen and didn't connect on it.
Now they pretty much got to go for 3 here, don't they? 31 seconds left. They're talking about it. Here they come. They'll bring out the field goal unit. There was some conversation. That guy has the final say, and he says, let's get 3 before the break. But remember, Jamie Rheem, who had hit 15 straight, had his first one blocked today by Vanden Bosch, who's got 3 in the last 2 weeks. So watch out for where number 83 will be coming from. He's right behind the right upright, I think. 35-yard attempt. He got it, but not by much. Kind of an ugly kick. Almost had it stuffed again, but he got it through with 25 seconds left in the half. So that quiets the crowd momentarily, but they have seen Nebraska pretty much dominate the first half of this football game. The Big 12 North is at stake here today with Kansas State in the driver's seat, but they've got to come from behind to win this game. If Nebraska wins, and right now they lead 24-9, they would have to go to Colorado and win that game, and then they know they would be the northern representative for the Big 12 championship game in San Antonio against, will it be Texas? Well, Texas and Texas Tech played tonight, and Texas Tech, after some early rocky goings and some booing against Spike, they're right back in the hunt too. They can win out and win the South, so it's kind of crazy right now.
If they could beat Texas tonight and win the rest of the games, they would go.
Rheem, who just hit the field goal, set to kick. Nice kick. Stella, 5-yard deep, will not bring it out. So Nebraska leading 24-9, courtesy of their quarterback and their defense, Eric Crouch. 81 yards in the air at 121 and 2 touchdowns on the ground, including a 30-yarder where nobody got a hand on him as he took it in, and an 18-yarder, much the same, a cutback, a great block Part of his 2 touchdowns rushing today and going over 1,000 yards rushing in his Cornhusker career at quarterback.
Earlier in the year, he was not named the starting quarterback.
No.
Newcombe was the starter, and they played. Both of them played, and Bobby Crouch started doing better, and Newcombe went to wide receiver, and it's been a good thing for the Cornhuskers.
Semino levels Crouch after a pickup of about 3. Number 42 is always going to be around the football. Boy, he's a good one.
He is. He's led this team in tackles for 3 years. He's been a captain ever since his sophomore season, and he's just an outstanding player.
And he's going to, I'm sure, try to fire up his defensive teammates in the locker room at halftime, because Nebraska has owned the first half at home. 24-9, the halftime score. ABC Sports presentation of college football will return after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
As you well know, I love beer. Let's go back and talk about the brewing process. Let's talk about what are the key ingredients in beer. The yeast is an integral part of the taste profile of the beer. Change the yeast, you change the beer. It was one of the things that Adolphus Busch brought when he brought his ingredients and formula for Budweiser to the United States. Then we have the barley malt. The barley malt is the soul of the beer. From there, let's talk about hops. We are selecting the hops today as he did years ago. We have a hop farm in Germany. We have a hop farm in the northwestern part of the United States. Blend those things and you have what Anheuser-Busch is all about.
AT&T, 7 cents a minute, all day, every day.
Take one of these. That'll be 25 cents.
But it says here it's a nickel.
Not for a couple of hours.
What?
Well, see, sometimes it's a nickel, but right now, it's a quarter.
It's like that long-distance nickel plan where they say it's a nickel.
Sometimes they charge you 25.
That's right.
That's where we got the idea.
Is that right?
7 cents a minute, all day, every day, even to Canada with our international plan.
You know, there are some stores that sell candy for one low price all day long.
And people like it?
Oh, they love it.
Call 1-800-41-RATE to enroll.
I'm Steve Kirby. These are my mountains. I test emissions for Ford Motor Company. We're up here in the Rockies testing Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury sport utility vehicles. We're really concerned about the environment. Every SUV we sell this year is going to be low emissions. These vehicles average 35% less smog-forming emissions than the government requires. 35%. That's really amazing. The government doesn't make us do this. We're doing this for my mountains. Better ideas driven by you.
Where's our doctor? Wait, we have to go to Lincoln?
That's over 2 hours away. Your plan lets us go to Kearney.
We'll have to change doctors. What about our medical records?
So staying close to home means a bigger medical bill.
Does your boss know about this plan?
This plan's called Choice.
It really doesn't offer any choice.
If your insurance provider does not work with Kearney Sentinel Healthcare Network, you may not have access to quality healthcare here in Central Nebraska. Sentinel Healthcare, keeping you and your healthcare close to home.
Valvoline Halftime 99, brought to you by Valvoline. You can always tell the guys who use Valvoline. From our New York studios, John Saunders and Terry Bowden.
And welcome. Your second half still to come. Plenty of storylines today, including the Bowl Championship Series. But the big one, Ron Dayne, and a national record in the NCAA most rushing yards in the history of the game. Ron Dayne today against Iowa would get it on a big run.
I'll tell you, that was a great goal line run. He comes back.
That was a big boy.
He needs 23. He's across the 40. Open up the history books. Here comes Ron Dayne. Ron Dayne.
You saw his daughter Jada looking on. Wisconsin has a big lead, but who cares? Ron Dane, 127 yards. Ricky Williams' record stands for less than a year, and this guy has done it since his freshman year.
I'll tell you, a big factor, Brooks Bolger came in 6 weeks ago. They're undefeated, but he ran the option. He spread defenses out, and he gave Ron Dane a second chance to win this title. And, of course, he's going to win that Heisman.
And Ron Dane right now at 63-08 and still counting. Second half still to come. Tennessee against Arkansas. They almost lost to Arkansas last year. Would have cost them the national championship. Clint Sterner fumbled the ball late, set up a touchdown, and here he gets his revenge. 23 yards to Anthony Lucas. Arkansas 28-24, and too much for T. Martin and crew.
Last week, Ole Miss sacked Clint Sterner 5 times, put pressure, got beat. He got no pressure today, threw 3 touchdowns, and they won the game.
Clint Sterner, 228 yards as well. He was picked off just once. Kansas State and Nebraska. K-State hasn't won there since 1968. And Nebraska says, we're going to knock that goose egg out of the loss column. Eric Crouch here takes off 18 yards, gives Nebraska a 16-0 lead. Crouch with 2 touchdown runs, and Nebraska right now is putting a hurting on Kansas State.
Well, to play championship football, you got to have a great defense and a great quarterback. There's 2 great defenses coming into this game, but right now only 1 great quarterback, Eric Crouch.
Yeah, Nebraska's ground game looking real good, 24-9. Maryland against #1 Florida State. Bobby Cox on hand to look at the game, perhaps hoping to see a national championship for Florida State. Rich Wenke, 7 yards to Ron Dugans. 7-0 Florida State had the lead, and then 5 yards to Peter Warwick, as Florida State right now is putting to rest any hope of Maryland to get a victory in this game.
Well, Maryland's having to start Latrez Harrison, a true freshman in his first start area ever. Doak Walker is not a good place to have your first start.
Now, here's your dad. He has never had an undefeated season. You've had one. Your brother Tommy's had one, but Pop hasn't had one.
Well, he's lost 2 games in bowls where he won the regular season, but he's never had to get out this next week against Florida. He can be undefeated, but you got to win 11, and that goes through Gainesville.
But he does have a national championship, and that's the only one in the family. Now, speaking of Florida and Gainesville against South Carolina in the road today, Steve Spurrier with Doug Johnson says, you're out, Doug. Jesse Palmer is in. 28 yards to Darrell Jackson. Jesse Palmer actually did not have a very good game. Florida holds on for the win. Lou Holtz lost his mother this week. And this one is a 20-3 victory for Florida, but for the second straight week. Vanderbilt last week, Florida unimpressive.
Well, this hurts them for margin of victory. You've got to have a good victory, and this is the second week in a row they have not had a good victory. He's having problems with his quarterback situation. Jesse Palmer did no better than last week, Doug Johnson.
Okay, but in the BCS right now, a few teams above them getting knocked around a little bit. Kansas State, Virginia Tech, if they have a chance to lose as well. Florida still could be in the catbird seat with a win over Florida State.
Oh, you're right. And it all boils down to next week against Florida State. That's so critical. That's why Steve Spurrier has got to find a way to solve this quarterback problem. I still say Doug Johnson's the best quarterback. I don't think Steve Spurrier has handled Doug quite like he did Danny Werfel.
I say go with the Canadian. When in doubt, you go with the Canadian Jesse Palmer. Mississippi State against Alabama. Mississippi State, another one of those teams that has yet to lose. Barking if they don't get into the BCS championship game at the Nokia Sugar Bowl. The first half comes to a close, Alabama with the lead.
Well, Sean Alexander was hurt the last couple of weeks. He's healthy right now, and he's critical because they can stop the receivers on the line with their bump and run coverage. He's caught one out of the backfield, scored a touchdown. He's critical for this game.
In the Pac-10, Washington controlling their own destiny. We get, looks like Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl. Rick Neuheisel has his team ready to go. And Marcus Tuiasosopo with a 10-yard run here as Washington grabbed a 7-0 lead. But UCLA has come back to Sean Foster with 2 touchdowns. They tied it at 14. Now Washington up 17-14.
I wish you'd let me say Marcus's name, but UCLA had a week off. And with that week off, they got Deshaun Foster healthy, got Danny Farmer healthy, and Deshaun Foster's already scored 2 touchdowns.
You can say it.
Tuiasosopo.
Got a little hiccup in there. Louisiana Lafayette against Southern Miss. Jeff Kelly with 3 touchdown passes, 48-0 to score there. And Cincinnati against East Carolina, 31-9. East Carolina, David Garrard with 2 touchdown passes there. Stick around. More to come, and your second half is up in a moment.
Some people have shrinks. Some people have their garage.
At BASF, we don't make the water scooter, we make it lighter. We don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
Financial goals require solutions. Dreams deserve dedication. Success demands performance. If there's something you want to achieve, the principal has one word of advice. Plan ahead, get ahead. The Principal Financial Group.
Did you know the University of Nebraska Museum houses more than 10 million specimens, including the world's third largest collection of fossil mammals? And we've just opened the George W. Beadle Center, named for our Nobel Prize winner, to do further state-of-the-art research in genetics. I'd call that scientific proof. There's no place like Nebraska.
Life is
challenging.
I am strong.
Win or lose.
Everyone play. We're ready.
We're ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
This is Valvoline Halftime 99. John Saunders and Terry Bowden. Last week, Penn State, the Nittany Lions lost their chance to win a national championship. But still sights on the Rose Bowl facing Michigan today. Tom Brady here, picked up by Boju, who returns it 46 yards for the touchdown. The defense looking good early.
Well, I tell you, they were good, very good early. But, the defense just couldn't hold on. This conference is just too strong, like I said earlier in the year.
But Tom Brady would come back. 11 yards to Marcus Knight. Touchdown, and Michigan holds on to win it 31-27. That was Jerry Sandusky, 32 years as an assistant coach there, his final season.
Great job there. Anthony Thomas also had 127 yards and 1 touchdown.
And you see the numbers on Brady. A nice job late in the game as well. Michigan State blows out Northwestern 34-0. Nick Saban, the first time he has 8 victories as the head coach there.
Yeah, they're going bowling this year. And Ryan Van Dyke replaced an injured Bill Burke, threw for 153 yards and 2 touchdowns.
All right, running down some more quick highlights. Minnesota and Indiana, they got Penn State last week. Jimmy Wyrick here, picking off Antoine Randall L., and if that's not enough, the sideline is wide open, 61 yards for the touchdown. Thomas Hamner had 34 carries for 174 yards. Jesse the Body likes it. For Illinois against Ohio State, Kurt Kittner to Michael Dean, hits him in the shoulder, and doink over to Josh Whitman for 9 yards. Kittner, 17 of 31, 222, and 4 touchdowns as well. And then Joe Hamilton had a great day.
I'll tell you, Joe Hamilton did an excellent job. Clemson did a good job for playing this game, but Joe Hamilton, 322 yards, 19 rushes for 88 yards, 5 touchdown passes. He alone was too much for Clemson today.
Yeah, the 5 touchdown passes, tying a record set by Joe Hamilton back in 1998. Georgia Tech winning it 45-42. Texas A&M and Missouri. Randy McCown trying to lead them on the road. They've struggled the last 2 games, giving up 88 points on the road. But he finds Bethel Johnson here, and A&M had a 14-0 lead. And that was enough as A&M blows them out 51-14 the final.
Joe Weber, their first 100-yard rushing of this season, 8 carries for 121 yards.
West Virginia against Boston College. And BC quietly having a pretty good year. Corey Ivey here fumbles the ball. Pedro Serini picks it up and goes 61 yards on the fumble recovery for a touchdown. Boston College had a 24-7 lead. They win it 34-17. And Terry, how about 7-2 for BC?
And now going bowling since 1984. They have not been bowling since then.
Cedric Washington, 34 carries for 181 yards. A reminder, next Saturday, doubleheader starting at noon Eastern. Number 15, Michigan, coming off today's win against Penn State, will face Ohio State. And get this, the Buckeyes need a victory to go bowling. They'll be out of the bowl picture if they lose that game. Then at 3:30, regional action, Penn State, Michigan State, or UCLA against USC. That's all on ABC Sports. And coming up next on the West Coast only, USC against Washington State. Penn State, the Nittany Lions, you mentioned, I got to give you credit, you said this several weeks ago, the Big Ten schedule would just be too tough, and they get burned 2 weeks in a row.
But it shouldn't happen. They have too many things going for them. The best talent on defense of anybody in the country. I mean, you've got Courtney Brown, you've got LeVar Arrington, Brandon Short, so many great athletes. I don't think they handled the quarterback situation right this week. But they never could get into a sync with quarterback, but it was a tough conference, and you can't make mistakes and win.
Perhaps a letdown after the loss to Minnesota. More scores and highlights when we come back. Stick around.
In our family, men lose their hair early.
Thank you.
By the time we hit 30, we don't have to invest much in combs. So I started using Rogaine when I was like 28 at the first sign of fallout. Before I looked like I needed it, because I knew I would. So here I am. I've been using Rogaine for about 2 years now, right at the source of the problem, and I don't see any difference. And that's the idea. You keep the hair you have. Look, I love my dad. I'm just not in a rush to look like him.
Simple, safe, smart. Rogaine. It's stronger than heredity.
Valvoline Halftime 99, brought to you by Valvoline. You can always tell the guys who use Valvoline.
Top 5 universities in Truman, Marshall, Goldwater, and Rhodes Scholarships awarded since 1986. Harvard, Princeton, Stanford, Yale, Kansas State. Wow. Nice company. Contact Kansas State University for more surprising facts about the smartest college buy in America.
I am the boy next door. Impatient.
Anxious.
I am ambitious. Passionate. I am
Searching for someone to look up to. I am much more
than what you see. I am America's son.
ABC News presents an unprecedented look at what you don't know about our nation's boys. 4 extraordinary days in November, beginning Sunday.
Welcome back. Your second half is straight ahead, but first let's talk about the Mid-American Conference. A conference has gotten a lot of publicity this year because of star factor. Stars like Chad Pennington. They talked about him for the Heisman Trophy Award. He's not going to get it, but a great quarterback here. 19 yards to James Williams. Marshall beats Western Michigan 31-17 the final. They will meet again in the MAC championship.
These are two of the best quarterbacks in the country. Tim Lester for Western Michigan, Marshall having Chad Pennington, but Marshall only gives up 9 points a game on defense, one of the best defenses in America.
Yeah, Tim Lester held under 200 yards. Miami of Ohio against Ohio. Travis Prentice, another star out of that conference. 1 yard on this touchdown run. Prentice actually had a subpar day. 25 carries for only 69 yards as they lose 40-28 to Ohio, but he ties the Division 1A record for most rushing touchdowns. Ricky Williams at 72, one more, and he's number 1 all time.
You know, I was at Akron coaching against all these teams, and that man could play for anybody and have great numbers.
All right, the second half is coming up. All after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Don't you just hate the phrase, assembly required? Well, at Chili's, we do too. So with our new Chili's sirloin stack, we've done all the assembling for you. We take tender, juicy sirloin, hand-rubbed with our robust blend of seasonings, a mound of sautéed onions, and grilled peppers. Then we put them together for an incredibly bold new taste. And you'll only need a couple basic tools. Chili's new sirloin stack. Let's eat.
What a day for a daydream. What a day for a daydreaming boy. And I'm lost in a daydream.
Jeep Cherokee. How will it change you? Now get all this at no extra charge.
Last night, you're on a roll. You're confident, looking ahead toward $1 million. Then it happens. The audience is split. Your lifelines are gone, but you can still walk away a winner. Be a part of the phenomenon. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? A full hour tonight at 8, 7 Central on ABC.
Welcome back to College Coaching Legends. With me are, of course, Barry Switzer and Tom Osborne.
Barry, when you were coaching for Oklahoma, what was the hardest part about playing the Huskers?
Well, hearing that Nebraska fight song every year, you know, I hate that song. It just drove me crazy.
The Nokia Husker phone with the fight song ringer, only at Alltel Wireless.
Hello. Well, how are you? No, I'm definitely retired now. But thanks for calling, Jerry. Now, what were we talking about?
For Dodge Dakota, success comes about as naturally as wearing the Magnum engine badge. It offers far and away the best power in the class. It also offers the very best in room, payload, and of course, towing. And look what else it's pulled off. Dodge Dakota is ranked best compact pickup in initial quality by J.D. Power & Associates. Dodge Dakota. Different.
I'll have the Eternity Burger, no onion.
So's business, buddy.
Oh, I'm buried. Lots of Nebraska lottery winners.
Hey, are you going back to the office?
Yeah. Could you drop this off in bookkeeping? It's a list of who could win Powerball.
Hey, I know this first guy. He buys a ticket every week. We're giving him $100 grand, huh?
Yeah.
Let's throw a few more zeros on there, shall we?
Thanks, buddy.
By the way, nice job on those lottery TV spots. Who's your agent?
Who else? That's fabulous, baby.
Serving Alda, we're Nebraska Television, NTV.
This is ABC Sports, home of the Bowl Championship Series.
Remember a year ago in Manhattan, Kansas, Michael Bishop over 460 total yards. Eric Crouch a good game. David Allen a long fumble return by Brown, but Crouch was dumped. Kansas State was pumped. Crouch was almost decapitated, and then the goalposts were. Down they came at Kansas State to end 40 years of frustration against a Nebraska team. But a different story today. Frank Solich has said, we're not out for revenge. I think maybe his football team thinks a little bit differently because they've taken it to Kansas State today, and now Bill Snyder knows he's got to dig himself out of a hole. 24-9 at halftime. Welcome back, everybody. Brad Nessler and Bob Greasy. Kind of a weird first half. A lot of balls on the ground all over the place. Big plays by both defenses, but Nebraska's got control right now.
But Kansas State's been in this situation before. They've been down big at halftime, 21 points twice this year. They have the confidence to come back because you've done it before, and Bill Snyder's going to try and get them there. Nebraska, just keep on doing what you've been doing.
There's two big play performers, one on defense, one on special teams. They're still trying to get David Allen freed up a little bit. He had a 44-yard kick return earlier that gave them a spark. They're going to need more than a spark now. They're going to need at least a fire, if not an inferno, in the second half. Down 24-9. Hayden felled the kick. Allen draws a bead at the 2. Return sent up to the left. Across the 20.
Look out.
30. Got a block. David Allen at midfield and out of bounds at the 45-yard line. Make it the 44 of Nebraska. There you go. 54-yard return to start the third quarter.
He's doing all he can do. And Frank Solich knows how dangerous he is. You have to kick it to him. You can't kick it out of bounds on the kickoff. A great way to start the second half. I'm sure that Snyder talked about this. Let's go out. Chapman's getting a block. There was no place else for him to go.
Had it not been that Ralph Brown was the guy trying to stay there and shove him out of bounds, he probably would have been gone. Brown played the angle just enough to get him out at the 44. Beasley now. Going deep down the middle, just overshot Aaron Lockett. Lockett had a half step on Brown.
Yeah, and you're only going to get so many chances on these big plays. The first play of the second half, Bill Snyder and his staff, Ron Hudson, the offensive coordinator, do a great job of adjusting to what they see. And that was, he was open. He had a couple steps on him. And you're only going to get so many shots at making big plays.
So 2nd and 10, trying to take advantage of the kick return. Murphy, the single setback, trips to the right side. 3 wideouts for Beasley at the 44. But he'll option back the other way. Keeps it. Goes down at about the 41. Steve Warren makes the tackle. Let's check in with Swanee.
Brad, I talked to Bill Snyder, and he said the two things that concerned him most about the first half was the quarterback for Nebraska on the option and the tight end coming so open. He said these are the two things we're going to have to make some adjustments on. He felt like he made those adjustments. I asked him about Frank Murphy. He said he'll play more in the second half because he's been running hard. Keep in mind, Frank Solich understands that, and when I talked to him, he said, we're very pleased with how we played the first half, but we have to keep after him because Kansas State is a relentless football team. We need to score more points and continue to be effective.
That's what Bob was saying. They've been in this predicament before. Beasley on 3rd and long, and he's in a predicament right now. Has to throw it away, and it's going to be intentional grounding. He had all kinds of heat from Aaron Wills and Eric Johnson, and then he dumped it behind one of his linemen. I'm sure that's going to be the call. And it is.
Spot foul. Loss of down.
Spot foul and loss of down.
It's not a serious, if you're an offensive team, it's not a serious penalty. The biggest thing from last year's game, you saw the highlights. There's no Michael Bishop playing quarterback for Kansas State today.
Well, there went their spark after the kick return. Now it's 4th down, and they're punting. Joe Walker waits. And Mike Ronsick, who had one stuffed in his own end zone, sees that there's 9 guys a little bit hungry at the line of scrimmage.
Nebraska can run these punts back too.
Now they drop off and take the punt block away, trying to set up the return. Not a good kick. But Newcombe will take it out of bounds at the 15. Newcombe dances his way to the 19-yard line, a 4-yard punt return. And they'll take over the Cornhuskers, that is, at their own 19 as we take a look at the Morgan Stanley Dean Witter first half statistics. Look at that rushing yardage and a lot of that Eric Crouch, Bob.
You got that right. And the first down's 14. The turnovers, 2 for Nebraska. Time of possession in Nebraska's favor. Nebraska had 6 fumbles in the first half alone and only lost 2 of them.
So here's Crouch, the guy of the day so far. Over 100 yards on the ground and 2 touchdowns in that first half. Bobby Newcombe in motion. All the way across the field.
Looked like he doesn't know where he's going.
Going to be a lead blocker here, I guess. Diedrich comes out close to a first down run. He's been kind of the horse as the eye back. They had Alexander and Buckhalter both put it on the ground.
I think we're seeing something right there. Is a good key. Buckhalter and Alexander have been playing most of the year. Both of those guys are older. They're both juniors. Diedrich, I think maybe Frank Solich is saying, well, you know, we're giving it to those guys. Let's see if Diedrich can get it done. I think he's going to get an opportunity here to win this job.
You got 10 there. So Darren will stay in at the tailback spot, the 29-yard line. On the option. Crouch broke 1 tackle. Puts his head down and runs into Lamar Chapman, but he got about 7 more yards. Eric Crouch, a determined quarterback today.
Phil Bennett told us, the defensive coordinator, that the things they needed to do was stop the option and no big plays, and they have not done that. Crouch has gained 132 yards running from the quarterback position, mostly on options, and they've hit the tight end for several big plays that set up touchdowns.
2nd down and 2 coming up. High backfield now behind Crouch. Gives to the fullback Miller. And Willie, who had a touchdown earlier, has a first down this time at the 42. Cooper and Semino make the tackle. You know, we were talking with Semino about the quarterback of Nebraska, Eric Crouch, and he had some high praise for number 7.
Assignment sound. I mean, everybody has to be in their right spot, and you got to get up blocks, and you got to just continue to pursue the football. I mean, it's going to be tough. You know, Eric Crouch, he's a speedster, and you know, he's gonna make some things happen. We just got to, you know, make sure we recover from it and just keep playing hard football.
They're still trying to do that. Crouch throwing, not quite for Applegate. Had him open. Applegate got turned around, had his head on a swivel.
Not a good throw there. He was wide open.
They have had some guys come open today, especially Wistrom, the tight end. There's Bobby Newcombe with Frank Solich on the sideline.
But when you've got the running game going, you can do so many things. Applegate's going to just come and go across the field, and he'll be wide open. You'll stop it right here. You'll notice that he's wide open. Oh, the receivers over there had 2 guys to choose from.
Wide receivers haven't caught a pass today. 6 completions for Nebraska, 4 to the tight end and 2 to the running backs. Here's Crouch as a running back. Out to the 48. He got 5. It'll be 3rd and 5.
Good call by the head coach. If it's working in the first half, keep on running it till they stop it. And talking with Frank yesterday, he said one of the fun things about the job is he still gets to call the plays. Now, when you're the head coach and the offensive coordinator calling the plays, that means you have to watch a lot of tape to know when to call these plays at the right time.
That's why he hasn't used that weight set down in the basement.
That's right.
Not enough time. 3rd and 5. Trying to throw a screen. Batted in the air. Crouch caught his own pass.
Shouldn't have done that.
Nope. Goes down at the 33-yard line. Well, he gets an attempt and a completion, but he also lost about 10 yards.
Yeah, you get a minus 10 yards. That's right.
Holloman got a paw on it.
It's hard to tell quarterbacks when the ball gets knocked up like this, don't catch it, knock it down, because they're so competitive they want to catch it and run somewhere. Just knock it to the ground.
So 4th down. Allen waits on the punt, averaging 14-3 coming into this day.
Don't hold on.
He has to clear everybody out of the way. It's going to bounce out of bounds as they try to keep it away from him, and in doing so, it goes out at the 25-yard line.
Great job there.
So Kansas State got the ball back, but they trailed 24-9 when we return.
Want to color your gray hair and get a natural look? It's easy with Just for Men.
You look so natural, no one can tell with Just for Men. No one can tell with Just for Men.
Simply shampoo in Just for Men, and in 5 minutes, rinse. Just for Men blends away gray. The gray is gone, matched up to the rest of your hair.
You look so natural, no one can tell with Just for Men.
The Burger King Big Kids Meal. It has more of the great tasting food your kids love. Not to mention a little something else your kids may enjoy.
Pokemon.
Now inside every Burger King Big Kids Meal you buy, your kids not only get more of the great tasting food they love, they get Pokemon toys and limited edition trading cards from Pokemon the first movie. Pokemon in the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
Choose your minivan. From the most luxurious Chrysler Town & Country Limited to America's lowest priced Voyager, you'll find it all in a Chrysler or Plymouth minivan. Maybe that's why Voyager won a Consumer's Digest Best Buy 10 years in a row. And maybe that's why more people choose from our family of minivans than any other.
America's biggest road show.
Ohio State is headed to Michigan's Big House.
Michigan's gonna be hungry. They need this one bad.
With Bob Greasy and Lynn Swan, I'm Brad Nessler. Nebraska ranked 6th, leading 5th-ranked Kansas State 24-9 with 10:37 left third quarter. Husker fans are enjoying it and standing for their defense, which has been outstanding today. First down, K-State from its own 25.
It's hard to check off. You take a risk of not everybody hearing the play.
David Allen trying to cut back, and Carlos Polk won't let him. No gain. Polk came in as one of the top tacklers on this team, had 10 tackles last week, and I went over A&M.
And he is a player.
Yep.
250 pounds. He's the middle linebacker, and he is, this defense has 3 linebackers, but the other 2 are kind of a strong safety size.
Right.
And they can run like corners. The only real size of a linebacker size is Polk in the middle.
Here's Beasley from the gun. Polk is up there close as though he might come with a blitz. He doesn't. Beasley still in trouble. Got hammered as he threw, and it's incomplete. It's 3rd down and 10. Beasley's wondering where all the bullets are coming from. He's 3 of 16. He hasn't completed a pass in his last 6.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start this, and I'll show you a little bit later in the route. Look downfield now. If you stop it right there, Look at, there's nobody open. There's 2 receivers there. Nobody is open there. There's nobody to throw it to. A lot of space because they had a blitz on. Polk was up in the line covering the back.
Quincy Morgan and Lockett to the near side. 3 wide receiver set. He's looking that way and throws high, intended for Morgan, incomplete. Ralph Brown was covering. And Kansas State's got to give it back on a 3 and out. And the defense did its job.
They did, and this is the Kansas State offense this year. It is a lot of misses and a few hits. They don't take the ball down the field. They can't take it 30, 40, 50, 60 yards. They want big plays.
Bobby Newcombe waiting on Rot's kick. Kansas State's been held without a first down on 5 of their 8 possessions. That's defense. Now they've got 9 guys up. Let's see if they bring the heat. They got a piece of it.
I don't know how he missed it.
I think it hit him in the side. It went out of bounds.
He overran it.
Craver, as Bob said, went too deep, and I think that ball hit him in the side as he was flying by.
He could have tackled the punter. He just forget about the ball.
Second block punt of the day. Craver flying in. Nebraska's got it back when we come back.
They're the largest creatures on Earth. They've adapted and evolved with strength and determination. The kind of strength that helps the Pacific Life family of companies manage more than $300 billion for its clients. And determination that has guided Pacific Life for 130 years. Size, strength, longevity, offering annuities, insurance and investments. Use the power of Pacific Life.
We are 345.6 miles from El Paso, Texas. Austin is north-northeast, turning south-southeast. Dry cleaner's 3.4 miles away. Buenos Aires. I am 45 feet above sea level. 47.
Should have bought you a tie.
You rely on Amazon.com for electronics and all sorts of gifts. They rely on priority mail to get it there fast and to save you money.
At this pace, we would get there in 12 days.
What's your priority?
Fly like an eagle.
It raises expectations about what a minivan can be. With features like a powerful V6 engine, dual sliding doors, 8-way power driver's seat, dual zone temperature control, and an optional 10-speaker CD stereo system. Then, we added one more thing. Values up to $2,250 that make the Chrysler Town & Country unexpectedly affordable.
Those special teams have been today. A blocked field goal by Vanden Bosch, a blocked punt by Stella. Another deflection a moment ago. Frank Solich troops set up shop at the 37 of Kansas State. Here's the toss, end around coming. They fake it. Diedrich keeps it. They had Newcombe coming around from the other side, but only about a yard gain. Cliff Holloman made the tackle.
That's the 52nd play, the total plays for Nebraska. 31 of them have been run in Kansas State territory.
Wow. We talked about field position. That's field position.
Yeah. And the special teams have set it up for Nebraska.
Second and 9. Nebraska leading with just over 9 left in the third quarter. Crouch on the option. Got a nice block. Pitches late. Diedrich lost it out of bounds. Penalty marker down.
I think it's going to be holding against Darren Howard. But that is why, you know, you've got to take care of the ball for Nebraska. I mean, all these fumbles that they've been having, sometimes you make bad decisions. There's the hold.
Trying to get something that isn't there.
Yeah.
Yep. First penalty on Nebraska, and I think it was
holding.
Adam Jolch out there holding.
Spot foul. 10 yards, repeat the down.
Bob and Brad, you know, on that option, I've learned over the years that there's always supposed to be a relationship between the pitch man and the guy who's going to get the ball. It's about 5 yards deep and maybe about 3 yards to the outside and front, so he can pitch that ball out and make it an easy grab. So far today, Eric Crouch has been playing wonderful football, but on his choices about that option, I think he pitches the ball too hard, and he's not making smart decisions.
Well, the other thing, Len, is the guy he pitched it to then was a true freshman. He's probably only been around for a few months, and he needs to get that relationship with the quarterback.
Second and 19. Here's a screen to Newcombe. And Bobby Newcombe in the open field brought down by Travis Litton. Talking about great players, John Saunders has an update on another one. John?
Well, Brad, a couple of great players hooking up now. Chris Wenke has 5 touchdown passes against Maryland. 26 yards here to Peter Warwick. That's his 31st of his career. That's a Florida State record. Also now the ACC career receiving yards leader as well. So Florida State is pounding Maryland. Washington controlling their own destiny to the Rose Bowl, tied with UCLA. Back to you, Brad.
All right, John, thanks. 3rd down and 16 with 8:19 left third quarter. Newcombe out of the backfield, and Crouch drops to throw. Looks that way. Going deep down the sideline for him. Just off his fingertips. At the goal line, and a flag flies in. Jared Cooper was there with him, number 40. A well-thrown ball, almost caught by Newcombe, and the penalty's going to be on Cooper.
One of the things that Nebraska was going to try to do was motion. I don't know. I didn't see it there. Let's take a look here.
I think he gets him with a right hand right at the last second. Right there.
Oh, yeah.
Right in the face mask.
Yeah, that's a good call. He hit him just as soon. But one of the things they want to do is get Newsome out of the backfield, motioning on Jared Cooper, the strong safety. That's.
So they actually call a face mask not a pass interference. Well, there definitely was a face mask there.
Well, whatever. It was going to be marked off from the previous line of scrimmage, whether it was pass interference or face mask.
So 5-yard walk-off. Frank Solich wants an explanation from the head linesman over there. They spotted at the 38-yard line. And I think the crowd here is agreeing with their head coach. How come it wasn't pass interference and why just a 5-yard incidental face mask? At any rate, still 3rd down.
But the guy that the Huskers are going after in that secondary is the safety, Jared Cooper.
They've been picking at him today.
With Wistrom, the tight end, and although that time with the speedy Bobby Newcombe.
Wistrom's been quiet since the first half. Crouch throwing deep for Newcombe. Just off his fingertips, it would have been a touchdown. And I think Bobby might be a little disappointed in himself. He stretched out, got his hands on it, just couldn't hold it.
Yeah, he was. He had a step on him. Couple of more weeks, and these two guys may get this down. It's tough to move from quarterback to a wide receiver.
Number 32, David Allen. Just off the gloved hands of Bobby Newcombe. Hayden fell to punt.
Yeah, and I'm sure Bobby would tell you, I should have caught that ball.
Yep. David Allen, they're not letting him touch it today, and I don't blame him. They kick this one out of bounds, and it goes out at about the 15-yard line. The reason they're trying to keep it out of David Allen's hands, he's got 7 career punt returns for a touchdown. I think I remember a guy that played in a red jersey, Swanee, that did that same thing.
Yeah, there was a guy here at Nebraska named Johnny something or other Rogers. Is that who you are?
Me, Swanee. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. David Allen's out here. I mean, that ball comes punting out of bounds. They used to punt to you that way.
Oh, they have to. I think that if we're going to successfully win this football game, we best keep kicking them out of bounds. David is tenacious. He means to score every time he touches the ball. We hate to even kick it to him on kickoffs.
Okay, now there's a guy on the Nebraska side, Bobby Newcombe. They're talking to him about like he's going to be the new Johnny Rogers of this football team.
Well, Bobby's a lot stronger, faster, and things have progressed so. I think he has a chance really to be able to be one of our best players ever.
And he's got to catch 143 passes to break your career record.
That's not very many.
Johnny,
you caught 200, didn't you?
Thank you, Johnny.
The option to Murphy, the trailer, out at about the 20-yard line. How good was Johnny Rogers? How about a Heisman Trophy winner? And how about the game of the century in '71? And as always in those days, Oklahoma and Nebraska. And from Norman, this was Johnny Rogers as he weaves his way. 74 yards and a touchdown in the game of the century. He was electrifying. And man, what a football player. There he is now, still looking pretty sharp.
In today's times, they would probably have thrown 3 flags on that return.
Illegal block in the back 5 times, huh?
Yeah, too close to him, didn't give him enough room to catch the ball.
Right. 2nd down along 4. Beasley lofts one, his arms hit as he throws. Let's see, to keep a foot in bounds. Morgan, nope, out of bounds. Trying to keep that trail foot in there. Carlos Polk put a hit on Beasley as he let go of the ball. He never really got a chance to follow through on the throw.
Exactly. He didn't follow through very well.
Yep, he's out.
Good call by the official right there.
Heck of a catch, even though he was out of bounds.
Talking about David Allen and his 7 punt returns for touchdowns in his career, and he's only a junior. He's had 3 of them called back.
That's right. 3rd down and 4. They've got to start picking up their 3rd downs to have a chance in this game. Here comes a delayed blitz. Beasley lofts it out. Wide open was Lockett. He's been rattled all day, just enough that when he gets an open receiver, he can't quite find him.
That's the Dell game solution for the Nebraska defense, was rattle the quarterback, get after him, knock him down. Charlie McBride, the coordinator, that is always his scheme. Rattle the heart of the offense, which is the quarterback.
So time to punt again, the 3rd straight 3 and out for the Wildcats. And again now, the punter finds himself in a bad position at his own 5-yard line.
Well, Nebraska has gotten after the one weakness in their special teams, and that is the punter.
Newcombe and Walker both waiting on the punt, hoping one of them can get their hands on it. This kick should be fielded by Newcombe if he has enough real estate, just enough at the 39. And out of bounds at about the 47, an 8-yard return for Bobby Newcombe. Ralph Brown and the black shirt defense doing their job today. They lead 24-9.
People are beginning to think of the automobile not just as a family vehicle, but as a personal and individual means of transportation.
The throb of a powerful engine. Now for a moment, imagine yourself as driver of this automobile. You really have to drive it. At the Chrysler Proving Ground, give them an expressway and their drivers are well. I think we've made the scenic back roads fun to drive. Or give them any country or suburban road, rough or smooth. They're the type of people who like the feel of a fine machine. Love to drive. The renowned engineers of Chrysler. A minimum of ornamentation and a minimum of chrome moldings. She's a regular firecracker. The sounds of nature sing their prettiest over the rich, throaty obligato of his engine.
Even sheet metal can have a soul.
And they give you back the romance of driving.
And that is why these will never land on an ordinary car.
And you find out what exceptional unity of man and machine has been achieved.
We're on the road to #1. America's biggest road show. National championship on ABC. The Nokia Super Bowl on ABC.
Yeah! Woo! We're on the road to the Nokia Sugar Bowl! And nothing's gonna stop us! Look out!
Now what? There's an easier way to the national championship. Nokia's Road to #1 sweepstakes. Just buy any Nokia model phone in a specially marked box and you can win trips to the Nokia Sugar Bowl or thousands of other great prizes.
I'm not giving up shotgun.
Nokia. Connecting people.
Nebraska, a couple of touchdowns from Eric Crouch in the first half. Willie Miller, the fullback, took one in. They blocked a punt for a safety, and they lead 5th-ranked Kansas State 24-9. Eric Crouch will give it off. Diedrich out to midfield. Picked up almost 5. Fatafahi knocked him off his pins, but Darren Diedrich, the redshirt freshman, out of Scarborough, Ontario, is doing a good job as the I-back today for Nebraska.
He is. He's getting a lot of work, too. As we mentioned earlier, both Alexander and Buckholder, the 2 I-backs in front of him, fumbled early in the game. And
Alexander fumbled on the first snap of the game. I don't think we've seen him since.
Well, we haven't gotten any reports that they're hurt.
Right. 2nd and 6. Diedrich again trying to spin for yardage and didn't get any. Ben Lieber, the linebacker, made the stop. Coming up Thanksgiving weekend, Spain's El Nino. Sergio Garcia competes in his first Skins game. He'll join Fred Couples, Mark O'Meara, and David Duvall in one of America's favorite Thanksgiving tradition, the Skins game. It's a feast on the green for Thanksgiving weekend on ABC Sports. Grab your leftovers. Join us for some golf on ABC. 3rd down and 6 coming up.
I'll never forget that shot he hit from the tree, from the stump of the tree.
Tiger had one sort of like that yesterday. Wrapped his iron right around the tree. 3rd down and 6. End around coming. Well, Crouch is coming this way. Newcombe trailing him, and he only got back to the line of scrimmage, maybe eked out a yard. Chris Johnson is the guy that made the stop. So Kansas State's defense does a nice job on that series.
Yeah, and they're going to have to step up and create something good for their offense, because their offense is not going to take it down the field against this Nebraska defense.
So the second straight 3-and-out for Nebraska. Kansas State's had 3 in a row, so this thing's just kind of hanging around midfield right now, which is the line of scrimmage. Hayden felt the kick.
He's been kicking to his left all day. Now he's he angled this. Yeah, he was going to kick this one to the right.
Kansas State.
And he couldn't do it because the man was there.
Adrian Beard was coming in there trying to block the kick.
Yeah, he's been kicking left all day because he's a right-footed punter, and that's the safe area to punt. But when you aim to the right, you go out where near that the guy's coming to block it. Take a look over here from this side.
Boy, Beard almost got it. He did well to pull it down, actually, and get back near the line of scrimmage. That thing might have been stuffed and rolled all the way back to the 20. Who knows?
Beard's had a couple of blocks already this year.
Kansas State, new quarterback. Adam Helm is at it. The Helm, that is, at the 49-yard line. Murphy. Whew, man, what a shot he took from Ralph Brown. Ouch. And Murphy staying down. Remember, he's had all kinds of injury problems. Was not 100% coming into this game, and he just took a wicked lick from senior co-captain Ralph Brown.
Take a look from behind the defense. There's Brown, number 22. He sees what's going on.
He just plain got one right into the chin from the helmet of Ralph Brown, I think. That was a wicked lick.
Ralph Brown has started 48 straight games. I think this is his 49th straight game. He's a 4-year starter. Every game at Nebraska, he has started.
And he's the guy that said to the media, we are not losing Saturday. If we do, come back and talk to me. And he just put Frank Murphy probably out of the ball game. ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Chrysler, giving you back the romance of driving. Pacific Life, annuities, insurance, investments. Use the power of Pacific Life. Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service. And inspired technology with a human touch. Nokia, connecting people. There was just a connection between a cornerback and a running back a minute ago, and the running back got the worst of it. We'll hope he's all right. Frank, 51 yards on the day, and the day might be done after that tackle. Second down and 8. The ball just outside the Nebraska 47. Adam Helm, and now he can't stand the noise or the play that's called and has to take a valuable timeout. 4:17 remaining, third quarter.
One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Sergio Garcia gives an American tradition some Spanish flair. He joins Duval Couples in O'Meara for the Skins game Thanksgiving weekend on ABC.
The 70s were about the clothes.
I gotta wear this.
The music.
I just want to play rock and roll, man.
And the Partridge Family.
Bigger than the Beatles!
The story you never knew.
Get it!
Come on, get happy. The Partridge Family story. Tonight at 9, 8 Central on ABC.
So Adam Helm took a timeout. Kansas State down to 2. 10 plays this half, 11 yards.
2 possessions in Nebraska territory, and they missed a field goal, and there were 3 and out on the other one. So they're not taking advantage of what they're getting that for. What am I trying to say here?
Not taking advantage of the few moments they get in Nebraska's side of the field. Slechta just hammered Helm.
The thing that a new quarterback in the ball game cannot do is let the crowd noise affect him. Especially don't let him think it's affecting you. Don't call a timeout. Don't say you can't hear. Just get up there and run the play.
You know, one of the stats that amazed me about the Nebraska defense coming into this game, they had only allowed the opposition 15 drives to reach their 20-yard line this year. Yeah. Think about that in 9 games. 3rd down and 8. Helm with an empty backfield. Throws the screen. Morgan can't handle it. And Eric Johnson scoops it up, but that's an incompleted pass.
Yeah, they're trying the wide receiver screen. They can't get the ball downfield. This is just a dominant defense by the Cornhuskers.
So now it's 11 plays for 11 yards, and it's time to punt again. Another 3 and out. And last time, Newcombe and Walker didn't get a chance at it. See how Ronsick does this time. He's been hurried and hassled and hammered all day. 1 block, 1 deflected. He's going to throw off this one. Nebraska had it read beautifully.
Yeah, that's a desperate team right there. That's a desperate team by Kansas State. When your defense forces the punter out of the pocket and you get field position at the 50-yard line, you run 3 plays, you can't get anything. You have to go to some trickery like this.
Greg List made the play. 2nd-generation Cornhusker. And his mom and dad, who died in a plane crash 6 years ago. There's a remarkable resemblance between he and his father in their football pictures at Nebraska. You think he's a happy senior? I'd say.
5th-year senior, last game here today.
Crouch carries a couple of tacklers down to the 42-yard line. We carry it to John Saunders in New York.
Right time for the Burger King play of the day. Ron Dayne's run for the record. Here's Tim Brandt with the call.
Dayne. The big boy. Look out. Ron Dayne. He needs 23. He's across the 40. Open up the history books. Here comes Ron Dayne.
Ron Dayne now #1 all-time. Wisconsin looks like they're headed to the Rose Bowl, and we're still counting.
Back-to-back Rose Bowls. Here's a fumble. Daedrick, did he get back on top of it? Another drop ball in the backfield by Nebraska.
Is that 8 fumbles? That looked like a bad toss by the quarterback.
It looked like it hit him in the head, didn't it?
I think that was just a bad toss by Crouch.
Well, any coach in the country would like to have a running back like Ron Dayne. We talked to Frank Solich about number 33.
He's been able to just take over games, make the big plays, get the yards when they're needed, the tough yards, and then certainly his ability with all that strength and power then to show the burst and to make the big play. You know, those kind of guys don't come along all the time.
Crouch hit as he throws, incomplete, and of course Frank Solich and Barry Alvarez, the Wisconsin coach, played together here at Nebraska under Bob Devaney and are still good friends, talk pretty frequently. Many times Coach Alvarez will come down here if Wisconsin has an off weekend and Nebraska's at home. He'll come down to the game down here. It's 4th down again, and it just keeps inching a little bit more. I'm on the ball. I'm on the line of scrimmage the whole 3rd quarter here. 5 yards here, 5 yards there, 2:41 left.
Well, this guy right here in punt return formation is the best chance to score because their offense doesn't seem like it's going to get it done.
High kick to the sideline again, bounces. I bet you Allen had a notion about just scooping that thing just to get his hands on it, but he doesn't. Has to let it go dead at the 13-yard line. They won't give it to number 32. I don't blame him. Eric Crouch, 2 touchdowns in this game. A 30-yarder opened the scoring. And then the block on the punt by Stella. Safety, 9-0 Nebraska. An 18-yard romp by Crouch, who's got a career day going on the ground. Beasley went in from a yard out. That was the only Kansas State touchdown, and Willie Miller for Nebraska has made it 24-9. And Eric Crouch has a career-high rushing day, by the way, so far.
If teams are going to continue to punt away from David Allen, why not put 2 guys back there, line them up in I formation, and then rush them just as he's kicking it, split him so he doesn't know which side he's going to go to.
Quarterback draw by Helm. He did this 5 or 6 times last week in the win over Colorado fairly effectively. At least he got him some breathing room. Got him 9 out to the 22.
Got him some self-confidence. Now he get into the ball game. Bill Snyder, Ron Hudson, the offensive coordinators, just get him in the game. Run some plays where he's going to do some positive things and get some confidence going here.
There isn't much confidence when you have the football 10 times and you go 7 of those without even getting a first down. They're a yard short of a first down here. It's been a constant 3-and-out situation for both clubs here in this third quarter. Allen, there's a first down. Not by much, but he got it. First down since there was 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter for the Wildcats. That's a long time ago. Recently entered into the LPGA Hall of Fame, Julie Inkster headlines the field, the LPGA Tour's top 30 money winners. It's the PageNet LPGA Tour Championship tomorrow live, 4 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Pacific on ABC Sports. Brad Nessler, Bob Greasy, Lynn Swan, and our ABC crew in Lincoln.
Their big play guys are on the outside, and they need to get the ball out there.
They've tried, and they only had 1 completion, and that was kind of a wobbly duck. Marshall remains unbeaten, win over Western Michigan. Only 5 unbeaten teams in Division 1A coming into this day. Chad Pennington's numbers, a couple of touchdowns today, as you see on the screen. But Kansas State's undefeated record is very much in jeopardy. We've got 16 minutes and 5 seconds left in this game, and they trail 24-9.
Well, here are their big play guys out here. This single coverage, the wide receiver, but they haven't been able to get him the ball.
They'll work from the gun. Helm's going to take off again on the keeper, and he's got a first down up the middle. Pays the price, and a fumble at the end of the play. Wait a minute. Nebraska's got it. It's Mike Brown. Ralph had one earlier. Now Mike's got his. They're not brothers, but they play like it back there.
Well, we said early on it wouldn't be pretty. It was going to be a defensive battle, some special teams mixed in. And the defenses have dominated.
Another one of the seniors in that secondary. Nebraska takes over at the K-State 44 with 44 seconds remaining in the quarter. Here's a counter. Diedrich. Nice move inside the 35. He's down to the 32-yard line. First down, Cornhuskers.
Let's go back and take a look at that fumble. Helm with a nice run.
Brown helped out on the hit and then scooped it right underneath him.
Ball was definitely out before he hit the ground.
Leading tackler on the team and 4 interceptions.
He's been the leading tackler the last 3 years on that defense.
He's on the Nagurski list, and that was a Nagurski-type hit that helped that fumble recovery. Now Crouch just about got going there. Jeremetrius Butler knocked him off his pins, or he might have been off to the races again. The third quarter set to come to a close, and at the end of 3, Nebraska leading 24-9. ABC Sports presentation of college football. We'll return after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
11 blue-clad warriors stand on the brink of battle and ask themselves, where is the other team?
Groovin' on a Sunday afternoon.
Nothing helps you kick back at the end of the day like Tostitos chips and salsa.
I can't imagine it.
We do suggest you actually wait till the end of the day.
He's a fine dancer, too.
Dig in, kick back with new hint of lime Tostitos.
I vow to make you invincible, to make your engine sing, to use the strong, tough synthetic oil, the one that has a super breed of molecules to protect you from cold, heat, dirt, time. The one that'll help keep you from growing old. I will never let you die.
Valvoline SynPower, advanced synthetic technology.
ABC Wednesday, Drew Carey makes history.
The first ever simultaneous television, internet, webcast. Watch Drew on TV and get a bonus view of Drew on your computer.
Hey, all you geeks out there, both hands on the keyboard.
Go to abc.com for all the details.
Hey, look, they're selling baboon art on eBay.
The Drew Cam episodes, see you Wednesday, 9, 8 Central on ABC.
They were America's favorite garage band.
What's the little girl playing?
Tambourine.
I don't hear a tambourine.
There's no tambourine.
The story you never knew.
I sound like I'm castrated.
David, we did make you sound younger.
Come on, get happy. The Partridge Family story. Tonight, 9/8 Central on ABC.
He hasn't hit the beat once.
Boys, it's time for dinner.
When dependability counts, drive a Magnum. And for dependable service, give the boys at Fairbanks a ring. Fairbanks International, your Case IH dealer.
Coming in, there were only 5 at the end of this one, you might say, and then there were 4. Kansas State trailing 24-9 as we enter the fourth quarter. Nebraska with the lead and the ball. Diedrich up the middle. First down, Cornhuskers inside the 20. Semino holding on with Cooper to try to bring him down, but it's a first down, Nebraska. You look at the shakeup and the undefeateds. Marshall, we just told you, wanted to go to 10-0, but they really don't figure into the BCS picture, at least not right now. Who knows? But their strength of schedule doesn't help them at all, despite their perfect record. Mississippi State and Alabama playing right now in the fourth quarter. Alabama trying to ruin the unbeaten string of the Bulldogs. And Alabama would then be in position to win the West in the SEC and go on and play Florida. Florida has won today. They beat South Carolina. Tennessee lost to Arkansas. So the East is already cleared up. It's Florida in the Georgia Dome in the SEC title game.
And if this game goes as it is going right now and Kansas State loses, two of the top 5 teams in the Bowl Championship Series standings will have lost. Number 2, Tennessee, and number 5, Kansas State.
Second down and 9. On the option. Crouch puts his head down and goes down near the 15-yard line. Lamar Chapman makes a stop along with Cliff Holloman. Pickup of about 3. And now everything's the enemy to Kansas State. The clock, the scoreboard, 77,000 fans. And Eric Crouch, who's got 152 yards for a career-high rushing day and 2 touchdowns. 222
yards of total offense.
Not bad.
He came into the day with 87 attempts without an interception, and he has not thrown one here today.
He had 247 yards of offense last year. Here he goes again. Up the middle to about the 13-yard line. Still 3 or 4 yards shy of the first down. Semino, and number 42, gets off the tackle again.
And it's a good thing he did, because there was some running room if Semino had not been there.
There's the Butkus finalists, and Semino among them, along with LeVar Arrington and Brandon Short and Raynoch Thompson.
2 Penn State finalists there. He is a good one.
Frankie London to hold. Remember, London scooped up the snap and went in for a 2-point conversion earlier. This time he spots it down for his kicker, and Josh Brown knocks it home by about a foot inside the pipe. 30-yard field goal is added to the lead. It's 27-9.
So what's on for today?
Boss wants you, me, and Charlie to take the new Silverado and move them bales.
Is that Charlie?
Chevy Silverado has the most powerful V8 of any 4x4 pickup.
Then we gotta water the herd.
300 horses make it more powerful.
If there's any daylight left, we'll take Norm up to see the ladies.
More powerful than Ford and Dodge. That's why it's the truck. Silverado from Chevy.
Well, guess that's enough for today.
Finally, a polished brass finish that holds up under siege. Brilliance for the kitchen. From Delta, it's guaranteed to shine for life. Delta, the faucet.
Dream big. Win big. Enter to win the ultimate kitchen or bath makeover at www.deltafaucet.com/dreams.
The
The Burger King Big Kids Meal. It has more of the great tasting food your kids love. Not to mention a little something else your kids may enjoy.
Pokemon.
Now inside every Burger King Big Kids Meal you buy, your kids not only get more of the great tasting food they love, they get Pokemon toys and limited edition trading cards from Pokemon the first movie. Pokemon in the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
Jets, Patriots, Monday night at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
We like to get the hometown crowds in our graphic meetings for games. 5 national championships to none. Conference titles, 17 to none. Wins in Lincoln. In the last 3 decades, none. Nebraska leads 27 to 9. George Williams. And the return set up to the right. He comes back that way and gets out near the 29-yard line.
Well, here's a look at what's going on today in the BCS. We can scratch Tennessee.
They lost to Arkansas.
Kansas State is losing and looks like it will lose.
And Michigan beat Penn State.
Penn State is going to move down. Look at Nebraska. Nebraska moves up to number 4. Virginia Tech has a big game tonight. Florida State and Florida have already won.
And they're on a collision course, of course, next week. It's all going to get cleared up by itself, I think. From the 29.
We may be looking for teams to play in that game.
Here's a pitch to Joe Hall, and he is knocked down by Tony Ortiz, the outside linebacker.
Tony Ortiz, you know, these linebackers at Nebraska really get along well. Ortiz and Brian Shaw, who alternate and share time. One guy starts one week, the next guy starts the next week. Shaw is from Nebraska, is kind of a farm boy, and Ortiz is from the Bronx, and they get along very nicely. Shaw right there takes him out to the farm and kind of shows him around.
Shows him what trees and grass look like.
Yeah, and cows.
2nd and 9. Pump fake. Helm has plenty of time. He's got a streak on the sideline. Incomplete intended for Quincy Morgan. And nice coverage out there by Mike Brown. Near the conclusion of today's game, we'll select a Chevrolet player of the game from each team. Chevrolet will make a $1,000 contribution to each university's general scholarship fund. And beginning this year, Chevrolet also donates 2 $1,000 high school scholarships. 11:38 left in the ball game.
To practice the other day, Eric Johnson, number 27, the other outside linebacker, shares time with Julius Jackson, and he came off the last play of the defense and said, hey, we just ran something, and they talked about what happened just in case Jackson was in there during the ball game.
3rd and 9.
Sharing information.
Helm intercepted, picked off by Mike Brown. A fumble recovery and an interception in this half for the defensive co-captain.
That's 2 turnovers this week. He had 2 turnovers last week. Top right of your screen. Oh, he just making a nice play. That was a bad throw.
Yep.
He had 2 interceptions, forced 2 fumbles last week.
There's the brothers Brown, even though they're not.
Yeah.
Ralph and Mike went on a recruiting trip, met on a recruiting trip at USC. Decided neither one of them wanted to be Trojans. They kept in contact. They end up in Nebraska. They're co-captains, and Diedrich's off to the races. Down the sideline. Touchdown, Nebraska! We're seeing a team headed to the Big 12 championship, possibly, and we're seeing the birth of an I-back. Darren Diedrich, 46 yards, touchdown. Extra point coming up. Josh Brown out of a Frankie London hole. It's 34-9. Last year, a Kansas State upset. This year, nothing doing. Nebraska, a big lead with 11:21 to go.
We're only there for one purpose, and that's to help the kids.
Dr. Bill and Kathy McGee, founders of Operation Smile, bring teams of surgeons to emerging nations to help children with disfiguring birth defects. In 15 years, they've helped over 40,000.
When you look at a child with a gaping hole in their face, they can't eat, they certainly can't speak.
With a 45-minute operation, you bring them back into a real life.
That's what it's all about.
State Farm salutes life heroes because State Farm understands life.
You are so beautiful. To me, you are so beautiful.
Now there's a Chevy Venture with flip and fold seats and a built-in entertainment system.
I knew I should have taken a left turn at Albuquerque.
Fun things are bound to happen when Chevy and Warner Brothers get together. Introducing the new Warner Brothers edition from Chevy Venture, the most versatile minivan ever. One quick call can help you learn more.
Let's go!
11:21 left. They're enjoying it, to say the least. With Mick Jagger saying it started up in the background. I think this one started and finished already, maybe. 34-9. Kick taken by Williams, one of the up men. And George Williams cuts outside. He got a nice return out to the 38-yard line. ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. State Farm Insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Chili's, a proud sponsor of ABC College Football. And Dell Computer, pioneering direct internet ideas for your business. Be direct with Dell. Out in the Midwest with a twilight over Lincoln. And a near-record crowd. 78 people shy of a record crowd. I don't know why they didn't want to be here. It was 84 degrees at kickoff. They are having some fun at Memorial Stadium. Helm in trouble. Down he goes. Jason Lohr got him.
Jason Lohr was in the backfield. He just pushed his offensive lineman back with him.
Nebraska can smell the victory now. They have a 6-game home winning streak, 5-0 this year at home. Their only loss of the season was to Texas when the Longhorns came from behind to win. And will they have another date with Mack Brown's Longhorns in the Big 12 championship encounter in San Antonio? Texas Tech has something to say about that. So does Colorado, who Nebraska plays next. But right now they've got Kansas State all wrapped up.
He got away from Vanden Bosch. You just can't stand in the pocket that long and not expect to get hit. As a look at the defensive line, a little game there, selected number 56. Kaiser's going around, Wills is there.
Vanden Bosch, the guy that got the first contact, couldn't hold on, but his partner, including Jason Lohr, cleaned up.
They hate that too. Those defensive linemen, they love those sacks. When they get a chance to get the quarterback and get a sack, they love it.
That's the first official sack of the day. 37 to lead the Big 12, but boy, they've been in that backfield after those quarterbacks all day long. Here they come after him again.
Starts to roll out. Polk, who was up in the line, sees him rolling. It's man coverage, and he just attacks the quarterback.
Unless Ronzig really kicks this one at an angle, either Newcombe or Walker might have a chance at it. top of it. Still Nebraska ball. Ooh, almost lost one there.
The punt fielded.
9th time they've put the ball on the turf, but they've got a 34-9 lead.
I like to think of myself as an innovator who started a company, Dell Computer, around an idea that everybody should be doing business directly with one another, one-to-one, with no barriers. To me, that's the power of the internet. We'd like to show you how to empower your business in ways you've never imagined. I'm Michael Dell, and it's our reason for being.
Be direct. Dell. Dell servers use Intel Pentium 3 processors.
Afraid your next get-together will be a flop? Order Chili's Party Platters. Act now. Call a Chili's representative, and your guests will flip over party-sized servings of buffalo wings, fajitas, baby back ribs, and more. End pre-party stress now. Order Chili's Party Platters new from Chili's.
If you're looking for horsepower, look at Chevy Silverado. Because Silverado has the most powerful V8 of any 4x4 pickup. More powerful than Dodge. More powerful than Ford. 300 horsepower. That's why it's the truck. Silverado from Chevy.
Chili's technical support.
How would you eat these new Chili's lettuce wrap appetizers?
Just pick up the lettuce, add grilled Asian spiced chicken and sauce, fold, and eat.
That sounds great.
Doesn't it, though?
One moment can make the difference between going home and going home a champion. The road to gold continues Sunday on ABC.
I wonder if those guys will party tonight in Lincoln.
I think they've already partied.
The party may continue tonight.
I think the headache comes next.
First down at the 38-yard line. Here's a toss. Fumble! This time Kansas State's got it. Jared Cooper has been picked on all day in the right place at the right time, and that's the 10th time the ball's come popping out of there. Frank Solich shaking his head even though he's got a big lead.
Who was the running back on this one?
Was it Buckhalter?
Was it Buckhalter? Buckhalter was back in the game, and that doesn't sit well with the offensive coaches. He already fumbled once. They give him a shot. He goes back in the game and fumbles again. There's Alexander. He fumbled on the first play of the game, and Diedrich has been doing well.
Helm. Finally, completed pass out to Aaron Lockett. It's not a first down, but it's a pickup of 8, and we're down under 8.5. First completion for Aaron Lockett. Lockett says, let's hustle. We don't have much time.
Yeah, throw me some more of those. Been open all day.
In the last 31 games in this series, 26 times Nebraska scored 30 or more points and held Kansas State in single digits 17 times over that same stretch. Quarterback draw. Polk meets Helm, but Helm got the first down, and a little shoving at the end of the play. Just under 8 minutes remaining in the football game. This one has been dominated by 6th-ranked Nebraska. In front of a sellout crowd at Memorial Stadium, they've enjoyed a beautiful day and a fairly pretty performance by their club, with the exception of all the fumbles. 10 times Nebraska has lost the handle, and yet their defense has been phenomenal. Their special teams have done some special things, and they lead 34-9 with 7:42 remaining in the football game.
The amazing thing is Nebraska defensively, their offense has fumbled the ball so many times, and they still have overcome all that, only giving up 3 field goals.
Helm throws incomplete, intended for Morgan.
Excuse me, a touchdown and a field goal, but still 9 points.
Very few penalties today, but there is another flag down.
Flag on the play.
This one thrown in the secondary. And maybe they're going to pick it up.
Look like they're going to pick it up.
John Laurie's our referee. John, well, they are going to call, offensive pass interference. That That's the call against Bill Snyder's club. Tomorrow on ABC, the ISU Grand Prix of figure skating continues. Dynamic pair of Americans, Kyoko Ina and John Zimmerman, skate their second full season together. They'll battle in the world's elite skaters of the National Car Rental Skate America. The road to gold continues tomorrow at 2 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Pacific on ABC Sports. So that was a penalty against Kansas State. Mark Semino, who has worked so hard and made so many tackles all year and today.
Done all he can do.
Yep. He looks out there at his offensive teammates have a 1st and 20 now back at the 39-yard line.
Finley's offensive pass interference. Finley's 15 yards, still first down.
Yeah, they had to walk off the extra 5. That's
what, 5 more, yeah. This is a Nebraska team that lost early in the season to Texas, but has worked its way back up. It'll be number 4 in the BCS, and you know,
proves the better time to lose is early.
If you're going to lose early.
1st and 25. Helm on a slant. What a catch by Morgan. Morgan breaks a tackle into the clear. He's got great speed. And he's all the way to the 15-yard line.
Good speed and good moves. You want to get the ball to him as many times as you can. He came in tonight with 37 receptions, 8 touchdowns, and he's dangerous.
Those 8 touchdowns that he scored, he's averaged 50 yards per touchdown reception, and you can see why, because he can break tackles, he's strong, and he's fast.
Yeah.
He's got 116 yards receiving. Would you believe that today? And just 3 catches.
No, I wouldn't.
Helm, quarterback draw. Drew himself right into a hole there.
That play is taking too long to develop. He's not getting into the hole quick enough.
Brad, Bob, you're talking about throwing the football and Quincy Morgan being a fine receiver. That was a great play, especially with the high degree of frustration that all the receivers for Kansas State have shown today. They've been open a lot in this ball game, but the quarterbacks have been so inconsistent, have not given the opportunity to make the catches.
3 wideouts here for Helm. Nebraska even thought about a blitz. They don't come with it. The pass is incomplete. George Williams looked like he didn't see it coming until it was almost to him. And it brings up 3rd and 8 with 6:31 left.
Well, last year this team had Michael Bishop, and he was just amazing. He was a little unorthodox and a little unusual, but he got it done.
He had over 460 yards of offense last year. All by himself.
It's got to be frustrating for Bill Snyder to have such a tremendous defense and good special teams for the most part, and then be frustrated on offense and not being able to get a lot done.
K-State's missed on their last 7 third-down conversions. Helm with time. Across the middle, incomplete. And David Allen got a hand on it and then took a shot from Clint Finley. And now they're down to 4th and 9. Beg your pardon, 4th and 8.
What they should be doing, hitting the back out of the backfield. David Allen, going to let the thing clear out. He's just going to sneak over the wide open. You got to drill those.
It was a little bit in front of him, but you got to think maybe Allen was knowing Finley was there. This might be the last time Kansas State touches it on offense if they don't pick up this 1st down. 4th and 8. Helm over the middle has got Lockett, and it's 1st and goal at the 4-yard line. So they stay alive, got 9 yards on a 4th and 8.
Adam Helm started a couple of games earlier in the season. He's the son of a coach, so he's been around. He knows what it's like studying and preparing and the frustrations. And it's a big play here. 4th down, keep the drive going.
So it's 1st and goal, Kansas State. All 3 wideouts to the right of Helm, and he's going to take off with it. And he got to get down to about the 1. Julius Jackson holding on to him. Helm's a big kid, 6'3", 225, doesn't mind sticking his head in there. And now he's got him close to the Nebraska goal line. 5:50 left. 9th play of the Kansas State drive. And don't you know the pride of that Nebraska defense would like to come up with a goal line stand here. Joe Hall, a single setback. It's Helm, and it's a touchdown. In for the score from a little over a yard out.
Ball carried by Adam Helm.
So now you know you've got an onside kick coming up. A long way to go, though, for Bill Snyder's Wildcats here. There's power ahead.
Some good movement in the middle of that offensive line.
So they're going to go for two here.
Go for two. If you make it, that's 34-17. You're still down by 17 points.
Let's see if they've run out of quarterback draws. Nope.
That's a good call.
Julius Jackson knew that too. So 34-15 is the way it stays with 5:33 left.
5 things to consider about the Chevy Impala. It's new. It starts under $20,000. It's designed, engineered, and built to be carefree. It's at your Chevy dealer now. It's received the highest frontal crash rating possible. 5 stars from the federal government. The new Chevy Impala. As USA Today put it, it's a lot more car than you imagine, at a lower price than you expect. The new Chevy Impala.
Let's go for a drive.
The road is long and the road is tough. The road is long.
Is your car living a tough life? Better use a tough oil. Valvoline DuraBlend, the one strengthened with synthetics to outperform all leading conventional motor oils. Valvoline DuraBlend, tough oil for a long, tough life.
Select road. Validating tires.
With BF Goodrich tires, it's any road you choose. BF Goodrich tires take control.
Want to intimidate? Put on your game face. But when you take it off, put on your Remington face with the Remington Microscreen 3 and the power of 3 flexing microscreens to get close, fast.
Just try and get closer.
Shaves incredibly close or your money back.
Brad Nessler, Bob Greasy, and Lynn Swan at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska, where the 6th-ranked team in the country leads number 5, 34-15. With 5:33 left in the good hands, folks are up close for Nebraska as we await the impending onside kick from Jamie Rheem. He's got it lined up to go to that far side where Matt Davison and some of those guys are waiting on it. Here it comes. And it is picked up by Brown. He almost broke a tackle. Mike Brown's done a little bit of everything today. I thought he was going to take an onside kick for a touchdown.
Well, they were working on that just the other day, and the same thing happened. They kicked it right to him. He wants it. He's in the primary spot. He and Davison, number 3, right next to him. And you can bet that those two guys have the best hands on the team, and they've done that before in practice. Scooped it up and went the other way.
And a first down at the 37. And it's Diedrich back in there at the I-back spot. What a surprise, huh? 2 tight end set. One guy that's held on to the ball today. He holds on here after a pickup of about a yard. Simoneau made another tackle. And he has been around the football today. Battling off a blocker to bring down Crouch. And then sideline to sideline for another hit on the quarterback, forcing a fumble. Had a great game last week, was Big 12 Player of the Week last week, and those numbers don't hurt him in that respect this week either, except his team's losing. 14 tackles today.
Coach said he didn't make any mistakes last week.
He said he looked down the film and looked and couldn't find it.
Couldn't find one. Graded out 100%.
Bill Snyder can't find something wrong on film on you. You've played one heck of a football game. Eric Crouch goes down. Let's check in with John in New York.
Brad, Washington controlling its own destiny as far as the Rose Bowl is concerned. Down 2017 to UCLA. 56-yard attempt by John Anderson is good, and it ties the game at 20 apiece. There's about 2 minutes left in regulation in this one, Brad. So Washington's still very much alive.
What a kick.
Rick Neuheisel back in the Orange Bowl and the Rose Bowl?
Maybe.
He's there now, though.
3rd down and 6. Inside handoff, and we'll work our way under 4 minutes here.
You know, Nebraska's moving their way up the polls, and as we showed you a little earlier, they're going to be probably number 4 in the BCS poll next week. They've won the national championship 3 of the last 5 years. They haven't won it when Frank Solich was the head coach, but
94, 95, and 97.
Tom Osborne was there, and they won it 3 or 4 years when his last few years.
On a 4th down, Crouch, the pitch. Nope, going down at the 25 is Applegate. Kansas State's going to be able to take over. Don't forget, time permitting, the Thrifty Car Rental post-game report with John and Terry. All the scores and highlights, including Ron Dane's run into the record books. Tennessee picked off by Arkansas today. Penn State beaten by Michigan. You'll see all the highlights and scores of those 2 guys coming up, time permitting. You talk about the winning streak and the winning ways of Nebraska football. And we mentioned they've got a 6-game-in-a-row home winning streak coming into this one. 5 wins this year. But they, in the last 11 years at home, if they win this game, will be 74-3.
Yeah.
Think there's not just a little bit of home field advantage?
Oh, yeah.
Helm pumped once and pays the price. Got hammered by Brian Shaw.
And one of those losses was just last year to Texas,
right.
The team that they may play in the Big 12 championship game.
Texas and Texas Tech play tonight.
In fact, Texas has beaten them the last 2 years. They beat them last year in Austin.
I think that game starts in about 15 minutes, as a matter of fact. Virginia Tech, of course, plays tonight on ESPN. Huge game for them against Miami. And Florida State, having won, sets up showdown time for them next week. Those are just some of the things John and Terry will talk about and you'll be thinking about all week as the college football season hits the fun part. Oh, that's no fun. Vanden Bosch levels Helm, and now Johnson takes it in. It's a touchdown. Vanden Bosch, a 6'4" Tasmanian devil, and he just leveled Helm, and Johnson did the rest.
Well, Vanden Bosch made sure he got the sack this time, coming from over here on this side. Vanden Bosch gets the sack, and Johnson gets the touchdown.
Josh Brown for the extra point. It's 41-15.
Are you an athlete if you only play for bragging rights? What if your team is now your family? Are you an athlete if your toughest competition is yourself? Or if you inherit your uniform? What if you don't play sports at all anymore? Are you an athlete? Always. Russell Athletic for the long run.
This is a rental car. It's just a car, not even your car. So what's the big difference when you're choosing? Price. You search, get the rates, and what you're really looking for is a great car at a low rate. That's thrifty. Just the things you'd expect from a worldwide car rental company. Things like great cars, great service, airline miles, Blue Chip Express program, the works. And at a low rate. So the next time you need a rental car, call Thrifty. Just what you want. Just Thrifty.
Okay, everybody, let's square dance. Oh, bow to the partner corner, I say. Circle to the left with a merit trade. Break right out and you go online. Load the boat, you're doing fine. Research is free, make that trade. Swing that girl, promenade. Circle up 8 with a hoop and a holler. Each trade costs you just $8. Hey, bow to the partner corner, I say. You trade it online with a merit trade. Yoo-hoo! A merit trade. Believe in yourself.
Bob, I think this one's been Solution, our Dell Game Solutions. These are the guys you talked about coming in.
Well, we talked about getting after Beasley. He was only 3 of 19, and Crouch had a big day. Not throwing necessarily, but running the football. 2 touchdowns and a lot of yardage.
Faces tell the story of this one. The happy faces of almost 78,000 fans, plus the team. Lamar Chapman, nice return. Let's check in with Swanee.
Thank you, Brad. I'm with John Junker, Executive Director of the Fiesta Bowl, who's here to watch 2 football teams that might represent the Big 12 in the Fiesta Bowl.
You know, Lynn, that's been a great game today. Really a big statement by Nebraska, and they look to be a team on the move in the BCS standings.
Well, now, if they move up, obviously they wouldn't be available to you, but this is a team you'd like to see in the Fiesta Bowl.
Nebraska, I think any bowl would love to have in their bowl. Kansas State, you got to give them credit. A lot of teams have come to Lincoln and had a long afternoon. There's no quit in that team. But Nebraska really has made quite a statement today.
John, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Swanee. First down, just under 3 to play. Helm, here comes Jackson. Got to him. 4th sack. They're eating up the Wildcat quarterbacks now.
When you're talking about the Big 12 and going bowling, they'll send their champion to the Fiesta Bowl. And the Cotton Bowl gets the 2nd pick, the Holiday Bowl gets the 3rd pick, and on down. It's nice to see that Cotton Bowl up there. That would have been in place last year. Kansas State would have been there.
Fumble! They're going to whistle it dead. Julius Jackson again put his helmet right between the 1 and the 9 on the back of the Kansas State quarterback.
We're near the end of the game, but I'll repeat what I said at the start. It's going to be a defensive battle, and it's not going to be pretty.
If you're a Kansas State quarterback, it certainly hasn't been pretty today. That one could have just as easily been ruled a fumble.
I think that's a fumble, but I don't think it makes any difference.
No, I don't think it does either.
We've had turnovers. We've had seven turnovers.
The defense led by Mike and Ralph Brown. Phenomenal, both those young fellas. Both had interceptions, fumble recoveries. They talked with us about how much it would mean to be walking out on this field for the final time, for the final home game. And boy, are they going to have sweet memories of it. Helm on a throwback. Got it to his tight end. The ball's loose again. Nebraska's got it.
You got to hold on to the football. I mean, you can't. They don't let you go out onto the field unless you can hold on to the football.
Ben Buttonback's got the fumble recovery this time. Bill Snyder knows this game is well over.
It's the tight end Meyer. That's just carelessness.
Another of the undefeateds, 2 minutes away from going by the boards. 5th Kansas State turnover. Jeff Perino's in at quarterback.
Nebraska has turned it over 3 times. 5 times for Kansas State. 8 turnovers in the game.
Buckhalter gets the carry. Today's Chevrolet players of the game. Eric Crouch, a sensational afternoon, a career high rushing the football and 2 touchdowns that set the tone. Mark Simino, 15 tackles today for the Kansas State Wildcats. In recognition of their efforts, Chevrolet will make a $1,000 contribution to each university's general scholarship fund. And beginning this year, Chevrolet will also donate $1,000 to 2 high schools. We're down to the last minute and 40 seconds. Nebraska is going to get their sweet revenge from last year. It was 40-30 as Kansas State thought they might be on their way to a national championship shot. They came in here today 6-0 in conference play, 9-0 overall. They thought again, maybe with whatever happens above them, that they would again be in the BCS picture. That picture has now faded to black for them because in a minute and 20 seconds, number 6 is going to hand number 5 a 41-15 defeat. We've got a shaken up player.
And I know everything is kind of peachy and happy and everything else for the Red and the Big Red and Nebraska and everything else. But unless they eliminate all of the turnovers and all of the fumbles that they've had on offense, they will not continue to win tough games, tight games, if you're going to drop the ball and put it on the ground all those times. They led the nation coming in fumbles given up.
Mike's giving something back to the fans who've been here 233 times without an empty seat. And Perino, the quarterback, keeps it. Goes down to the 21-yard line as another senior getting a chance to play a little bit. And we're down to the final minute. Oh, man, how good those seniors have been over the years. Ortiz and Mike Brown in an embrace on the sideline. That's what it's all about right there.
And it gets to the players, but it starts with the coaching staff and the continuity that has gone through here for 20, 30 years. Right. From Solich to Osborne to Delaney, Devaney, and then on back. But all of those years building this program to what it is, the new press box, the new field, everything that goes on in this tradition here, and it gets back down to the players.
Bill Byrne, the athletic director, came in, talked to us today, and how proud he is of how this place has turned out, and now how proud everybody can be of that second-year coach who's taken a lot of guff. It's hard to take over for a legend, and this is another year now of winning at least 9 games, and that's, what, 33 years in a row. Think about that for a minute. Man. Now to the final 42 seconds. Our New York remote coordinator, Vince D'Addario. College Football Today technical director, Kevin Behrman. College Football Today directed by Calvin Haywood. College Football Today produced by Charles Copland. Our computer stats, Jason Shavico. Clint Dean's our spotter. Pat McGrath, our stat man. Assistants to the producer, Chapman Downs and Praven Martin. Jake Gleason, our technical operations manager. Our production manager, Joe Alvarado. Associate Director Margaret Schaefer. Fred King, our associate producer. Our technical director, Jeff Suarez. As Perino on the option. He is going to keep it and go down. Run out of bounds. Today's game directed by Chip Dean and produced by Jay Rothman. They gave you all the beautiful shots of what we saw, a resounding win. Coordinating producer of ABC's College Football is Bob Goodrich. Vice President of Production is John Filippelli. The President and Executive Producer of ABC Sports is Howard Katz. Folks, we've seen the number 5 team in the country fall, and they just keep falling from the ranks of the undefeated. And Nebraska is going to move up in the polls, move up in the BCS. They'll move from number 6 probably to number 4. They do it in style. Final score, Cornhuskers 41, Kansas State 15. Frank Solich might be his biggest win in his 2 years as head coach of the Cornhuskers. Bill Snyder's team falls for the first time this year. No one really expected them to ever be in this position to be at 9-0 and have a chance for the national championship. But they have played brilliantly all year. They just ran into a buzzsaw wearing red today, led by the seniors, that black shirt defense. And the winning coach is with Lynn Swan.
Coach, a tremendous win for you. Congratulations. Your thoughts on this victory?
I thought our team played tremendous. Played with a lot of heart. You know, that we showed a lot of speed, a lot of quickness, just a lot of determination. They wanted to get it done on both sides of the ball and in the kicking game. You know, there's some things we could still work on. There's some things we got to get better at. But they did a great job, and I'm so proud of the kids and the staff for getting this win.
We all anticipated a great defensive struggle, but when you came out in the first half, it appeared that your offense was able to move the ball the way you wanted to.
Yeah. Well, you know, we wanted to try to establish something on the ground, because if you just have to go to a throwing game against these guys with their speed, it's pretty tough. We were able to get some of that going in the early going, and then I think we did try to keep them off balance, at least with some mixing it up with some pass plays as we went through there.
You know, we always go to the next game as soon as one's done. This is a victory. It's in the books.
Yeah.
But the next game against Colorado is the one that would seal the championship for you.
It's a big one. Colorado's a great team. They're improving. They struggled a little bit early, but they're not struggling now. So it'll be a great ball game.
Your biggest win as a head coach?
It's a big win.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Lynn. Appreciate it.
I think you'll think about that and say yes to the answer, Swanee. A good one it was. As now teams that got together for 84 times, and this time it goes in Nebraska's favor again. 41-15, they win it. As Swanee said, Thanksgiving weekend, Colorado will have something to say about who wins the North and who goes on to the Big 12 championship. But right now, the folks in Lincoln think it's their team in red. Final score, The 6th-ranked Cornhuskers upset Kansas State 41-15 the final. For Lynn Swan, Bob Greasy, and our ABC crew, I'm Brad Nessler. Thanks for joining us. ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com, part of the Go Network. Good night from Lincoln.
What an extraordinary performance. It's the Indianapolis 500. The best final round ever. Touchdown! Touchdown! Incredible!
This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, continuing the tradition of excellence.
Hi, I'm Gregory Hines. You may know me as an actor or a dancer, but the role I'm most proud of is as a parent, which is why I want you to write down this number, 1-800-448-3000, because the greatest gift you can give a child is to be a good parent.
Paul Lassiter handles the pressure of City Hall, no problem. His shot on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire should be a breeze.
So what's your answer?
B. It's all new. Then the real Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. See you Tuesday on ABC.
For God's sake, Satan!
48 days until the celebration of the century.
You gotta go away, you wanna go, do what you want to do.
There's a better place for business, the network place. Sharp can take you there. People are connected, knowledge is shared. In Sharp's advanced digital document systems, the Imager series speed the flow of ideas through the network, creating impressive documents and raising productivity to its peak.
You gotta go where you wanna go, do what you want to do.
The network place. Sharp can take you there.
Remodel your bath with big savings from Menards and don't pay till spring. Add style with Omega bath cabinets, all on sale. This oak vanity with extra storage is $188. This stylish white vanity, $199. Plus, all Peerless faucets are on sale. Choose from a chrome lab or tub and shower faucet on sale $49.99. A designer white or almond faucet is $79.99. Get Peerless savings for your bath at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
With the most up-to-date equipment, Bear Frame and Alignment is your total suspension specialist. They align vehicles of all kinds, from foreign and domestic cars to farm trucks, motorhomes, over-the-road trucks, semi-trailers, goosenecks, and stock trailers. But the service doesn't stop there. Bear Frame also does quality framework, brakes, shocks, and struts. For total suspension work, the best is under the Bear. Bear Frame and Alignment, 1221 Avenue A, Kearney, your Napa Auto Care Center.
The new millennium, a vast universe of sparkling diamonds. Riddle's Jewelry brings you precise, high-resolution diamond viewing, an exclusive lifetime diamond guarantee, and a customer-exclusive Riddle's new Laser ID, secret identification to safeguard your diamond for infinity. Celebrate the savings today at the jewelry store of tomorrow. Riddle's Jewelry. Gifts of love last longer than time.
Where's our doctor? Wait, we have to go to Lincoln?
That's over 2 hours away. Your plan lets us go to Kearney.
We'll have to change doctors. What about our medical records?
So staying close to home means a bigger medical bill.
Does your boss know about this plan?
This plan's called Choice.
It really doesn't offer any choice.
If your insurance provider does not work with Kearney Sentinel Healthcare Network, you may not have access to quality healthcare here in central Nebraska. Sentinel Healthcare, keeping you and your healthcare close to home.
Most compact club cabs just aren't cut out for big loads. So you end up leaving a little cargo behind, having to lose a little weight, cutting your funds short. Dodge Dakota, however, is different. With more available payload, towing, and power, Dakota, anything less doesn't cut it. Dakota, now ranked best compact pickup in initial quality by J.D. Power & Associates.
The Nebraska Television Network, NTV. Closed captioning of NTV News is provided by Good Samaritan Health Systems. You're watching NTV News at 6 with Julie Studley and Thad Campbell.
Good evening. The Huskers suited up for this year's last home game.
And the Big Red began the day with another fumble, but luckily they didn't turn over the win to the Wildcats. Brian Groff joins us now with more. Brian, it was a great game.
You mentioned the fumble. That's a similarity to last week, but a couple other similarities. Outstanding defense by the Husker Blackshirts, and the offense scored a lot of points. We'll check out the highlights. Senior day, Steve Warren, one of 27 players playing their last game at Memorial Stadium. First play from scrimmage for Nebraska. There it is. Dan Alexander's going to ask for glue for his Christmas list so he can put it on his hands, hold on to that ball. Kyle Vanden Bosch blocked 2 field goals last week. He's up to his old tricks again. He blocks another one today. Eric Crouch, 30 yards for the score. He had all 44 yards on the first scoring drive of the day for the Huskers. Later, 9-0 after a safety. Crouch with the 18-yard TD run, 16-0. Huskers go on to blow away Kansas State by a final of 41-15. We'll have more on the Huskers later on in sports, plus UNK loses at New Mexico Highlands. More in sports.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Well, an Illinois couple walked away from their vehicle after it was...
I'd rather have it come down in his hands than the hands of the opponent.
Well, Dan Haydenfeld able to kick that out of bounds, and then Allen for no gain here. Nice tackle.
Really good, solid, strong tackle by Ralph Brown. And so we're still putting pressure, as you can see, on Beasley. And Jeremy Slechta there. It's great to see him back and playing really well again. They come back here now and try to get us sleeping with a fake punt, but it didn't work. You see we get pressure on him right there. Greg List, excellent job by Greg, and look how happy everybody is for Greg, huh? He's really kind of a player coach for us. You know, they respected tremendously by the players, and so they were really excited when he got a big play.
Yeah, great to see him have a nice play like that in his last game at Memorial Stadium as a senior. Well, you come back and try to move the ball. Eric gets hit there, and so now Kansas State takes over the ball. Yeah,
they come back on really a designed quarterback run and have some success with it there. Brian Shaw does run Beasley down. And then, they come back with a design draw play, and it has success. And so they've got a little bit of a drive going here themselves, except, we have some great contact there by, look like Brian and Mike Brown.
Yeah.
And there
Mike recovers it as well.
Right, we'll see it again. And really, it was Brian and Mike. And then Mike comes up with the ball. There you see him. And great change here for us. And we come back with a counter sweep, but Darren Diedrich did really a nice job of cutting it up inside and showed good feet there to pick up some good yardage.
Coach, 5 possessions for each team in this quarter, no points put on the board. Were you content, given the way your defense was playing, to just kind of play a little more conservative?
Well, we didn't want to do anything foolish. We didn't want to allow them to get some quick points because of breakdowns and mistakes. And so on that end of it, we were a little more conservative, but we also knew that margin was nothing to Kansas State. That they had come back from certainly bigger deficits earlier in the season, and so we needed to make sure that we still did things to move the ball and try to put points on the board.
Well, that deficit was 24-9 as we head into the fourth quarter, and we've been talking about the seniors the entire afternoon, but it was a freshman that blew it open. The Canadian takes it to the house, eh? The final 15 minutes is ahead. Stay with us.
At Computer Cable Connection, we make total sense of network system integration. Since 1986, we've grown to become Nebraska's #1 network systems integrator, with over 300 certified technicians, worldwide distribution of 10,000 products from 400 manufacturers, plus in-house custom cable assemblies and CAD documentation. For professionalism you can rely on to bring today's technology to your desktop, doesn't it make sense to go with the total systems integrator?
I work out every day. Well, nearly every day. I believe staying in shape keeps you young. It's important to me that my finances are in shape too, and I've done pretty well that way. But when it was time for me to plan for my estate, I definitely needed a professional trainer, and nobody does it better than Taggy Rutherford. They really help me plan for the future. I've taken care of myself. Taggy Rutherford helps me take care of my family.
For estate planning that works, trust Taggy Rutherford. Taggy Rutherford Financial Group.
I feel great.
It's the savings event of the season at Ernie's in Ceresco for the certified home furnishing sell down. Ernie's is pulling out all the stops with bigger than life savings store-wide. Plus, your paying is done till 2001 on mattresses and box springs, living rooms, lazy boy recliners, carpet, appliances, and electronics. That's no payments and no interest if paid in January 2001. You not only get guaranteed money-saving prices, but also free delivery during the certified sale down going on now at Ernie's in Ceresco.
You dream of living in the country, but enjoy being close to the city. Your dream has finally come true. Introducing Iron Horse Community, Nebraska's newest and most unique housing project, featuring a beautifully blue 40-acre rock-bottom lake and an 18-hole golf course, including a clubhouse, marina, and 5-mile walking path. For information, contact Boyer Young Real Estate, 334-3690. Iron Horse Community. The lifestyle is much better here.
Well, the final 15 minutes belong to Nebraska. Both the offense and defense would make big plays to help put this one away. We begin the fourth. Nebraska with the ball after that fumble caused and recovered by Mike Brown, and you put an important 3 points on the board in that it makes it a 3-possession game.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that was the idea of certainly going for the field goal at that point in time. Here you see us on the drive with Darren again using good feet. Nice job by the line, blocking up front. James Sherman also playing his last game for us in the offensive line. Done a great job for us throughout his career. And here you see the field goal. It was good to see Josh Brown kick it right through. And, you know, Josh is continuing to build more and more confidence and, you know, getting to where, you know, he's going to be a great kicker.
And then they come back and a nice tackle there on the big Joe Hall.
Yeah, the guy is between 290 and 300 pounds, and so, you know, you want to make sure that you don't hit him too high, and Tony did a good job taking his legs out from underneath him.
There's one of those big plays we talked about, Mike Brown, his last game at Memorial Stadium.
Yeah, that was great to see us pick this one off, and, you know, you're starting to get a little bit better feeling now about the entire outcome of this as we're continuing to keep great pressure on him from the defensive standpoint.
Eric Crouch, you know, we're going to see Darren Diedrich go all the way here. We'll talk about it in a second, but first, Darren Diedrich, 46-yard touchdown.
Yeah, it came out of a set where it's just really an inside zone play, but we set the fullback weak, and here you can see an excellent job of the people up front blocking, and also Willie goes through from the fullback spot, gets a good job done there, and Darren uses good speed to put it in the end zone.
14 carries, 93 yards, and a touchdown for Darren Diedrich on the day, and that gives Nebraska, well, the margin they were looking for. It's now 34-9. 3 of Nebraska's 5 sacks on the afternoon come on this possession.
And great job by Jason Lohr there as he just took the lineman and really stuffed him all the way back to the quarterback where he had no room to run. Then he just fell off the block and made the tackle.
And another sack there, this time by Jeremy Slechta.
Yeah, Kyle Vanden Bosch made the first hit, but he slipped away, and Jeremy came in and kind of finished it off. Here you see it again. So really, you know, receivers well covered there, and then of course the pass rush gets to the guy. Here you go. You see Jason coming again, and Carlos Polk on a blitz, and so really, you know, we're knowing that they've got to try to get back in this game through the air, and of course when our defense knows that and they're putting on a pass rush, it's pretty tough.
Now you come back and you get Buckhalter back in the game. Hopefully, I would imagine to get him some more confidence, get some confidence back, and then he fumbles right away. Are you concerned about the confidence issue?
Well, yes. You know, certainly you wanted all your players to be playing with a great deal of confidence out there, and so you know, we get Buck back in, you know, before this thing's all over with, and he, you know, he had some carries and got back on track again, so he's ready to go again, and the same will be true of Dan Alexander. You know, this was certainly a tough game for both of those guys in that regard. Neither one of them got much playing time, and they've been guys that have helped us tremendously over the last 2 seasons, so this was tough on them.
Yeah, that's a 9-yard completion on a 4th and 8 for Kansas State. It sets up the touchdown run here by Adam Helm, who's a much bigger guy. Then they would go for 2, and you stop that, so it makes it 34-15.
Yeah, Julius there penetrating on the play immediately, and then brings the guy down. Julius has had really a great season this year. You know, really good to see him having the great success that he's had. And there, Mike Brown, you know, who's been all over the place this year for us, ends up on our special teams there of recovering onside kicks and does a good job of fielding it. It's not an easy one to field, really. We caught it on the short hop.
Now, Nebraska goes 3 and out, so Kansas State gets the ball back, and then you were talking about what the nice season Julius is having, and you see him make a nice play here, a loss of 6.
Yeah, it's just an outright Kyle Vanden Bosch there on an outright blitz, and of course Eric picks the ball up, and we get a quick 6 there, and an easy 6 in some regards. But you see here that Kyle comes through, made a little head fake, and comes through virtually untouched as a great hit, and then of course we get the quick points.
41-15, Nebraska now on top after EJ scores the touchdown. Now we come back in the play that I was talking about a second ago. This is
where Julius comes on the backside rush here, yeah. And you can see that we have great quickness and speed on defense, and when these guys are coming on an all-out rush, it's going to be tough on everybody. There you see Julius from the backside that time, you know, and then it gets ruled as an incomplete pass, but they're in trouble here, and they know it and we know it. And here they throw one out there, and Tony Ortiz gets out there and causes a fumble, and Ben Budenbach
another senior,
gets the ball. So it was a great day for a lot of our seniors. And come back here now with just a base option to Jeff Perino, who's now in the game, and of course Jeff, as you know, is a senior, so you know, all of them didn't get a chance to get it done the way they wanted to, but at least many of them did, and certainly we appreciate every one of those guys.
Well, Nebraska wins it 41-15, 9-win season once again, the 31st consecutive year Nebraska has had 9 wins, and now in the last 14 times Nebraska has beaten 12 top 10 opponents that they've faced. The Huskers, well, what a great game. And we'll take a look at the 28 seniors who were playing their last game at Memorial Stadium when we come back. Stay with us.
I remember the days when service meant something.
I'm Randy Sewell of Controlled Comfort. For home heating and cooling, we know what customer service means.
I remember when people had the experience to get the job done.
Controlled Comfort meets the Lennox quality dealer standards.
I remember when I could rely on a company for years.
Lennox has made quality products for over a century.
I remember when I could get a good haircut.
How about a cap?
Lennox, one less thing to worry about.
Hi, I'm Tony Massinio, president of Valentino's. You know, there's nothing like the tradition of autumn in Nebraska. Harvest time, Husker football, and Valentino's pizza. And this fall, Valentino's is featuring the Big Red Special, featuring 2 of our award-winning, medium-sized, delicious pizzas for only $16.99. So come to Valentino's today and taste the tradition.
Valentino's, the best pizza ever made, guaranteed.
He's not a star on his neighborhood softball team. And his work at the annual barbecue wasn't very impressive. But around here, he's still a hometown hero. You see, he's the local Farm Bureau insurance agent. For auto, home, and property protection, and for life insurance that can help protect your family's financial security, call a Farm Bureau insurance agent today. Living beside you, working for you.
The University of Nebraska ranks #1 in the nation for graduating academic All-Americans in football, women's volleyball, in fact, all sports put together. And our honors program attracts some of the country's highest scoring freshmen in fields like physics, computer science, biology, chemistry, and math. So you have an interesting known value for N. There is no place like Nebraska.
Over the last 4 years, this Nebraska senior class has amassed a 41-7 record, a conference championship, and the national championship. Saturday, those 28 players experienced one last tunnel walk and one last game in front of the home crowd. They certainly made it a memorable one, and this week we spoke to the seniors about their last game at home as Huskers.
One of the best parts of my life was being at Nebraska and being part of an organization that just had great football players in and out, and to be able to walk on that field and say I was a starter for a year, and that's, you know, the biggest thing I'd have to say means the most, and that I'll probably tell my kids that, you know, they can do, you know, anything that they work hard for.
And my family, that's just my family, you know, the linebacking crew, you know, the defensive line, I'm gonna miss the black shirts. I'm gonna miss wearing that black shirt out there at practice. That's what I'm gonna miss most of all.
Over the years, you came in and you didn't really know that many guys around you, and you know, the guys that have stuck it out and the graduating seniors this year, the bonds and the friendships that they've gained through them. It's, something that will really last a lifetime.
The hardships that I've gone through and the joys, seeing the hard work pay off, and then my friends. Those are the two things that'll always be with me.
This is just a big dream. Like, it's almost ever since I was young, this has been a dream of mine. And now, if I were to talk to my kids about it, I let them know that dreams do come true.
The thing I remember most is just working hard, and the Iowa game where I got to score a touchdown, that was pretty important to me. That was pretty good.
I think there's a certain amount of pride that comes along with being a senior at Nebraska, and I'm proud to be here, and I guess my pride will probably even be more as the years go by.
My father played here 20 some years ago, and he made that same walk. And I don't know if they introduced him back then, but that's a special walk for us seniors. That's one last time of hitting that horseshoe. That's one last time of walking out there and seeing that sea of red and saying, these 77,000 fans, they're here for us.
I'm gonna miss coming out on that field and going to that north end zone over there. You guys over there that come on, I go like this and see if you guys are listening to me, and I'm gonna miss that too. So it's gonna be tough, but I'm gonna enjoy it.
Thank you. Over the years, they've stood behind me and they've cheered me on. A lot of people have come up to me and told me how much it meant to them for me just to stick it out, and not be about myself and be more for the team and changing positions and being happy. I think that just helped me out the most.
My last time, I ain't gonna be able to look up there and see the sea of red no more. I don't know. It's gonna be wild, and I'm gonna take everything in, take a deep breath, and just hold on to it as long as I can.
It's going to be weird being hearing my name called out and walking out on the field and seeing the stadium just full of people cheering. It's going to be neat, and it's going to be amazing, and it's something I'm sure I'm going to cherish a long time after the day's over.
They have such an admiration and a respect for you, and that makes it worthwhile to me, and I think that makes it worthwhile to everybody else on the team, and by far and away, they're the best fans of college football.
This is going to be the last time, for sure this time. So I'm going to definitely enjoy it, soak it in, and take it home with me and keep it for the rest of my life.
Don't get a lot of recognition over the loudspeaker too often, so that's going to be pretty nice to have my name announced over the crowd. I'm excited about that, and just cherish it as much as possible.
I can't really imagine what it's going to feel like. I can't really put it into words and describe it. I can still remember the first time I walked out of the stadium, and being the last time, I'm sure it's going to be that same feeling. It's going to be something that's going to stay with me for the rest of my life.
Coach Solich really gets fired up along with the players. I mean, he gets pumped up, and his blood is pumping just like ours is. And I think he just has everybody's respect, and everybody really loves him. And he's just been a great coach to play for.
I don't know how you can talk about Coach Solich without mentioning the word intensity. He's very intense. He brings a lot of emotion and intensity to the locker room, to the sidelines. It's been a thrill playing for him.
10 years down the road, I'll remember all the fun things that we did and all the games that we won, and just how we were always together.
Playing in that national championship game in 1997, being surrounded by all those great players, Grant Wistrom, Jason Peter, it was definitely a great moment. But I think overall, I'll cherish mostly, all the friends I've made here, the good people I've met. I think that's the most important thing that I'll, remember.
Hopefully this season to continue to build the dynasty that's gone on here in the last couple decades. Definitely be something that I'm proud of, and hopefully I'll share with some of my kids maybe later on in life.
I'm gonna remember my teammates and the closeness that we had, and the things we shared together and the time we shared, and that will be the biggest memory and the best memory that I'll have of this place is the friends I've made and the time that we spent together.
In all the years that I've been here, I loved every moment of it. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, and I just want to go out, with a victory and just enjoyment, and just have the fans know that, I left a lasting impression on them, and I had fun, and I always loved this school, and I always come back here.
The way we had so much support on and off the field, the way, when we were down, we had people there to help us out, coaching-wise, and, how they just took each and every individual player as a person. They took them in like we were a family to them, and that's probably the one thing I'm going to remember the most.
It's going to be emotional, I think.
I'm definitely going to be ready to play and pumped up, and especially knowing this is my last game, I want to give the fans and my family and myself something that I can remember. You know, my last game, something that I played pretty well and just did the things necessary to come out on top. You know, you always want to go out as a winner your last game because you're going to remember it for a long time.
Well, I have a feeling Mike Brown and the rest of the seniors will remember this, a 41-15 win. Coach, can you talk about what this senior class has meant over the last 4 or 5 years?
Well, they're really a great group of players, just people in general. They're going to be missed. It's very difficult. If you look at that group, you know, a lot of athletic ability that will be gone, but there's more to those guys than just athletic ability. You know, they had tremendous heart and desire, and they demanded of themselves. They demanded it of one another. They showed great leadership throughout their time here and certainly through their senior season. And so we'll all miss them. And, you know, we're just happy that they were able to end up their season here at home with the kind of win that they had.
Yeah, an inspirational group, that's for sure. When we come back, we'll talk about the Huskers' next game, the Colorado Buffaloes. Stay with us.
Welcome back to College Coaching Legends. With me are, of course, Barry Switzer and Tom Osborne. Barry, when you were coaching for Oklahoma, what was the hardest part about playing the Huskers?
Well, hearing that Nebraska fight song every year, you know, I hate that song. It just drove me crazy.
The Nokia Husker phone with the fight song ringer, only at Alltel Wireless.
Hello. Well, how are you? No, I'm definitely retired now. But thanks for calling, Jerry. Now, what were we talking about?
A man is life-flighted to Lincoln General from an accident at 84th and O. He was driving a car that collided with a semi.
A tornado warning is in effect for Lincoln and Lancaster County. Spotters are citing numerous tornadoes on the ground.
News Talk 1400 KLIN. If you miss a day, you miss a lot.
No matter what you drive, the battery station is the battery you need to keep your vehicle on the road. Batteries for cars, trucks, boats, you name it, we have it at the battery station. We supply cables and connections, vehicle accessories, and more. The battery station will recycle your old battery, install a new battery, even deliver a battery to your vehicle in an emergency. Mention this ad and receive 10% off your next purchase. Stop by and see why we still have the best customer service around. The Battery Station, your one-stop battery and accessory superstore, featuring Exide quality products.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Haven't made plans for New Year's Eve? The Lincoln Journal-Star presents Fire and Ice in downtown Lincoln, and 1011 takes you there. See 8 different laser music shows. Countdown early with the kids. And don't miss the fireworks finale at midnight. Wherever you celebrate, 1011 brings you live updates from Lincoln's premier party throughout the evening. Fire and Ice, New Year's Eve, downtown Lincoln at 11th and N Streets.
Trajectory looks good.
Catch all the action you missed on the Alltel Husker Volleyball Show with Coach Terry Pettit.
Sunday night at 11:30 on 1011.
And welcome back to the Frank Solich Show. Before we talk about Colorado, Coach, maybe a comment on Eric Crouch's performance today, because he rushed for 158 yards, 27 carries, which is a new position record, breaking a record set back in 1952 by John Bordogna. He carried 25 times, and Eric carries 27 today.
Yeah, that's, you know, it's amazing. I guess I really didn't realize that he was getting quite that many carries as he did. But you know, he's tremendously a durable player and great toughness. And, you know, when you combine the skill that he has, you want to try to make it all click together for him. And certainly that's happened. And you can see it in this ball game. He just had a tremendous ball game.
He certainly seems to step up his level in the big games. And speaking of big games, a couple of weeks from now, Colorado, and you're traveling to Boulder. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, they're becoming an excellent football team, and I believe they all felt that they would be that, and they certainly expected to be that a little earlier in the year, but they came through some tough times, but right now they're playing great football. Certainly on top of their game. They're a very athletic group, and it'll be at home for them. It'll be certainly a big game for them in terms of the end of the year at their place, and so we'll get their best shot without any question, and they're an excellent team.
And on the line for the Huskers, a trip to the Big 12 title game in San Antonio this year. And speaking of the Big 12 title game, Texas is already there with a win over Texas Tech. Longhorns sit there waiting for either Kansas State or Nebraska now.
Right. It'll depend upon, of course, our Colorado game as to the North representative. But we're looking forward to the Colorado game, and certainly would love to be in the Big 12 title game, and we'll do everything we can to get there.
Some more things shook out on this Saturday of football because losing was Penn State. Michigan beat Penn State, and then also you had another team above you dropping. Can you talk a little bit about where you sit in the national title thing? It looks like Virginia Tech's going to win, but you'll probably move up inside the top 4 in the BCS.
Yeah, it appears that way, and it's very difficult to really see how this thing's all going to play out. Week by week, it's almost it's a rough deal to get through a season undefeated. As you see that right now, we're coming down the stretch of very, very few teams. You got to have a great football team. You got to have a few things go your way in order to get that accomplished. And it's not all over yet.
Yep.
There are some tough games on the schedule. We've got a tough one, of course, and some of those other schools have got tough ones. So we'll just see how it all plays out.
And of course, the other team losing on Saturday, third-ranked Tennessee. So the Huskers certainly moving up. We'll close out the show and have some final thoughts when we come back. Stay with us.
Pride, hard work, and high performance are what every team strives for. The Huskers have it all. A proud team with a strong tradition. Experience that same strong tradition at your locally owned and operated Amoco gasoline stations and convenience.
Where you sit in the national title thing, looks like Virginia Tech's going to win, but you'll probably move up inside the top 4 in the BCS.
Yeah, it appears that way, and it's very difficult to really see how this thing's all going to play out. Week by week, it's almost it's a rough deal to get through a season undefeated. As you see that right now, we're coming down the stretch of very, very few teams. You got to have a great football team. You got to have a few things go your way in order to get that accomplished. And it's not all over yet.
Yep.
There are some tough games on the schedule. We've got a tough one, of course, and some of those other schools have got tough ones. So we'll just see how it all plays out.
And of course, the other team losing on Saturday, third-ranked Tennessee. So the Huskers certainly moving up. We'll close out the show and have some final thoughts when we come back. Stay with us.
Pride, hard work, and high performance are what every team strives for. The Huskers have it all. A proud team with a strong tradition. Experience that same strong tradition at your locally owned and operated Amoco gasoline stations and convenience stores, where you'll find high-quality gasoline, snacks, drinks, car washes, and automotive repairs, all with a big Husker smile. Amoco, you expect more from a leader, and you get it.
Pick up your colorful Nebraska Big Red 2000 calendar for just $9.95, yours with an 8-gallon fill at any participating Amoco location throughout Nebraska.
You dream of living in the country, but enjoy being close to the city. Your dream has finally come true. Introducing Iron Horse Community, Nebraska's newest and most unique housing project, featuring a beautifully blue 40-acre rock-bottom lake and an 18-hole golf course, including a clubhouse, marina, and 5-mile walking path. For information, contact Boyer Young Real Estate, 334-3690. Iron Horse Community. The lifestyle is much better here.
The Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine physicians are committed to giving patients the finest in orthopedic care. Athletes at the University of Nebraska have been under their care for over 24 years. The staff of 8 physicians have years of surgical experience to get you back on the field of competition or merely back to enjoying your evening walks. Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine, proud to be your Husker team physicians.
Lots of folks are trying their hands at minivans these days. If you'd like to build one too, why not make it easy on yourself?
Just use the pattern everyone else seems to be using. Dodge Caravan, the most innovative, most imitated, most trusted, best-selling minivan ever, starting at $18,025.
Tools give you the power to achieve goals. Financial tools from U.S. Bank are no exception. They make routine jobs go faster. The more you work with them, the more confident you become. For every person, for every financial need, we have a tool. Your needs, our tools. U.S. Bank.
And welcome back to the Frank Solich Show. Coach, the emotion at that stadium on Saturday, it was as loud as it's been all season.
Yeah, the fans were great. I really believe they are a big part of that win. You know, certainly if you look at it, Kansas State had maybe 2 or so delay of game penalties. There were a lot of times they needed to use a timeout to keep from getting delay of game, and that really comes back to the fans for the most part and how loud they were, so it was great.
Now you have a 2-week break before Colorado. Anything you want to work on in particular, and what are your plans for the next couple weeks?
Well, we'll work Monday through Friday here this next week, give them Saturday and Sunday off, and you know, we're not going to demand too much of them early in the week. We'll work fairly hard as coaches, try to get the game plan together and keep them in condition, but not certainly do much with in the way of pads and any kind of contact, although there will be some contact here as we get further into the week, because I don't believe you can go 2 weeks without it. And so hopefully the preparation will be fine and they'll end up playing a great game at the end.
Well, just one thing separating from Nebraska from that Big 12 title game, and that's Colorado. Thanks very much for joining us. Be sure to watch the Husker Kickoff Show with Jeff Schmal and Coach Solich. And we will be back next week as the Huskers take a break and get ready for the Buffs. For Frank Solich and the entire Husker Vision crew, I'm Larry Putney. Thanks very much for joining us, and we'll see you next week.
The Frank Solich Show has been brought to you in part by Adidas, Amoco, Computer Cable Connection, Controlled Comfort, Dodge, Ernie's in Ceresco, Farm Bureau Insurance, and Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty. Frank Solich Wardrobe was provided by Gary Michaels Clothiers.
Sunday, December 12th at 1 p.m. live on 10/11. It's a battle of the boards as the Husker women take on the Creighton Blue Jays in a 10/11 Against the Violence special broadcast. Join 10/11 and the Huskers in our fight against domestic violence. We'll be accepting your donations of disposable diapers for Lincoln's Friendship Home at the game. And during halftime, we'll talk about the effects domestic violence has on Nebraska's families. Support your Huskers and Friendship Home. Sunday, December 12th at 1 p.m.
Regis and Kathy Lee.
Look who's live. The Who's Roger Daltrey rocks the house.
Yeah, baby.
Plus actor, comedian Richard Belzer.
Tough guy.
And get ready for Y2K with Live's Makeover of the Millennium.
I'd like to see that.
Then later this week, it's Pokemon Mania.
It ain't Bambi.
Get it live.
With Regis and Kathy Lee.
Tomorrow at 9 on 10/11.
Let's see. Sense of humor. Must be good with children.
You think your folks are cheating on their income taxes?
Probably. Likes fine food. Loves to dance. Fun. And a promising career.
Hi, welcome to Taco Bell.
The Late Show with David Letterman. The right man at the right...
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
Welcome to the All-Tell Husker Volleyball Show with two-time National Coach of the Year, Terry Pettit. And now, here's your host, Larry Putney.
The Huskers are all alone at the top. After this win on the road Wednesday evening in Boulder, the Huskers have taken sole possession of first place in the Big 12 Conference. Nebraska beating Colorado in 4 games to move to 20-5 on the season. Hello, Husker fans. I'm Larry Putney, and welcome to the Alltel Husker Volleyball Show with head coach Terry Pettit. We're inching closer to the end of the volleyball season. Just 4 matches remain for the Big Red, and if Nebraska wins out, the Huskers capture their 3rd Big 12 championship and the 22nd conference title in the last 24 years. We have highlights from both of the Huskers games this week, wins over Colorado and Iowa State. We'll also preview the upcoming games with Oklahoma and Baylor. All that yet to come on the Alltel Husker Volleyball Show. Stay with us.
With Caller ID Deluxe from Alltel, you can see who's calling or who called while you're away. Like somebody wanting to sell you AstroTurf for your home. Well, there's a call that can wait. And whether the caller is across the street or across the country, you'll get a name and number. Psychic Bob probably knows you're not going to answer. Hey, it's your buddy Mark, who said he'd call if he could get Husker tickets. Now there's a call that can't wait. Caller ID Deluxe from Alltel, the power to simplify.
You know what ticks me off? Well, a lot. But the main thing is a phony. That's why I like these Arby's chicken fingers. They're the genuine article, none of that processed nugget stuff.
Arby's chicken fingers are big, crispy strips of real all-white meat chicken.
That looks good. That's real, not phony. I can't stand phony.
Down, boy.
Sorry.
Don't settle for anything but Arby's real all-white meat chicken fingers.
At Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty, our commitment is to help you meet and even exceed your commercial real estate expectations. Whether they be transaction services, financial services, property or facilities management services, or strategic services, our team of professionals are well experienced and always represent your best interests. Whether right in your own backyard or anywhere in the world, call Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty and we'll deliver a level of service that is unsurpassed.
This rather unconventional salute to Nebraska's scarlet and cream comes from the cream of 20th century artists, as expressed in the world-famous collection at the Sheldon Memorial Art Gallery on the campus of the University of Nebraska in Lincoln. I think you get the picture. There is no place like Nebraska.
And welcome back to the Alltel Husker Volleyball Show. Head coach Terry Pettit joining us. Coach, you're now 26 games into the season, 4 left in the conference, and you mentioned kind of a buzzword this week. You said fatigue a couple of times. How do you prevent your team from becoming leg weary at this point in the year?
Well, following the Colorado match Wednesday night, when we came back, we gave them Thursday off. We only practiced an hour on Friday, and normally our practices are 2.5 hours. And then we played Saturday. They have Sunday off. So you really need to cut back. And sometimes that's difficult because when a team doesn't maybe play as well as you think they should, the tendency for coaches to put the hammer down and you just make the situation worse. But we were very fresh on Saturday night, so I think we made the right decision.
Well, let's take a look at those Colorado highlights. Colorado coming in, playing pretty good volleyball. In fact, they had beaten the Kansas State club on the road, and it looked like K-State, has been struggling a little bit. But you were facing a Colorado team that's been playing well.
Well, they were 10-1 at home. They have the most experienced player in the conference in Kelly Campbell, their All-American setter. And anytime a team is 10-1 at home, they're doing something right there. They're a young team. Their outside hitters are young, and I really felt that the key to the match was going to be our block setup on the right side against Nielsen and Kim Taskey, who is number 7 there. So we started the match, and in the first game we couldn't do anything wrong for the first 12, 13 points, and then Colorado got in a rhythm, and they started to use our block a little bit. And they came back, and I think we won the first game 15-10. Right. But I knew we were in for a very competitive night when Colorado came back in the first game.
There's the kill by Nancy Mandering, and you see the stat there. She gets her 1,000th kill, and she does it in just 238 games, breaking a school record, which was held by Allison Weston, who did it in 258 games. Have you run out of superlatives to talk about Nancy Mandering?
No, I think the best thing we can say about Nancy is that she does it every night, that she's just very consistent. And I felt she was a little fatigued in this match, but she still found a way to get 22 kills, and even though maybe her arm speed wasn't quite what it's been or her jump wasn't quite what it's been, And that's the sign of maturity, to find a way to do the job even when maybe you're not in peak form.
I think you said in the paper also that the team you didn't think played their best, but on the road against a ranked opponent, you still find a way to win. With not playing your best, a matter of effort or execution? Or...
I think it's just fatigue. I mean, we've been in a situation where I think we started the conference season 2-2. And so we've played 12, 14 conference matches knowing basically we had to win. And if we wanted to have a chance to compete for the conference championship. That's a lot of pressure, and it's not just physical fatigue, but mental fatigue, knowing that every time out you've got to play hard and play well to put yourself in a position to win. And to the Huskers' credit, they've handled it.
Colorado came back and won game number 2, 15-9, so it's at one game apiece going into the third here. You hit just 228 for the match, but managed to win. 228,
but in the third game, I think we hit over 400. And you see Oxley blocking the slide there, Jenny Kropp coming back on a tight slide. Amber Holdenquist had a big night. She had 15 kills and was really a go-to player, was almost an automatic side out every time we got her the ball. Yankee came off the bench for Gracia, and it wasn't that Gracia wasn't playing well, it's that we thought Katie matched up better with Colorado's left side hitters, who are small in stature. They're 5'9", 5'10". Katie seals low at the net, and she came in, and I thought she got us organized there.
I think Sapero had 4 service aces, too, in that second game, and I think there was some speculation that maybe that was one of the reasons that switch was made to Yankee.
No, it was, you mean Katie had 4 aces?
No, Sapero had 4 service errors. Did I say aces? I'm sorry, errors. Yeah.
Right. No, I don't think she had. I don't think that was the issue. It was mostly block setup. There you see Nancy setting up, and it was just a match where I felt, and we talked about it before the match, that both teams would have some times when they didn't play maybe their best volleyball, and whatever team could just kind of hang in and make good decisions. And as it turns out, we were fortunate and we got the job done.
Angie Oxley, once again, 10 kills, 4th straight match in which she's had double digits in kills. She's just continuing to play.
I think I think we've come to expect that from her. She's been very steady. Mandy Monson, I thought, made a lot of good decisions in this match. Mandy, we knew, was a little fatigued, and she'd struggled in the match or two before, but she made some good decisions in transition where she kept the ball in play and got some kills instead of snapping the ball down into the block, and I felt that was very important.
So Nebraska goes on to win this in 4, 15-11 in game number 4 for the 25th consecutive season. The Huskers post 20 wins in a season. Huskers come back home and face a team they've never lost to, that Iowa State. We'll have those highlights when we come back. Stay with us.
This is what it all comes down to. The winners will be known as champions. For the losers, maybe next year. Whose desire is greater? Who's ready to take their game to the next level? I am.
The State High School Football Finals, Thursday, November 18th, Friday, November 19th, and Saturday, November 20th at Memorial Stadium. Watch 6 head-to-head battles between the best football teams in the state.
Let's play ball!
It could start with a sudden and severe headache. You could experience weakness or numbness on one side of the body, dizziness or loss of balance, sudden changes in vision, difficulty speaking or understanding speech. It will happen suddenly. Every minute of every day, someone suffers from a stroke. Join me, Tess Koppelman, November 15th through the 19th during News Now at 10 for a special series on strokes. I'll have the latest tips on prevention, symptoms, medical breakthroughs, and the road to recovery. Only on 1011, your capital city news station.
Go Big Red! Go Big Red!
Hey guys, I made cookies. Pam Solich's recipe.
Oh, yes! Go, 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 go!
Feeling hot, hot, hot.
The Husker Kickoff Show, Friday night at 12:30 and Saturday morning at 11:30 on 1011.
Women are about 6 times more likely than men to experience violence.
75% of women who have been victims of a violent act are attacked by someone they knew.
Nearly 30% of all female homicide victims are killed by their husbands or boyfriends.
Children of abused women often end up being abused as well.
You can help end the cycle. If you know or suspect that domestic violence is occurring, please call 1-800-876-6238 or your local law enforcement.
And welcome back. The last time Nebraska and Iowa State hooked up, the Cyclones scored just 2 points. That was for the entire match. 2 records set that night. One for defensive dominance for the Huskers, and then the other offensive futility by the Cyclones. So do you enter this game, Cyclones hadn't won all year in the Big 12, do you enter it any differently? How do you gauge your performance?
No, one of the things that I think we are pretty disciplined about is that we approach every match the same. So we have a game plan, we go through the rotations, we work on things in practice. And that's for very specific reasons. I mean, that's just a good way to approach things, because you never want to be surprised by anybody.
Well, you head to the Coliseum and a sellout crowd on hand, 3,944, and you get off to a quick start once again, and not a surprise, but especially Iowa State being 0-14 in the conference. But you really control this match from the start.
And the scores might not show it, but Iowa State actually, I thought, played very well. There were a lot of side outs. I think Iowa State had over 110 attacks. So it was a much longer match than the match at Iowa State. And they played better, and I thought we actually played better than we did at Iowa State. Jenny Kropp had a big night. I think she had 11 kills, maybe 1 error. We had the opportunity to play a lot of people. There's Holmquist blocking a backcourt attack. She did well. Really, the entire team played well, but it also gave us the opportunity to get in Kim Behrens and Laura Pilikowski, Katie Yonke, Kim Crandall, Nikki Hank, Tanya Tauke. So we played, I think, 14 players.
You win game number 1, 15-2. In that first game, we should mention Jenny Kropp, as you said, she led Nebraska with 11 kills, 8 of those coming in game number 1, and it's the first time this season she's led your team in kills.
Well, both she and Amber have become an increasingly important part of our offense. Our setters are more comfortable setting the middle attackers, and we're a much more balanced ball club than we were, say, 6 weeks ago. So everybody in our team has had big, a night maybe where they were the key offensive weapon. Holmquist was at Colorado, Kropp against Iowa State, Mendering a lot of nights, but Monson has done it, and Oxley's done it, and Gracia's been right there every night. I think it makes us a better ball club.
Yeah. Nancy Mendering with the kill there, you saw a second ago. That makes it 12-4 Nebraska. Then Kim Behrens comes back here with the kill, and you go up 13-4 in your en route to a game number 2 win, 15-4. Nikki Hank serving the final 4 points of this game.
And I wanted to bring her in this situation because a lot of the times Nikki ends up serving at the end of a game, at the end of a match, under a lot of pressure. And, I just wanted to make sure she had some more reps in this kind of a situation. She came in, served tough, drove the ball deep, and pretty much took Iowa State out of the system.
And there was the kill you saw by Gracia. Nebraska winning game number 2, 15-4. So it's 15-2, 15-4 through 2. We head to number 3, and you would win this 15-5. Anything you feel that you have to do better right now to get ready for postseason or to make a good run in the postseason?
Well, from here on out, it isn't necessarily doing anything better. It's doing it more consistently. And I think for the most part, we're blocking well. I'd like us maybe to see us serve a little tougher without increasing our service errors. So if there's one thing on the wish list, that might be it. We're working hard at that. Jill McWilliams' serve has improved a lot in the last several weeks, Mendering and Sapero as well. So we're doing a better job there too.
Match point here. Nebraska goes on to win 15-5 in game number 3. The Huskers now 56-0 all-time against Iowa State. Can you compare this team to any team of the past and the path that they've taken to get to where they are right now?
Not really. I mean, each team's different, but particularly this team. I mean, the fact that we're running a 6-2 offense and we haven't done so in 15 years, the fact that it took us, we're playing 3 freshmen, it took us quite a while to hit our stride. But I don't think there's anything as much fun in any endeavor as when you struggle and then find a way and come back and get it done. And we're in that process now. We still have a long way to go, but I think our team has a belief that we can get the job done. 4
matches away from a Big 12 Conference championship. When the Husker Volleyball Show continues, we'll look back at this 99 season and where they might be headed. Stay with us.
Tools give you the power to achieve goals. Financial tools from U.S. Bank are no exception. They make routine jobs go faster, The more you work with them, the more confident you become. For every person, for every financial need, we have a tool. Your needs, our tools. U.S. Bank.
At Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty, our commitment is to help you meet and even exceed your commercial real estate expectations. Whether they be transaction services, financial services, property or facilities management services, or strategic services, our team of professionals are well experienced and always represent your best interests. Whether right in your own backyard or anywhere in the world, call Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty and we'll deliver a level of service that is unsurpassed. Welcome back to College Coaching Legends. With me are, of course, Barry Switzer and Tom Osborne. Barry, when you were coaching for Oklahoma, what was the hardest part about playing the Huskers?
Well, hearing that Nebraska fight song every year, you know, I hate that song. It just drove me crazy.
The Nokia Husker phone with the fight song ringer, only at Alltel Wireless.
Hello. Well, how are you? No, I'm definitely retired now. But thanks for calling, Jerry. Now, what were we talking about?
You'd expect a fertile patch of earth like Nebraska to produce a university on the cutting edge of agricultural science. But did you know we're also pioneers in the growing field of distance education? Reaching out to students in all 93 Nebraska counties, all 50 United States, and 135 countries around the world. No matter what's your perspective, there's no place like Nebraska.
The Nebraska volleyball team motto in 1999 is "Get it done," and here at Husker Vision, we like to help in any way possible toward that end. So occasionally, we put together what we call psych-up tapes to give Nebraska teams an emotional boost heading into competition. Well, before the Nebraska volleyball team beat Kansas State 3-0 2 weeks ago, the team watched one of those videos, and now you get that same opportunity.
know what ticks me off? Well, a lot. But the main thing is a phony. That's why I like these Arby's chicken fingers. They're the genuine article, none of that processed nugget stuff.
Arby's chicken fingers are big, crispy strips of real all-white meat chicken.
That looks good. That's real, not phony. I can't stand phony.
Down, boy.
Sorry.
Don't settle for anything but Arby's real all-white meat chicken fingers.
Tools give you the power to achieve goals. Financial tools from U.S. Bank are no exception. They make routine jobs go faster. The more you work with them, the more confident you become. For every person, for every financial need, we have a tool. Your needs, our tools. U.S. Bank.
This holiday, Alltel has a gift for you. It's Kansas. Yep, the whole state. Kansas, including all of Kansas City, is now part of Alltel's local wireless calling area. So when you sign up for one of our new rate plans, all your wireless calls from anywhere in Nebraska to western Iowa to anywhere in Kansas and Kansas City are local. You pay no roaming charges, which is good, because I'm too out of shape to roam. Sign up for one of our new rate plans today and get 600 free bonus minutes.
Did you know the University of Nebraska Museum houses more than 10 million specimens, including the world's third largest collection of fossil mammals? And we've just opened the George W. Beadle Center, named for our Nobel Prize winner, to do further state-of-the-art research in genetics. I'd call that scientific proof. There's no place like Nebraska.
Welcome back to the Alltel Husker Volleyball Show. I'm going to throw my producer a curve here real quick because Brandon Verzal just put that piece that we saw together, and you said it had an effect on the team.
Well, I think one of the unique things about University of Nebraska is that we have the resources to approach a challenge from all different kinds of ways. And I think sometimes players need to be reminded of how many good things they've done, and that's what that video did. And so Brandon put that together before we played Kansas State on pretty short notice. I think we asked for it maybe a day or two before. And Husker Vision has helped us in ways like that in the past. And it's just another thing that we have in the arsenal of support around here to help us address certain situations.
All right, now we're going to take a look at our players of the week, and we begin with freshman Amber Holmquist, a career high, 15 kills against Colorado for Amber.
She just gets more and more comfortable on the court, and she's a dominant blocker. I think she's averaging about 1.7 blocks per game, but we just kept running the slide against Colorado, and the matchup was good. Colorado's left side players are small, plus Amber has the advantage of having Nancy Mendering right next to her, so Mendering's going to command a lot of attention. It will be the equivalent, of having a Heisman Trophy running back next to you, and she's running one way and you're running the other. So, but it's she's become a big-time player.
Jenny Kropp is the second player of the week, 11 kills. She hit 600 against Iowa State.
I think Jenny, what impresses me most about Jenny are not necessarily the matches where everything comes easy, but the fact that she hangs in there when it doesn't come easy, and that's the sign of a maturing player. She started for us all year. She gets better. She's a great blocker, and she and Lindsay are connecting more and more as the season goes along.
Let's take a look now at the coaches' top 25. No change in the top 7. Pepperdine and UC Santa Barbara flip spots, and then BYU still in the top 10. No surprise here, Coach?
Not really. I think I took a look at the computer ratings the other day, and some of those teams aren't there. Nebraska, I think, is ranked 7th in the computer ratings, so we're up a little higher than we have been. We've got 6 Big 12 teams in the top 25. Kansas State's there, and A&M, Texas, Colorado, Baylor. And we've got Baylor and Oklahoma coming up this next week, and those are big matches for us. Oklahoma went 5 with Texas at Texas. Oklahoma was head 7-1 in the 5th game. And it's a challenging place to play, and then we got the big Baylor match a week from Saturday.
Let's talk about that, because as you said, you traveled to Oklahoma, then you come back for this game, and this will be at the Devaney Sports Center,
so
everybody will have a chance.
Great celebration. Yeah. Everybody can get in. We're inviting back our former players. We're going to announce the Nebraska Volleyball Team of the Century. Husker Vision is going to do a little video for that. So you have a chance to see a lot of these people, Lori Endicott and Allison Weston, Val Novak. All those people are coming back, and I know I'm excited about it, and I'm sure our players are too.
That'll be a great celebration at the Gameday Center. You want to catch that this Saturday night at 7 o'clock. Well, that's it for the Alltel Husker Volleyball Show. For head coach Terry Pettit and the entire Husker Vision crew, I'm Larry Putney, and we'll see you next week.
City in Hollywood, it's the Martin Short Show.
Hello.
Talk show, ... Why?
Who stole the desk?
No, we have no desk.
Oh, no desk.
Martin Short, weekdays at 4 on 1011. 1011, your official Husker station, brings you more information about your Huskers with the N Report, with weekly features that focus on the players, the opponents, the games, and more. Because being the official Husker station is more than just a title. It means bringing you the best Big Red coverage around. The N Report, only on 1011, your capital city sports station.
In the blink of an eye.
Show me your fears.
To the brink of annihilation.
You think this is going away? You better think again.
The all-new season of Gene Roddenberry's Earth Final Conflict.
Saturday nights at 10:30 on 1011.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
Tonight, through the use of the sports machine, in one of the best upsets of the day, the Eagles soar past the Redskins. For the second weekend in a row, the Chicago Bears live and die by a field goal. He's been a runner-up, but never the champion until now. Dale Jarrett, king in NASCAR. I'm George Michael, Chuck Muncie, former NFL star, how he put his life back together. Tonight on the Sports Machine. I sure hope that the Miami Dolphins like it hot. I mean hot because the Buffalo Bills are turning up the heat in the AFC East. The Bills turned in the third best defensive performance in team history. They allow the Dolphins only 101 total yards and 6 first downs. Buffalo beats Miami 23-3. The Dolphins now 7-2, drop into a first-place tie with the Colts, and the Bills are right behind at 7-3. Let's go to Orchard Park in New York. You know how tough it was going to be to pass today. Would you like to be throwing into that wind at 35 miles an hour in Buffalo? First quarter, no score. Dolphins first possession, their third play. Damon Heward looking to throw off of Henry Jones right into the waiting hands of Antoine Winfield. That would set up a field goal for the Buffalo Bills. Heward was 9 of 25, 65 yards passing. Second quarter, the Bills lead 9-0. Boy, does Doug Flutie liking to have Jay Reamersma there? Jay Reamersma hauls in a 33-yard pass. That'll take it to the 9-yard line. That would set up a touchdown as the Bills would go ahead 16-3, and then Buffalo's best play of the day. Third quarter, it's 3rd and 1 at the 47. Doug Flutie, a bizarre kind of play-action play that goes for 53 yards to Eric Moles, all alone for the touchdown. The Bills over the Dolphins, 23-3. The Dolphins' only 2 losses have come against the Bills. Wade Phillips, what does this do for your team today?
It just made us a contender, really, I think. We're still not on top. I mean, Miami still has a better record than we do. But as far as the division, which I think is going to make the difference, the division wins is going to be the key. It really helped us. It put us right in there. And so I think that's the key.
We had a lot of things going on, talking about how good we were and quarterback controversies and everything in the world, except talking about our opponent, an opponent that had beat us pretty good before. The only thing I'll say is this week, we're talking about New England. We're not talking about a bunch of other crap.
Jimmy Johnson. The Bills are now 7-3, and Wade Phillips loves it. Coming up, there's more trouble in Big D for Brett Favre and the Packers. Oh, what a bad day. And here's tonight's York Peppermint Patty trivia question. Who holds the NFL record for the most touchdowns in one season?
The Burger King Big Kids Meal. It has more of the great-tasting food your kids love. Not to mention a little something else your kids may enjoy.
Pokemon.
Now inside every Burger King Big Kids meal you buy, your kids not only get more of the great-tasting food they love, they get Pokemon toys and limited edition trading cards from Pokemon the first movie. Come and catch them all.
Here's your regular internet homepage. And here's i1.com. You use it like Yahoo, Lycos, or other search engines. Only i1.com gives away $10,000 every day, $1 million a month, and $10 million on tax day. Which one would you choose?
Oh, I see. Someone's supposed to struggle with this, right? So let's bring out the blonde.
Just doing research.
I'll pick the one with all of the cash.
i1.com.
Yeah.
Introducing i1.com. Why wouldn't you?
In our family, men lose their hair early.
Thank you.
By the time we hit 30, we don't have to invest much in combs. So I started using Rogaine when I was like 28 at the first sign of fallout. Before I looked like I needed it, because I knew I would. So here I am. I've been using Rogaine for about 2 years now, right at the source of the problem, and I don't see any difference. And that's the idea. You keep the hair you have. Look, I love my dad. I'm just not in a rush to look like him. Simple, safe, smart. Rogaine. It's stronger than heredity.
Well, imagine, if you will, that you're making only your second career start in the NFL. You pass for 422 yards. You pass for 3 touchdowns, and you still lose. That's what happened to the Bears' Jim Miller, whose heroic effort went to waste as the Bears lose to the Vikings 27-24 in overtime. The Vikings have now won 4 in a row. Let me take you to Soldier Field, Chicago. First quarter, no score. That's the Bears' Jim Miller at quarterback. I'm telling you, folks, I love this Marcus Robinson. He throws for Marcus Robinson. All 6'5" of them haul it in for 77 yards. The Bears go on top of the Vikings, who were in a bit of a shock. It was 7-0. But then later in the first quarter, Jeff George would hook up with a guy who would have 3 touchdown receptions on the day. Jeff George for Chris Carter. Look at the time for Jeff George. Hits Chris Carter. Tough to catch ball. 21-yard touchdown. Chris Carter has 3 touchdown receptions. Now we move to the fourth quarter. 55 seconds left in the game. The Bears trail 24-17. Jim Miller for Marty Booker, who gets wide open. Marty Booker's all alone. Touchdown, 20-yarder, ties the game 24-24. Jim Miller, 422 yards, the most passing yards by a Bear since Bill Wade in 1962. We're in overtime. We're tied 24-24. Chris Bonial for a 41-yard field goal to win it. The kick is up. It looks good. It's long enough. This will win it for the Bears. And at the last second, it edges wide right. The Vikings don't miss on their opportunity as they edge the Bears 27-24. Unlike Jim Miller, the Eagles' Donovan McNabb had the exact opposite kind of day. Making his first NFL start, had a terrible statistical debut for the Eagles. In fact, the worst for the Eagles as a starting quarterback in 20 years. He passed for just 60 yards. But the Eagles beat the Redskins thanks to 6 Washington turnovers. Let me take you to the vet in South Philly. Now, in the first quarter, the Redskins were already leading 7-3. Brad Johnson, who was having his way with the Eagles defense, to Albert Connell on a simple crossing pattern. He goes 53 yards for the touchdown. The route is on. It's 14-3. Brad Johnson, 313 yards passing. But in the third quarter, with the Eagles trailing 21-16, Deuce Staley breaks one tackle right there. He then breaks the tackle of Derek Smith. He then rumbles 20 yards up the right sideline. It's 24-21, the Eagles. Staley, 122 yards rushing. Now with the Redskins leading, 28-27, we're in the fourth quarter. The Redskins are driving for an insurance score. Brad Johnson throws to Albert Connell. Connell makes the catch, then loses the ball to Al Harris. 6 turnovers by the Redskins, 3 interceptions. That one was ruled an interception, by the way, as well as 3 fumbles. 6 turnovers. Just 8 plays later, the Eagles trail 28-27. Eric Bieniemy, he'll break one tackle there, breaks another tackle as he gets away from Derek Smith. 11-yard touchdown. Eagles upset the blundering Redskins 35-28. Oh, that 2-point conversion, folks, it can be appealing, but it can be very risky. And today, Detroit Lion coach Bobby Ross made a bad choice, which would come back to haunt them as the Lions lose to the Cardinals 23-19. Let me take you out to Tempe, Arizona. Man, the Cardinals in the third quarter, Dave Brown at quarterback, leading 16-7. Michael Pittman doesn't have anything at the line, so he skips just a little bit to the left, then burst up the left side, 58 yards for the touchdown, 133 yards rushing for Michael Pittman. Cardinals built a 23-7 lead, and then would have to play hold on. On the next series, Gus Frerotte at quarterback, looking for Jermaine Crowell. Crowell up the right side, gets behind the secondary. He beats Aeneas Williams in full flight. 78 yards. The Lions would trail 23-13. They missed the 2-point conversion. Gus Frerotte, 375 yards passing. We're in the fourth quarter. Cardinals are leading 23-13. It's Michael Pittman. Michael Pittman is hit. Loose football. It comes bouncing right to Terry Fair. Fair picks it up at the 35. He'll go in for the touchdown, 23-19, because the Lions miss another 2-point conversion. So now go late in the game. 1:11 to go. The Lions trail 23-19. They have 4th down. It's 4th and 2 to go. Jermaine, well, you throw or do you run? 4th and 2, you've got 1:11, no timeouts. Gus Frerotte decides to throw. He wants to get it all for Jermaine Crowell. It's incomplete. The Cardinals hold on to edge the Lions 23-19. Here's the answer to tonight's York Peppermint Patty trivia question. Who holds the NFL record for the most touchdowns in a season? Yeah, it used to be Regan's, broken by the Cowboys' Emmitt Smith with 25 in 95.
When I bite into York Peppermint Patty, my tongue tingles, my teeth chatter, my throat is cooled by the rapid chill of snow cascading around my body. Wow!
York Peppermint Patty. Get the sensation.
Yay, it's Saturday!
Don't worry, they'll be back. Warm, ooey gooey Pillsbury cinnamon rolls. Start your weekend on a roll.
Medical miracles, so amazing, we were speechless. Brain surgery on a baby still in the womb. That is a miracle. ER doctors removed a 10-inch knife lodged in his head. And you need to sit down for this one. A woman with a 300-pound tumor.
I might need to see that again, because I didn't believe what I just saw.
The most dramatic medical miracles we have ever seen. Monday's Oprah.
Tomorrow at 3 on 10/11.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Haven't made plans for New Year's Eve? The Lincoln Journal-Star presents Fire and Ice in downtown Lincoln, and 10/11 takes you there. See 8 different laser music shows. Count down early with the kids. And don't miss the fireworks finale at midnight. Wherever you celebrate, 10/11 brings you live updates from Lincoln's premier party throughout the evening. Fire and Ice, New Year's Eve, downtown Lincoln at 11th and N Streets.
Trajectory looks good.
I'm often asked what makes Jeopardy so popular. Well, I think the talented people behind the scenes are the ones who deserve most of the credit. Our producers, our director, our team of writers and researchers, and of course our amazing contestants who make Jeopardy the phenomenon it is. I don't know the answers to all the questions, but I do know the difference between Mark Twain and Shania Twain. Hey, it's not just a game, it's Jeopardy!
Jeopardy, weekdays at 5 on 10/11.
and Dad said that when Billy and I were born, we came early and needed all kinds of doctors. And my mom said that United Way helps all the places where Billy and I need to go. So when you gave to United Way, you gave to Billy and me. Thanks a lot.
Please give to United Way Chad of Lincoln and Lancaster County.
Well, the Jaguars are now the best in the NFL. They're 8-1. They edged the Ravens 6-3. That's not football, baseball. It's football. And the Cowboys beat the Packers in Dallas for the 8th straight time. Let's go to Irving. Third quarter of the game, you're looking at Jason Garrett in for the injured Troy Aikman to Rocket Ishmael. This is a great move by Ishmael. He gets back up, was never touched. He'll go 37 yards for the touchdown. What a good play by Ishmael. 17-3. The Cowboys build the lead over the Packers. So now in the fourth quarter, Brett Favre has got to do something. Trailing 20-13. They're down to the Cowboys 25. They're driving for the tying touchdown. Brett Favre picked off by George Teague in full flight. I mean, he had that one sided all the way. Teague up the right sideline, goes 95 yards to an end zone for us, George. Go ahead. 1, 2, 3, and jump. The Cowboys dropped the Packers to 4-5, beating Green Bay 27-13. We're in Tampa. Second quarter, Trent Dilfer and the Bucs trail the Chiefs of Kansas City 3-0. Trent Dilfer goes for his tight end. Has Dave Moore gained a few pounds? Dave Moore will rumble to the end zone 35 yards. The Bucs beat the Chiefs 17-10 down in Tampa Bay. Let's travel out to St. Louis, home of the high-scoring Rams. We're in the third quarter. Steve Berline and the Carolina Panthers trail the Rams 21-10. Berline will throw to Wesley Walls. Wesley Walls is headed for a first down, but then he gets stopped. And here comes Mike Jones. Mike Jones literally rips the ball out of his hands, picks it up, and goes 37 yards for the touchdown. The Rams roll over the Panthers 35-10. We travel to the Meadowlands in New York. Peyton Manning and the Colts leading the Giants 7-6. This is a deadly combination, folks. It's Manning and Harrison. Peyton Manning for Marvin Harrison behind the Giants secondary. 57 yards, 14-6. Indianapolis Colts on top. Move now to the third quarter of the game, with the Colts leading 17-6. Terrence Wilkins takes this short punt at the Giant 39-yard line. He eludes one tackler, another gets a good block, a terrible tackle there. He goes 39 yards for the touchdown. The Colts beat the Giants 27-19. The Colts, folks, are now 7-2, tied with the Dolphins, first place AFC East. In Cincinnati, that's Steve McNair, Titans quarterback. They're scoreless with the Bengals, but not for long. Steve McNair calls on Eddie George, who goes right off the left side, then heads up for the left sideline. He'll go 23 yards, 123 yards, 2 touchdowns on the day for Eddie George. The Titans over the Bengals 24-14. If you're a Bengals fan, you say, well, with the Bengals being 1-9, baseball season's just 5 months away. Travel to Pittsburgh for the shocker of the day. We're in the first quarter, no score. That's Tim Couch and the Browns taking on the Steelers. Tim Couch will team up with another rookie. That's Kevin Johnson. Kevin Johnson gets wide open as the defender falls down. 35-yard touchdown. The Browns would go on to upset the Steelers on a late field goal. 16-15 revenge for their season-opening disaster, and Bill Cowher hates it. Travel to New Orleans, the toughest catch of the day. First quarter, no score. The New Orleans Saints, San Francisco 49ers. Billy Tolliver, check out this pass. Billy Tolliver throwing for Keith Poole. Keith Poole is devastated by Zach Bronson, but Keith Poole holds on. He will not even acknowledge Zach Bronson. He says, nice catch I made there. As the Saints down the 49ers, 24-6. That's our toughest catch of the day. In Oakland, one of the best runs was pure second effort. First quarter, no score. Raiders and Chargers. Rich Gannon will throw for Tyrone Wheatley. Wheatley, although Gannon was going down, Wheatley takes this soft little lob pass, turns upfield, has to avoid one tackler. He's got 2 guys to get. There's one that he breaks a tackle, then takes the other one with him into the end zone. 27-yard touchdown. Raiders beat the Cowboys 28-9. NASCAR veteran Dale Jarrett, who will celebrate his 43rd birthday in a little over a week, gave himself a perfect present today. Finished 5th in the Pennzoil 400. That's all he needed as he gets his first Winston Cup title. Let's take you down to Homestead, Florida. Joe Gibbs cars would finish 1-2 in the race. 43 cars starting the inaugural Homestead 400, and then on lap with 18 to go. Those are the two Joe Gibbs cars. Tony Stewart pushes his teammate Bobby Labonte up high. He's lucky Labonte's a great driver, or Labonte would have been in the wall. Trust me, Tony Stewart would go on to get his 3rd win of the year. That's the most ever by a rookie. Second would be Bobby Labonte across the finish line. But the big story was Dale Jarrett. Dale Jarrett would come home 5th. That's good enough to win the Winston Cup Points Championship. His dad, Ned Jarrett, won it back in 1961 and 65. The Pettys and the Jarretts, only father-son duo ever to win the Winston Cup. And for the best of the Shark Shootout, let me take you out to California. Some good shots in this tournament of Greg Norman. We start, first of all, with Scott McCarron on number 13. This is just a perfect chip shot. Oh, it's so good. Scott, get ready to celebrate now. Oh, it wasn't perfect, was it? Oh, Scott McCarron and Scott Hoke would finish in 2nd place. Maybe the best putt of the day with the best reaction, this is Duffy Waldorf. It's a perfect putt. Duffy's got this one nailed all the way for a 12-yarder. Then the celebration with his partner, Glenn Day. The winner would be David Duvall, who teamed up with Fred Couples. Combined, they win the Shark Shootout. David Duvall with a real pretty putt. Team him up with Fred Couples, the Shark Shootout is all theirs. Our Oldsmobile Play of the Week salutes college football's new top dog. Let's go to Madison, Wisconsin. Wisconsin in red versus Iowa. This is the man, 33, Ron Dane. Needing 99 yards to become the NCAA's all-time leading rusher. Boy, none of these were gimmies. 31-yard carry in the 2nd quarter eclipses Ricky Williams' record. Dane rushes for 216 yards, a career 6,379 yards. That's 118 more than Ricky Williams. Wisconsin over Iowa's Ron Dane earns our Oldsmobile Play of the Week. Just ahead, former NFL running back Chuck Muncie tells an incredible story. Some would say it's a miracle. He lived to tell about it.
A change to do you good. A change to do you good. I think a change.
Hey, change might do you good. Buy a new 2000 Oldsmobile Bravada and get a 6-disc CD changer at no extra charge. Plus, $1,500 cash back. So you can rock, roll, and ride to hours of uninterrupted music. Get down to your Oldsmobile dealer today and start something loud.
What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do?
You guys want cookies? Yeah.
Warm, ooey gooey Pillsbury chocolate chip cookies. Make their day the Doughboy way.
You've been working hard all day, and now it's time to kick back and reach for a cool one. York Peppermint Patty. Get the sensation.
Us at 1011 would like to thank our viewers for making us #1.
More people are watching 1011 than all the other stations combined.
With so many choices, we appreciate you turn to us.
More award-winning news and entertainment.
From 1011, your capital city.
And #1 news station.
It was 1 against, I don't know, probably 10. By the time they were done, his neck was red, and I am afraid to go to high school. It scares me. I have a knife and you don't. Ha ha ha. He brought a knife. It was in his backpack. There was this kid that was like 17. He came to a school with a gun. We didn't know if it's fake or real.
Our children need our help to deal with tough issues, like violence. Please, talk with your kids.
It doesn't matter who you are or where you come from in the Army National Guard. If you want to serve your country, if you can spend 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year of intense training, to be ready when your community needs you, then call 1-800-GO-GUARD and become part of a team that will help you achieve everything you can.
In the Army National Guard.
Welcome back to the Sports Machine. You know, they say the best way to teach is by example, and that is exactly what former NFL running back Chuck Muncie is trying to do every day. Muncie was known as much for his partying lifestyle as he was for his talent. He let his life spiral into a drug-induced oblivion. But once he crawled out of that hole, he decided to use experience to help others. Let me take you to San Diego. Chuck Muncie, former NFL star. In the early 1980s, he was one of the most electrifying players in the NFL. He was an outstanding talent playing for the San Diego Chargers. But drug abuse short-circuited his career. Chuck Muncie was headed for tough time.
It really came to me, you know, at my lowest point when I was incarcerated in federal prison. I got busted, you know, distributing, you know, some cocaine and ended up doing 17 months in a federal jail after my football career. Had a great football career, and then I'm in jail. And during that 17 months, you really got a little bit of time to reflect on your life.
In 1976, the New Orleans Saints made Chuck Muncie the #1 overall pick of the draft. At 6'3", 235 pounds, he was a rare combination of speed and power. His career really took off when he joined